I think it's on the day 2 transcript at the beginning. It lists me, David Bach, as representing climate advocates, which is correct, but also representing the New Mexico AG office, which is not correct. I just want to make that clear that the listing me as representing the AG office is incorrect. And I mean, I don't know if it's important enough to be corrected on that one or just going forward. Wanted to note that.
Let me unmute.
On that one, and we'll go forward.
All right, thank you, Mr. Baca. So is there anything else we need to talk about before we begin? I know that I saw Madam Chair on here.
Yep, I'm here.
All right, hello. So good morning, everyone. My name is Felicia Orth. I'm a hearing officer appointed by the Oil Conservation Commission to conduct a hearing in this matter of the application of the New Mexico Oil Conservation Division to consider proposed rules to regulate the venting and flaring of natural gas from oil and natural gas production and gathering facilities. Case was docketed as 21528. We are on our 5th day. We're beginning at 8 o'clock this morning with a statement from Adela Begay. At 8:30, we will break into the technical case briefly to take one public comment, and then we will somewhere in there resume with the technical testimony of Nemoga's first witness, Mr. Smitherman. So I see Ms. Begay. Ms. Begay, would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, oh, and please spell your last name.
B like in boy, E-G-A-Y-E.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you to council and everybody who is allowing for Ms. Begay to testify out of order. Can you please state your name?
Adela Begay.
And Ms. Begay, is Climate Advocates Exhibit 25 an accurate copy of your resume?
Yes.
And you've prepared a statement to provide to the commission today, correct?
Yes.
And would you please proceed with that statement?
Yes. Commissioners, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present to you today. I was raised on the Navajo Nation. I reside in Wheatfields, Arizona, 2 miles from the New Mexico border near the Four Corners area. My community is at the base of the Chusca Mountains. This is my ancestral homeland. I am an enrolled member of the Navajo Nation. I have a bachelor's degree in science, bachelor's of science degree in nursing and community health education, and certificates in public health and health administration. During my career, I was a health educator, registered nurse, and public health administrator. I retired in August 2016 as the Director of Public Health Nursing, Indian Health Service from the Central Agency of the Navajo Nation. I have been an active advocate for public health and environmental and social justice for 40 years. I am a founding member of the NACARE Citizens Against Ruining Our Environment, the NACARE, which has been in existence since 1988. For the last 11 years, I have served as the president of the NACARE's board. The NACARE is an all-Navajo organization comprised of grassroots community members active on Navajo land, including the Four Corners region of New Mexico, Arizona, and Utah. The NACARE advocates for our traditional teachings by protecting and providing a voice for all life within and beyond our Four Corners sacred mountain, our 4 sacred mountains. The NACARE has been actively involved in public and legal processes related to the regulation and management of oil and gas operations in the San Juan Basin, including submitting comments on leases and resource management plans that overlap the Navajo Nation's Eastern Agency and Chaco Culture National Historic Park. Several Diné Care members live in the Navajo Eastern communities that are directly harmed by oil and gas leasing and development. Diné Care members continue to practice traditional Diné cultural and spiritual teachings and practices that reference significant sacred sites in Dinétah, a region our history describes as the place our people first emerged into this world. Dinétah is located in eastern Navajo land adjacent to current eastern Navajo communities. Continued and increased oil and gas operation and pollution harms these sacred and spiritually significant sites of the Navajo people and our traditionally practicing members. Since the 1920s, for 100 years, the Navajo people have been affected by fossil fuel development. Unfortunately, we have not become a monetarily wealthy nation, despite the intense resource extraction that has occurred. Nor are there many Navajo entrepreneurs or Navajo-owned businesses. Instead, the reality is that we are left with polluted air, water, and desecrated land. In addition, Navajo people suffer ill effects, infirmities, and comorbidities that are significantly associated with industry pollution. In my volunteer role as Diné Care, I have witnessed and experienced the immense pollution that is present from oil and gas operation in the Four Corners, San Juan Basin, and Eastern Navajo Agency. Over the last 7 years, when I spent time in Eastern Navajo communities of Counselor, Liebrook, and Ojo Encino, I've experienced strong noxious odors from wells in the area. I've experienced headaches, sore throat, nausea, and have felt ill while visiting only for a short time in these communities, heavily impacted by oil and gas operations. It is concerning that Navajo and other communities must endure these conditions daily. I am concerned about the long-term impacts that could have on public health. I submit testimony in support of strengthening the proposed OCD natural gas waste rule. I hope to see the rule strengthened by improving capturing methane during completion and recompletion. The rule should include denying new drilling permits to operators that are out of compliance. Also very crucial, the rule should include requiring immediate public notice when health and safety is at risk. A strengthened rule will make a significant difference and improve public health for the region. Without a strengthened rule, it will not be a nationally leading rule and will not maximize the benefits to our communities and public health. Methane is a major constituent of oil and gas and is categorized as a health threat both for its toxicity and its contribution to the climate crisis, which all impacts the health of our people and planet. In 2014, many residents of the Four Corners region became aware of these dangers when an alarming satellite imagery was published and showed a strong methane hotspot over the Four Corners region. There are now a number of scientific findings that describe the various human health impacts that result during the different stages of oil and gas development. Hydraulic fracturing releases many dangerous and toxic substances like methane into the environment. Some of these toxic substances include benzene, formaldehyde, toluene, hydrogen sulfide, ethylbenzene, xylene, nitrogen oxide, methyl chloride, petroleum distillate, particulate matter, and volatile organic compounds, and many more. Benzene is implicated in causing several diseases in the brain and nervous system, such as leukemia. Formaldehyde is a known carcinogen. Toluene is linked to mental disabilities and abnormal growth in children. Toluene is also linked to organ system damage in the kidney and liver, as well as immune and reproductive system. VOCs and PM contribute to respiratory and circulatory system damage, which can result in asthma, COPD, heart attack, stroke, and can lead to early death. Securing the Navajo Nation's health means stopping harmful waste and air pollutants that are intentionally flared, vented, or leak into our air when methane is released, including benzene and formaldehyde. Recent studies have indicated that living near flaring from oil and gas during pregnancy may contribute to preterm births. Preterm children are often born with immature lungs and can develop respiratory and cardiac problems later in life. Other studies have found that living close to active and high-producing wells are linked to low birth weights and small gestational age of children. These effects cannot be separated from the presence of many VOCs and BTECs and formaldehyde, which are found at wellheads. These studies are growing literature of health implications of oil and gas development. Furthermore, ozone pollution associated with methane emission poses a serious public health threat and disproportionately impacts Native Americans that live within San Juan County, where about 22,000 live within half a mile of a well site. Health disparities exist among the Native American population in comparison to the U.S. general population, especially with childhood asthma. A number of factors like poverty, limited access to specialty care, environmental challenges, and high levels of indoor and outdoor air pollution exacerbates asthma rates. Approximately 13% of American Indian Alaska Native children have asthma, as compared with 8.6% of children in the U.S. general population. Children and elderly population, as well as those with immune deficiencies, are most susceptible to complications from degraded air quality resulting from air pollutants present. 44% of the Navajo population are children younger than 19 years old. Fracking has severely impacted eastern Navajo communities that make up the checkerboard region in New Mexico. After years of voicing concerns about sudden and unusual health problems experienced by Navajo community members who live near numerous oil and gas wells, a health impact assessment was conducted earlier in the areas of Counselor, Torreon, and Ojo Encino. The HIA reported the following highest recorded symptoms. Greater than 90% reported sinus problems with discharge, obstruction, and pain, and irritated sore throat. 80% reported cough, headache, itching, and burning of eyes, joint pain, fatigue, sleep disturbance. Greater than 70% reported nosebleeds and wheezing. Greater than 60% reported shortness of breath. 42% reported itching of skin and skin rash. Furthermore, the Center for Disease Control warns that people with underlying health conditions are most at risk for serious complications and adverse outcomes from COVID-19. To date, the Navajo Nation has suffered one of the highest exposure and death rates from COVID-19. The Navajo Nation government does not have adequate policy, regulation, or enforcement authority to protect our airshed, land, and water from oil and gas pollution that often comes from the venting and flaring of natural gas as well as leaks. Oil and gas pollution does not stop at tribal, state, or national borders. We all breathe the same air, drink the same water, depend on the same climate, and have the same dreams for our children and grandchildren. We all need to do more to limit waste and pollution from oil and gas development and clean up our air. The most effective method to reduce waste and pollution, prevent toxic exposure, and improve public health is to trap and reduce emissions at the source. Emissions should be contained on all polluting oil and gas equipment, including wellheads, tanks, compressors, and pipeline valves. A strong, comprehensive methane rule is critical for climate and environmental justice for the Navajo Nation and for all New Mexicans. The Oil Conservation Commission has the responsibility to take into account the positive public health outcome that could develop from a strengthened rule. Again, yeah, thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to come before you today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Thank you very much, Ms. Begay. Ms. Begay, for your testimony, you relied upon a number of public health articles, correct?
Yes,
And are those articles set forth in climate exhibits 27 through 32?
yes,
Madam Hearing Officer, I'd like to move admission of climate advocates exhibits 26 through 32.
26 or 27?
26 is her resume, so it's 26 through 32.
Thank you. Let me pause a moment in the event there are objections. Exhibits 26 through 32 are admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Ms. Begay stands for cross-examination.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Ms. Begay?
Madam Hearing Officer, OCD appreciates Ms. Begay's statement, and we have no questions for her this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Felderwart, or I see Mr. Rankin.
Good morning, Madam Examiner. Adam Rankin appearing on behalf of the NMOGA this morning. I'm sorry, I was having technical difficulties, so I don't know if you've already called for appearances or not. But no questions on behalf of the NMOGA for Ms. Begay.
Thank you. I do see Mr. Biernoff with us. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Ms. Begay?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not.
Thank you. Ms. Paranos.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. We have Commissioner Jordan Kessler with us this morning. Commissioner Kessler, do you have questions?
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Chair.
I don't either. Thank you for your time this morning, Ms. Begay.
thank you,
Thank you very much, Ms. Begay.
thank you.
So let's go back to Mr. Rankin entering his appearance for the benefit of the transcript. Mr. Rankin, if you would, please.
Good morning, Madam Examiner. Adam Rankin of the law firm of Holland and Hart, here with my partner, Mr. Felderwart, appearing on behalf of the NMOGA.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters we can address? Let me see. We do have one public commenter who signed up for the 8:30 time slot, may not yet be with us. His name is Dwayne Yazzie. Balin, can you tell me whether Mr. Yazzie is on the line?
I do not see him. I unmuted the call user, so should be able to speak with him.
Mr. Yazzie, are you with us as a call-in? As a caller, I should say. No? All right. Well, we have 8 minutes. 7 minutes. Would Madam Chair, what do you think? We could go to Mr. Smitherman for about 10 minutes, and then I could call on Mr. Yazzie again, or we can take a 7-minute break and see if he joins us.
Mr. Rankin, is there something you think you can cover in 10 minutes? Or at least start to cover and get to a good stop?
I would need to consult with Mr. Felderwart since he's conducting the direct. I don't know that it's all that effective to get started with, at this time, probably 5 minutes of testimony before being interrupted. So my suggestion, Madam Chair, would be that we just take a break for a few minutes until public comment is complete and we can resume.
Okay. Why don't we come back at 8:30? We do the public comment. Do we just have one, Ms. Worth?
Yes. Mr. Yazzie.
Okay, so Mr. Rankin, there's a good chance that if you'll be starting right around 8:30, if not a minute or two after.
We'll be prepared.
All right. More coffee.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's come back from the break, please.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Thank you, Mr. Baca. Mr. Lamkin, do we have Mr. Yazzie on the line?
I don't see his name in the attendees, but I unmuted the call-in user again.
All righty. Everyone calling in is unmuted at the moment. Mr. Yazzie, are you on the line? Dwayne Yazzie. No? All right. Certainly, Mr. Lamkin, in the event Mr. Yazzie presents himself later, certainly at a subsequent public comment session, of which we have 2 every day, do let me know, and I will call on him for his comment.
Will do.
Thank you. So, Mr. Feldewart or Mr. Rankin, if you would please bring Mr. Smitherman onto the screen.
Certainly, Madam Hearing Officer. I think Mr. Smitherman is on the screen now.
All right, thank you. Please, if you would return to your questions of him.
Thank you. If I may, could I don't seem to have it yet. Can I have the ability to present sharing my screen?
Here you go.
Thank you. Okay, you should be able to see Mr. Smitherman. You see what we had marked as NMOGA Exhibit C9. I believe this is where we left off yesterday.
Yes, sir. I see that.
Okay, and this is a circumstance where NMOGA has suggested that the commission define vent or venting in a fashion almost identical to Colorado. I think the only difference is we took out some language that would not be applicable in New Mexico.
Actually, the language is the same.
Okay. There is one clause though, right? If I look under left-hand side, subpart A, there's a reference to a regulation that would not apply in New Mexico, right, Mr. Smitherman?
Well, that's true. This was changed to refer to New Mexico's agency.
You got it. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. With this in mind, I want to keep this up, but I want you, Mr. Smitherman, and I would invite the commissioners to turn to page 16 of NMOGA Exhibit A, which contains our proposed modifications to Part 27. And let me know when you're there, Mr. Smitherman.
I'm there.
Okay. Now, this is the subpart G, which is titled by the division as reporting of vented or flared gas. Mr. Smitherman, okay?
I see that.
And Mr. Smitherman, is this important for when it comes to determining the and reporting for gas capture?
Absolutely, it's essential.
Okay. And this is the reporting categories that come into play when operators are determining and calculating their gas capture percentage.
That's correct.
I want to now then turn to a couple pages in. Let's go over to page 18 and look at 27.8 G2.
I'm there.
Now, Mr. Smitherman, we see some changes to the language in the introductory paragraph, but I want to talk first, or I want to talk now about the reporting categories.
Okay.
Listed under G2. Would you explain to the commission what NMOGA has done or suggests be done to the reporting categories under G2?
Certainly. I guess the first thing to talk about is NMOGA is suggesting that we add a category. If you'll look on page 20 of that same exhibit, you'll see in subpart G, the division had not included volumes from what we called a delineation well. They're now calling an exploratory well. That was not included And we've suggested that that be added so that those volumes are reported.
And Mr. Smithman, the volumes that would be vented or flared from what would now be an exploratory well, are those volumes that can be accurately measured?
Well, certainly some of them. If the high pressure sources from those delineation or exploration wells can be accurately measured and should be reported.
Okay, all right. Then when it comes to the categories that the division had listed here, we heard a testimony earlier how they had removed certain categories because they could not be accurately measured. Were you here for that testimony?
I was.
Yeah, or that they could not be estimated with any reliable method for production accounting reporting?
That's correct.
Or they involve circumstances where you are not dealing with waste?
That's correct as well.
Okay. Did NMOGA take a look at these categories, apply that same rationale, and suggest the removal of certain categories?
Yes. NMOGA has taken a look at all these categories that were suggested by the division and have struck all those that fall in the category of basically can't be accurately estimated or measured for production accounting purposes. And that leaves all those high pressure sources that can be accurately and reliably measured and are appropriate for reporting of production accounting purposes.
Because that's what's involved here, right? Not emissions, but production accounting.
That's correct. We're talking about, in essence, those volumes that if we were to vent or flare would typically be considered waste.
Okay.
With some exceptions, of course.
Okay, and the exclusions include, for example, pneumatic devices that we see on the screen that Colorado had removed from the definition of vent or venting.
That's correct. We would recommend the same thing.
Okay. And the removal of, for example, uncontrolled storage tanks as a reporting category.
That's correct. Again, low volumes, very difficult, if not impossible, to give you any kind of an accurate measurement or estimate for production accounting purposes.
All right. And I believe if I tallied it up, the division, or we suggest the division remove 5 of the categories.
I'll rely on your memory there, sir.
Okay. But it's at the bottom of page 18, continuing over to page 19, right?
Yes, I confirm your 5.
Okay. Now, as I move over to page 20, NMOGA has also proposed to strike the category of other. Do you see that on page 20?
I do. That's the 6th category that we'd like to strike.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
Well, again, as we looked at the categories here, and we also, if you will, took a look at the real world out there and tried to understand, once we've identified all these categories that are going to be reported, because we do have the ability to measure or estimate them with good accuracy, we could think of no other source that would fit that criteria. So we saw no reason for the other category.
Okay. And does the removal of this also have the benefit of providing certainty with respect to and transparency of the reporting?
Absolutely.
So this forces operators to categorize the volumes that are released that can be accurately measured or estimated into one of these other categories.
That's correct. In fact, you heard testimony yesterday where one of the division witnesses talked about, in essence, the current system and how the other category leaves them, I guess, less than informed. So you can see that their own testimony shores up that same concept, that we see that removing it is actually going to create clarity for the division.
And this would require then operators to report under categories.
That's correct.
The volumes that are vented and flared, right?
Correct.
That can be measured or estimated with reliability for production accounting reporting.
That's correct.
All right. Now I want to move to a different topic. I want to go backwards a little bit in our Exhibit A and go to page 8. And we would be under 27.8 D5. Well, first it'd be D, which is on page 8. And Mr.
Yes.
Smitherman, now we're in the topic of when an operator can vent or flare a natural gas during drilling operations, okay?
That's correct.
And if we move to the next page, page 9 of 27 in Exhibit A, I'm sorry, yeah, page 9 of 27.
Back up. You said, I'm sorry, you said drilling operations. D on page 8 refers to production operations.
Thank you, you're right. Then if I move in that category to the next page, page 9, we're under subpart 5.
Yes, I see that.
Now, this subpart, Mr. Smitherman, is similar to the what we call part 28, applying to upstream. Part 28.8B is in boy 3, right, Mr. Smitherman?
Correct.
Okay. And you'll see in here that NMOGA has proposed to add as a category of authorized releases fugitive emission components such as valves, flanges, and connectors under what we would call subpart H. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Do we have the same change in part 28?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the reason for that?
Well, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, these flanges, valves, connectors can have small releases. And as we talked about yesterday, the NMED actually looks at these through their LDAR inspection program. These components are normal routine components, and they do have small releases. They're very, very low, but when operating properly. And it just does not seem to make, quite frankly, any sense to me or to NMOGA, that those known small releases would not be authorized under this section.
And are those releases that an operator can control?
Absolutely. Well, no. I mean, other than when you inspect them, and you may replace one that has malfunctioned in some way. But no, you can't control them on a day-to-day basis.
Okay. Now, when you look up on the screen, I have NMOGA Exhibit C9 up on the screen, Mr. Smith.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. If you take a look at that under both the Colorado definition of venting and then what we propose also as a definition, there is a second bullet point that references unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate equipment design. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. Both of those, or that circumstance is not venting as normally understood by operators, correct, Mr. Smitherman?
That's true, and clearly is not venting under Colorado's definition.
Okay. And when they talk about unintentional leaks that are not the result of inadequate equipment design, are they talking about these valves, flanges, and connectors that you just addressed?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I want to start moving through the rule in a more orderly fashion. Move out of the definitions, and I would like to move to NMOGA's proposed changes to part 27.8, which is on page 6 of our proposed modifications.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Smitherman, have you looked at NMOGA's pre-hearing statement?
I have.
Give me a minute. I want to bring a portion, Mr. Smithman, of that pre-hearing statement up on the screen for you to make it so you don't have to flip to it. But this is in
Thank
our
you. I appreciate
pre-hearing
that.
statement at page 4.
Thank you.
You see that NMOGA has identified in here on page 4 the definition of surface waste.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When NMOGA proposed its modifications to part 27.8A, were they designed to conform with that definition of surface waste?
It's exactly what we did.
Okay. And as part of that, NMOGA proposed to strike the last clause of what the division had suggested in 27.8A, dealing with the flaring over venting. You see that?
That's correct. I do see that, and that's correct.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, the difference between combusting a released volume of gas versus venting that same released volume of gas has nothing to do with waste.
Okay. Is there another reason why that was proposed to be stricken?
Well, that certainly falls within the jurisdiction of the NMED, not the OCD. We certainly think that the OCD and the NMED can coordinate together to craft comprehensive rules. But this concept really falls outside the jurisdiction of the OCD.
Would this leave to the New Mexico Environment Department the decision of when flaring over venting should occur?
I'm sorry, say that question.
Leading question. Objection, leading question. Council can direct the witness to specific provisions that he would like to talk about and even paraphrase those provisions, but he can't put words in the mouth of the witness.
Yeah, Ms. Felder, would you rephrase your question, please?
Certainly. Mr. Smitherman, is there another reason for the NMOGA's suggestion that this clause be excluded?
Well, it creates conflict in lack of clarity between these two jurisdictions.
When you say the two jurisdictions, between whom?
Between NMED and the OCD.
Okay, all right. And as you understand it, is that one of the goals of enacting these rules?
That is exactly their goal. In fact, they've stated that goal publicly.
Do you have our exhibit book in front of you?
I do.
Would you turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit M as in Mary 3?
I have that.
Okay. And is that, would you describe this for us?
This is a press release from the Environment Department. Looking for the date here, July the 20th of 2020.
And what's important in this press release that relates to what you just talked about?
Well, it in essence states that in fact, I'll just read it. The short phrase here, NMED, the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, which also released draft rules today, work closely together throughout the process to ensure the draft rules are complementary and do not result in redundant or conflicting requirements.
Okay, now I'd like you to, let's move forward then on page 7 of NMOGA's Exhibit A, okay?
I'm there.
And we see that NMOGA under section 27.8B1, which relates to drilling operations, has proposed a language change.
Yes.
Would you please describe that and explain why?
Certainly. We've suggested to strike the term technically feasible here and replace that with reasonably practical. And the reason we did that is technically feasible is a very, very low bar, and it has no sideboards on it. Quite frankly, it's technically feasible to get to the moon, but it's not very practical. We thought that the term reasonably practical fit this situation much better. You've got, as other witnesses have talked about, you've got the possibility of very small volumes of natural gas being emitted from cuttings, basically, from the mud circulating system. And we didn't want these rules to imply that extraordinary efforts or experimental technologies or things like that, that even that you would consider best practices, be applied everywhere. We thought that reasonably practical using industry best practices much more clearly fit the situation.
Okay, then I'd like to move to NMOGA's proposed change to subpart B2 on Exhibit A, page 7.
Yes.
There's 2 changes here, essentially, right, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please explain why the NMOGA suggests adding the phrase "unless otherwise approved by the division"?
Well, they're typically these flares on drilling operations are attached to drilling rigs themselves. And we wanted the flexibility to be able to go to the division and, in essence, talk to them about particular circumstances. You see the word surface hole here. That surface hole is, quite frankly, not very clear. You could have a surface hole of a well that hasn't even been finished drilling yet. You could have had surface pipe set. You could have had a well that was drilled and not completed. There could be circumstances where this rule, as read in black and white, simply don't apply. And we'd like the ability to talk to the division about those circumstances.
You know, what's the purpose for removing the requirement for enclosed flares at this time?
Yes, if there are circumstances, and I think witnesses have already talked about this too, if you've got a well control issue, you may want to flare the gas. That may be the appropriate step. And if you do, don't forget, you've got people on these locations, on these drilling rigs, 24 hours a day. And if you enclose the flare, you cannot see the flame. And from a safety standpoint, those people on that rig want to know visually, but basically almost an AVO. You want to be able to see it, you want to hear it, you want to feel it, you want to know that the flare is going, if that's the choice that they make to flare the gas.
If we move to subpart B3, NMOGA.
Mr. Worth, and sorry, Mr. Feldor, can I just interrupt real quick? Would it be possible for you, very similar to what the division did, to actually update the slides and stuff on the screen? Because we're jumping quite all over. It would be helpful if that was actually followed on the screen. Is that possible?
I can certainly try to do that, Madam Chair. We've been on page 7 of NMOGA Exhibit A. It would be that white notebook, Madam Chair, that we provided.
Oh, I've got it right here.
Okay. All right, so you have that in front of you, right? Yes, would you like me to put it up on the screen?
That would be helpful.
Okay, certainly.
If you wouldn't mind, Mr. Feldor, I'd like to supplement my answer on B2.
Yeah, let me get it up on the screen here first.
Certainly.
Can you see that, Madam Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, certainly. Wait a minute, I may not have the right one. Hold on, my bad, wrong one.
Yeah, there are a lot of documents out there.
I gotta find, let's see. Give me 1 minute. Trying to find our Exhibit 2. Mr. Smitherman, while I'm doing this, why don't you supplement your answer?
Certainly. The other reason that we struck enclosed is that enclosed flares, really any flare, but enclosed flares have a limited operating range. And when you're talking about drilling operation and you've got the possibility of having a well control problem, you don't know how to design that flare. You don't know what the rates are going to be. So the enclosed flares are more limited in their range, and we would prefer not to have those limitations since we can't necessarily design it properly.
Thank you. Now, Madam Chair, I'm hoping you can see this now. I believe I have the right page up.
Yeah, I got it.
Great. So, Mr. Smitherman, I want you to talk about NMOGA's proposed change to subpart B3. And I believe you've talked before about striking similar terms like here, substantial.
That's correct.
Why is that likewise applicable here?
Well, again, it's a subjective term, and we really don't think that the subjectivity fits here. When you're talking about an adverse impact on safety, public health, or the environment, we think that should just be left without the subjectivity of the word substantial.
Okay, then I want to now move to the discussion of subpart C. And I want to take a look at the division's Exhibit 2A. And I'm going to move down to 27.8C. And I believe I have it up on the screen.
Okay.
Mr. Smitherman, C1 addresses the period of time known as initial flowback.
That's correct.
Would you discuss what occurs during initial flowback, the time that is involved, and why gas should be vented?
Certainly, and you heard some of the same testimony yesterday, but I'll try to be a little bit brief. When a well is, especially an oil well, is completed and hydraulically fractured, when you're talking about an oil well, you're using large volumes of water, mostly produced water, by the way. And once all of those frac stages are completed and the plugs that are in between and separate those plug stages are drilled out, the very first thing that you do then is to flow those frac fluids back. And with those frac fluids, you get solids, you get debris, you get plug debris, you get proppant, you get solids that don't have any place. It can't be processed by your normal production facilities. Plus, you want to encourage the well to flow. You want to have the lowest back pressure, if you will, on that well to be able to start the flow quickly. Now, you may want to limit the rates later for different purposes, but to start with, you really want to have very, very little back pressure on the well. And so during that phase, you're basically flowing back to your frac tanks and doing whatever you need to do to handle those volumes that are coming back. And quite frankly, the first phase for some time, and it's different for every well, it's just water. All you have coming back is water and perhaps some debris. At some point, you'll start getting some hydrocarbons to the surface, a little oil, and that oil will have flash some gas. You'll have some gas coming to the surface. But as I think Mr. Bolander talked about, it's not steady. You get slug flow, you have maybe even some contaminants in that gas. There's just not enough gas, and you can't put enough back pressure on the well for a separator to function. It's not feasibly, technically feasible. By the way, that term fits here, using technically feasible for a separator to function. You're not to the point that you can run a separator. So you're basically flowing those fluids back to your frac tanks and disposing of them properly. And so that period of time, there's no set time, but it typically doesn't take a very, very long time for the well to start flowing enough hydrocarbons and that you can put enough back pressure on the well for a separator to function. And once that happens, once you reach that point in the completion process, you've left the initial flowback stage and moved into the separation flowback stage. Now, all during that time that you're in the initial flowback stage, all your fluids are going to your, basically to your frac tanks. And you're capturing your water, you're capturing your oil, but the gas that is coming back is erratic, it's low pressure, it's too small to measure in many cases, and so it's being vented.
Is that for a long period of time, Mr. Smitherman, or a short period of time when you're talking about this gas that results from initial flowback?
It's typically a short period of time, and in fact, in some wells, especially gas wells that we're completing in New Mexico at the time, it basically is instantaneous. You almost go straight into a separation flowback phase. The initial flowback phase is very short. But either way, the initial flowback period is a relatively short period of time.
And do you agree with the division's witnesses that the gas that is involved during that short period of time is not saleable?
It's not saleable for a number of reasons.
Okay. And have you already talked about those reasons?
Not all of them. It's also, the gases are basically at atmospheric pressure. So virtually impossible, certainly infeasible to capture those gases. They can be contaminated, as I said before. And quite frankly, they are erratic in their flow. It's just really technically infeasible to do so.
So do you agree with the division that that using the demarcation point as when it is technically feasible to put a separator in place, is that appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Then would you discuss now we move into C2, and you'll see that the division is added from the separation equipment at the end. Do you think is that appropriate?
We do. Would you
explain, yeah, what occurs during this phase and why that's appropriate?
Certainly, and I'll even refer back to testimony we've heard earlier in the week. As you're bringing these fluids to the surface, and as Mr. Bolander said, fluids include gases and liquids, and quite frankly, solids also, even during the separation phase. The liquids that are being sent to storage, if you will, to whatever your frac tanks or whatever tanks that you're putting those liquids in, can still emit a little bit of natural gas. The cutting, the flow, or excuse me, the solids that come back as you pull them out of the separator can emit a small amount of natural gas. And so what we wanted to do, and we don't think we're in conflict with the division, we think this is simply adding clarity, is we're making sure that this rule points to, and is clear that it points to the gases that are coming from the separation equipment, basically the gas outlet of the separation equipment.
And this phrase from the separator, is that consistent with Quad O A that we talked about yesterday?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Does it also then include completions that would not involve hydraulic fracturing?
That's true. In fact, Quad O only addresses wells that are hydraulically fractured, and this rule would apply to all wells.
Now, when I look at the division's proposed modifications up on the screen, which is on page 3 of their Exhibit 2A, we move into C3, and you'll see that they have made some changes to the section dealing with gas that does not meet pipeline specifications during the completion operations. Do you agree with these changes, Mr. Smitherman?
I do. I think that they've made it much more clear and much more comprehensive. Properly so.
So when you look at what the Now, this is a slight change to the rules that have been governing operators since, as Mr. Powell said, since 1970, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your opinion, is what we see here under subpart C, does that follow what has become general practice for most operators?
It has, both in the northwest part of the state or any place that gas wells are being drilled and completed.
Okay.
And in the southeast, any place that oil wells are being drilled and completed.
And is it during this time frame, is it correct that gas does not meet pipeline specs for a period of time?
Certainly, there's some of our basically well completions that it takes a bit of time before the gas meets pipeline specs. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. Yes.
Okay. And before I leave this section or this topic, there is one change that NMOGA has proposed to the division's language, Mr. Smitherman, that we don't see up here, and that is under subpart B, 3B. It says the operator analyzes the natural gas samples twice per week.
Yes.
What has NMOGA suggested as the frequency here and why?
We have suggested that the minimum be once per week. And really the reason is, now let's remember the gases that are being produced are valuable to the operator, and the operator wants to get those gases to sale as quickly as the operator can. And so in essence, they may sample much more often than this, but they also may recognize the pattern of about what time frame it takes to get to the point where they're going to get gas to the surface, have gas available that meets pipeline specs. And so they're going to concentrate in essence, their sampling times around the times that they believe that they're going to get a pipeline quality gas. The division wants to put a minimum on there. We think that that's okay, but there really doesn't need to be any more than a minimum of once a week, because the operators are probably going to do it more often when it's getting to the point that the gas should be pipeline quality.
And do you think it's appropriate not to, for example, identify specific components when you're dealing with whether gas meets pipeline specifications?
I do. Whenever you list something, you may leave something out. And clearly, when the division started off, they did not include some of the contaminants that might cause gases to not be pipeline spec. There are actually other specifications that exist that aren't listed even on the division's updated version. And so, plus we don't know what the future is going to bring. I know that CO2, I think, was not included at the beginning. Nitrogen and H2S were. Well, quite frankly, our company fracked gas wells with CO2 and with combinations of CO2 and nitrogen. So that's certainly in our history, and it could be in our future. So not knowing what's going to come in the future, it would be better to have a more universal, if you will, exemption for gases that don't meet pipeline spec.
And a division has done that here in subpart C3, correct, Mr. Smithman?
That's correct, they have.
Okay. And the other, these reference to pipeline specs occur in different portions of the rule, right, Mr. Smithman?
They do.
Okay,
They're not consistent, though.
I want to stay on that subject, okay? I want to go to
Mr. Feldwart, I'm
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you and Mr. Smitherman. We do have Mr. Yazzie on the line. And so I'd like to, if you don't mind, make a 2-minute interruption in Mr. Smitherman's testimony to take that comment.
Certainly.
Thank you so much. Mr. Yazzie, I believe you have joined us. Can you hear me? Oh, terrific. I can hear you as well. If you would please, we'd like to hear your comment.
My name is Ozzy of Shiprock, sector of the methane cloud. The unmitigated release of methane, particularly by the minimally regulated operations, is a potent cause of the climate crisis. This is killing the planet. I understand the levels of methane release is such that it could heat every home in New Mexico every year. This is near incomprehensible. What that translates to in dollars and cents must be astounding. This is truly irresponsible of the oil and gas industry to allow this, because the easy thing to do is to look the other way, keeping the eyeball on the bottom line at the bank. On the other side of the equation is life. Should dollars and the economy overshadow the life of all living things on this planet, the life of our grandchildren into the future? The deep importance and seriousness of these issues brings out hard emotions. I am angered at energy developers who are destabilizing the life of the earth, and at the politicians and bureaucrats who allow this. Even so, on behalf of all of our grandchildren, I respectfully request that amendments be made to strengthen the rules to reduce the methane pollution. The best option is to stop the release of methane, begin scaling back on oil and gas development, and transition to cleaner energy together. I leave you with one thought. What will our future grandchildren say about us? Will they blame us for helping to destroy their environment, or will they thank us for helping to save their planet, their home? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yazzie, for your comment. Let's see, Mr. Feldewart and Mr. Smitherman, if you would rejoin us.
I think we're back.
Terrific. Thank you so much for indulging us there for a moment.
No problem. So Mr. Smitherman, we were talking about pipeline specification and the division's change to subpart 27.8 C3. We also see a reference to pipeline specifications as we move through the division's rule down in subpart D. Used to be 5, now it's 4. So I'm moving to page 4 of their proposed modifications. And you'll see in subpart D5, I'm sorry, what is now D4, little k, we see another reference to gas meeting pipeline specifications, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Sir Feldewart, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you put that up on your screen? I think you stopped sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. I meant to do that and I forgot to bring it back up. I believe it's up now. And Mr. Smitherman, you'll see again that the division has stricken any reference to specific impurities.
Yes.
And again, do you think that's appropriate?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now we go down to subpart G, which is the reporting section in the division's proposed changes. And we see down in G2, which is the monthly reporting, G2H, which is on page 6 of their proposed changes. The
I see
division's
that.
proposed changes. And now all of a sudden we see that they have approached it a little differently, right? They have identified specific impurities in H1 and H2.
Correct. They've identified nitrogen, hydrogen sulfide, or carbon dioxide only.
And first off, in your opinion, is that appropriate to list specific impurities again?
No, for the same reasons I said before. Quite frankly, we don't know. Number one, it doesn't identify all possible contaminants or ways that gas cannot be meet pipeline specifications even today. We certainly don't know what other constituents may be used in the future.
Okay. And then there's also been, were you here for the testimony when there was a discussion about the division's decision here after publishing this rule to treat oxygen differently from nitrogen, H2S, and CO2 when it comes to calculating the gas capture?
Yes, I've heard that testimony from basically several witnesses.
Okay. First off, when you look at oxygen, okay, and you look at you have, Mr. Smitherman, you have knowledge about pipeline specifications for oxygen?
I do.
And how are those specifications? I mean, are they strict, lenient?
No, they are very, very stringent. I mean, I think you could probably characterize them in general to be somewhere between 0 and 10 parts per million, as opposed to other constituents are typically in the whole percentages and sometimes up to 3 or 4%.
Now, is there, Mr. Smitherman, can you discuss whether it is appropriate for the division to treat oxygen separately and, more importantly, essentially penalize operators if the gas fails to meet pipeline specs for reasons of oxygen content?
No, and I can understand maybe where they're coming from, but the reality is that prudent operators can get oxygen in their gas when doing things that are normal, routine, and expected. It's not something that is only associated with some kind of a poor operator or poor maintenance. That can happen, and we understand that the division may be sensitive to that, but that is it's painting everyone with a broad brush that indicates that any oxygen is always going to be there because the operator was a bad operator.
And as written, Mr. Smitherman, is it your understanding that this rule will account the flaring as a result of oxygen in the gas stream against operators when it comes to gas capture?
It'll count against operators regardless of how that oxygen got into the gas and why it's being flared.
Okay. Would you turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit C18 in the black notebook?
Yes.
And would you please explain to the commissioners why oxygen can get introduced into the gas stream and not meet pipeline specifications?
Well, there are several reasons. I won't go through all of them, but this slide intends to try to explain 3 of those possibilities, and we may talk about another one as we move through the rest of the testimony today. But specifically, we're talking about commissioning of equipment. We're talking about nitrogen lift, which is kind of a temporary gas lift, and talking about foam air well interventions. And we'll talk about each one of those separately, if you wouldn't mind.
Which one do you want to start with?
Oh, let's start with the top. What the heck?
Okay.
Commissioning of equipment. And we've heard a lot of that conversation so far in this week. And the concept here is that there's a safety issue when commissioning new equipment. Whether that new equipment is being put into an existing operation as an addition, or whether you're completely building something brand new. Mixing natural gas and oxygen, which is an air, of course, can create an unsafe explosive environment. Oxygen is also, if you will, we already talked about, the natural gas gathering systems are very, very sensitive to any kind of oxygen in the gases that we send to them. So both the upstream and the midstream take care in being able to purge their equipment before it's used. That's the commissioning process. So you may start off with a natural gas pipeline, for example. You built the pipeline, it's basically full of air. So you, first of all, purge the pipeline with water. And you typically do a hydrostatic pressure test on it to make sure it's got good integrity. And then you push that water out of there, typically with nitrogen. Now that nitrogen typically, or many times, is not from liquid nitrogen delivered from a truck, but it could be generated through a molecular sieve, basically a membrane system that creates enough nitrogen and a small enough amount of oxygen that you avoid an unsafe condition from an explosive standpoint. These membrane units could still leave 1 or 2% oxygen in that gas, but it's low enough that that's not going to create an explosive environment. So you move all of that gas, that nitrogen gas, through to push the water out, and then you start pushing, basically using the system. You push natural gas in the system to, in essence, purge that nitrogen and oxygen out of the system. And all the time that you're doing that, of course, you've got almost all nitrogen with a little bit of oxygen in it. You don't want to send that to a gas processing plant. So all of that gas is being, I'm going to call it flared, being sent to a flare, but it's not flammable. And you want to do that until you've gotten to the point that you've gotten as much of the nitrogen out as you can, and you start to get natural gas. So that whole process is and quite frankly, even if you've gotten the nitrogen down to the point where it's in pipeline specs, because it may be several percent, you still may have enough oxygen in the system that doesn't meet pipeline specs. And so you still may be flaring that gas until you finally get to the point that you've got your oxygen content down and low enough that it meets specifications.
And that's Mr. Smitherman, I think you touched on it. There's a difference between pipeline specs for nitrogen and oxygen, right?
That's true.
Which is more lenient?
Yes. Typically, there's several different areas of the state, and they've got different, if you will, specifications for nitrogen. But typically, nitrogen has a much more lenient content specification. It can be a 3 or 4% in some areas. It could be up to 10 or 15%, as long as the area, as long as the situation allows that. Oxygen, I mean, I've actually had gas that had been rejected, and we were trying to get it back into the sales line, and we took a test, and it had 80 parts per billion, and we still couldn't put it down the line. I'm talking about very, very stringent specifications on oxygen.
And so, Mr. Smitherman, is there a period of time after this commissioning where the gas is either vented or flared solely because of the oxygen content?
Yes.
Okay. And as the rule is currently drafted here, as we see up on the screen, that venting or flaring as a result of the oxygen content would count against operators, since they'd be penalized, right?
That's correct. And you know, these are not poor, shoddy operations or poor maintenance.
Okay. Can you give us now the next example I think you have on here? Do you want to go to nitrogen lift?
You know what, let's jump to foam air, because I think that once we do that, it'll be easier to talk about nitrogen lift from a conceptual standpoint.
Okay, then let's talk about that. Why does this activity result in the introduction of oxygen into the gas stream without the fault of the operator?
Let me start off by explaining what foam air is. It's just like it sounds. It's a mixture typically of air and water and a surfactant, a foamer, to create a low density fluid that you can use to establish circulation on a well that perhaps the reservoir pressure is somewhat depleted. If you've got a well that has been producing for a while and the reservoir pressure has declined, it can be difficult, if not impossible, to establish circulation with even the lightest of normal liquids, which is water. You pump the water down, and it just goes into the reservoir. You aren't able to then circulate any debris or any other type of things that you want to bring out of the well to the surface with water. So you use this light fluid. It's a low density, but it's got enough viscosity to it with the foam that you can lift solids. So that's the important part of this. And the thing is, if you are doing a clean out, if you will, a well intervention using foam air, you could think about being ideal. Let's just talk about kind of the ideal situation where you're actually pumping fluid down, this foam down the work string, down tubing, and going out the end of the tubing and coming back up the annulus. And conditions that you're establishing, in an ideal world, you could have the bottom hole circulating pressure exactly equal to the reservoir pressure. So there's no flow of foam into the reservoir, and there's no flow of reservoir fluids into the well. Now that's ideal. Ideal basically never happens. So you're really going to be in one phase or the other. You're either going to be underbalanced, which means the bottom hole circulating pressure is lower than reservoir pressure, and therefore you're going to have reservoir fluids flowing into the well and combining with those foams and moving up the wellbore to the surface, or you're going to be overbalanced, which means you're going to have foam basically going into the reservoir.
Mr. Smitherman, having explained that, can you walk us through some additional slides and then explain the circumstance where there's going to be entry into the reservoir from this foam air intervention?
Certainly. Let's start with C19, please.
Okay.
Now, C19 is, in essence, a wellbore diagram. It's actually of a real well in New Mexico that tries to describe for you in pictorial form this ideal balance condition. And the way I've drawn this, I've got a very small little, what I call a work string in the middle of the well that is in the well down to just above where the curve starts. And I'm showing you, trying to show you that you could have foam being pumped down the work string and foam coming up the backside. And the blue that's down below that and in the horizontal wellbore depicts the kill fluid. We pumped water into this well before we started working on it so that it would stay non-productive. And because it's ideal conditions where there's no flow, that kill fluid stays right where you put it before you started the job. Again, ideal really never happens. So let's move to C20.
Hold on, before you leave that slide. So This is an actual wellbore diagram, right?
It is.
And this is a circumstance now where you're attempting to clean out this particular wellbore.
It is. In fact, you see the word fill with a question mark on it.
Yeah.
This particular job, we didn't know if there was fill in the well. We later found out there was. And we wanted to clean out this wellbore. This well had been producing for some time, and we were unable to establish circulation with water. And by the way, we're going to see more and more of this as we move into wells that start to age, these horizontal wells. So I do believe that this is going to become, first of all, it's already common, but I think it's going to become even more common in the future.
And just to be clear, that area where you show fill question mark, that's the stuff you're trying to get out with now with the foam air intervention?
That's correct. This well was underperforming, and we felt like that perhaps maybe the formation had heaved in a little bit. Maybe we had formation. Maybe we had some proppant that had come in. Maybe some other debris that was impeding the flow of the well. So we decided to do this intervention to clean those solids out.
Okay, then why don't you take us to the next slide and explain what happens.
And so I've described to you already the fact that you're really going to be either in an underbalanced mode or an overbalanced mode. So I'm going to show you, in essence, in pictorial form, what an underbalanced situation would be. And now here I have depicted that work string all the way into where it's starting to encounter the fill. So it's all the way into the bottom, basically, of the well.
And for the record, Mr. Smitherman, you're on NMOGA Exhibit C20?
That's correct. Thank you for reminding me.
Go ahead.
So here, if you're underbalanced, you're pumping foam down the work stream and bringing foam back up the annulus. But since you're underbalanced, you're getting well fluids flowing into the wellbore. So as you basically get returns from this well, you're not only getting the foam that you pumped in different form, though, it's being mixed with water and oil and gas from the well. And that's not good. There are several reasons for that not to be non-ideal, not the least of which is crude oil has basically an adverse reaction with the foamers that we use that are available. And in essence, crude oil kills the foam. So the very quality, one of the qualities that you're looking for in the foam of having the viscosity to lift these solids and this debris gets damaged by the influx of crude oil. So you'd like to avoid that when you can. So let's move to C21. This diagram depicts the same well with a slightly different set of conditions. We've been able to achieve a bottom hole circulating pressure that's higher than reservoir pressure, not a lot, but somewhat higher than reservoir pressure. And so you don't get any influx from the reservoir. The foam then stays in its pristine, unaltered form and retains its viscosity, its foam viscosity, to the surface to lift that debris. Now, the result of that is you see these four little arrows, black arrows, that indicate that you're actually, in essence, injecting some of the foam into the reservoir. So you, by achieving the conditions that you want to achieve and are optimum for this job, you're actually pumping that foam into the reservoir. Now, that foam contains oxygen. You could use straight air to create that foam, which clearly has oxygen in it, or you could use a nitrogen generator, which we do. But again, that nitrogen generator only reduces the oxygen in that nitrogen down to something around 1 or 2%. It's still way over pipeline specifications. So when you ultimately turn this well back on, it's going to take some time before the reservoir fluids basically clear themselves of the oxygen that you've put in here because you need it to by necessity. And it doesn't happen piston-like. You don't pump in the first fluids and the first fluids get right back out. It takes a while for the oxygen or nitrogen to reduce down to pipeline specifications.
So, Mr. Smitherman, you indicated that what we see here in C21 is the preferred scenario when you're trying to clean the fill out of these well bores?
Yes, for a variety of reasons, at least one of which I've just described.
Okay. And this results then in a circumstance for a period of time where the gas will be out of pipeline specs due to the oxygen content?
Correct.
Okay. And in that circumstance, under the way the division's rule was crafted, that out of spec gas that would be flared would count against an operator and they would be penalized for that.
That's correct. And that operator can have the exemplary operations and they still would be penalized.
And what's important here, Mr. Smitherman, and I want to make sure it's clear, is this type of operation that you just described, is that what a prudent operator will do to attempt to get this fill out under these circumstances?
Yes, that's very, very common. In fact, it's going to become more common in my view.
And in your opinion, is that a necessary aspect of the process to get this fill out?
It is. You really don't have a choice but to use low density fluids to do this, and basically for the rest of the life of this well, because once you get to the reservoir pressure depletion that it requires this, it's always going to require this.
Okay. All right. Then the other, I think if we go back to NMOGA Exhibit C18, I believe you have another example where there's, as a result of normal and necessary operations, oxygen gets introduced into the gas stream for a period of time.
Yes, nitrogen lift. You've already seen, and this is a little bit, it's a different circumstance, so I want to make sure that you clearly understand that while underbalanced conditions during a well cleanout, a foam air cleanout, is not the preferred option. When you're trying to gas lift a well, in this case, nitrogen lift a well, which is kind of a temporary gas lift, you are intentionally creating an underbalanced situation so that the well will flood. You have no intention of cleaning anything out. You have no need for the foam. You have no need for the viscosity of that foam. You're simply trying to achieve an underbalanced condition to allow the well to flow. And in doing so, you're pumping nitrogen, typically from a nitrogen generator. Again, these molecular sieves don't get to 100% nitrogen. You still have oxygen in them. And you are lifting the well for some period of time. I don't know, there's no set time that you're going to be doing this, but you're either testing the well or trying to kick it off or clean it out. You may have, it may be after stimulation on say a Delaware well, where the Delaware wells typically are not as high a reservoir pressure as some of the deeper ones. And you need to kick them off with something like this to be able to clean them up. And so that nitrogen is going to contain oxygen and create a situation where you're out of spec, again, for oxygen, at least from an oxygen standpoint.
Okay.
And there are others, and we'll talk about at least one other as we move through our testimony later today.
Anything else on this particular subject?
No, sir.
Mr. Smitherman, let me ask you this. In your opinion and your experience, do operators have an incentive to get gas to pipeline specifications as quickly as possible?
Absolutely. In fact, I'll go back to that instance that I was talking about. We were pretty highly irritated that they wouldn't take 80 parts per billion because we were having a flare gas that would have brought revenue to our company. We want to sell the gas because that's, in essence, that's one of our revenue streams.
And when I look at the division's proposal here to separate oxygen out from other impurities and treat it differently for gas capture purposes, is there any technical justification for that?
No, I think it paints it with too broad a brush.
Okay. So has NMOGA proposed that the division modify the language to match what it did up here in subpart D 5? Okay.
Yes, we basically are asking for out of spec gas to be reported and basically treated the same.
Okay. And the end result of NMOGA's change will still mean, though, Mr. Smitherman, that operators will be reporting the volumes of gas vented and flared as a result of being out of spec.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, then I want to take a look, go back up here to where we were, and that was subpart D, dealing with drilling operations. And do you see here the division has proposed to strike D1?
You said drilling operations. D is production operations. And yes, I do see that.
I did that again. I keep doing that. I'm apologizing. Yes, thank you. So I'm on page 3 of NMOGA's exhibit. I'm sorry, OCD's exhibit 2A.
Yes.
And the division has proposed with their modifications to strike out D1, which was in the rule that they had published for consideration.
That's correct.
Does NMOGA have concerns about that?
We do. We see some real concerns about the possibility of conflicts then arising if the OCD rule does not recognize areas where the NMED has expressed their authority.
Okay. And we then see that the division did make a change here to subpart D2, which is now D1.
Correct.
Dealing with emergencies or malfunctions.
Yes.
Okay. And is in your opinion, is that appropriate? And if so, explain why.
Certainly, it is appropriate. We had suggested that, in essence, the definitions of emergency and malfunction were sufficient, and that trying to describe that again here could only create conflict or lack of clarity. And so we suggested, and they have accepted, the idea that they could simply use the words emergency or malfunction here without this maybe kind of an attempt to redefine them, because there always can be conflicts if you try to define the same thing in two different places using different words.
Not sure how that happened. Okay, then as we move down here to used to be D3. This is the section addressing liquids unloading.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with what occurs during liquids unloading?
I am.
Okay. You'll see that the division has language in here in subpart 3 that talks about in sub 3B that an operator is to take all reasonable action, and we see that both in the second clause or line and then in the third line of subpart B3. Is there a concern about having the word all in there?
There is. I mean, there's only 3 letters, but all's a big word, and we don't think that we're being we think we're trying to define the same thing that the division is intending. But when you put all there, is that all possible things every time? Is that all things that have ever been thought of? It opens up a little bit of mischief, if you will, in the interpretation of the rule. And when you say takes reasonable actions or takes reasonable actions to minimize venting, that seems to be sufficient and clear. When you put the word all there, it creates some uncertainty that we would prefer this rule not have.
And when you leave the phrase take reasonable actions, Mr. Smitherman, are you familiar with the concept of a prudent operator?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with that phrase, reasonable action, does that incorporate, in your opinion, what you understand a prudent operator should be doing?
It does. It's a good way to describe it, reasonable.
Okay. Now, in this subpart B, there's a requirement that the operator remain on site during this activity. Has NMOGA proposed a change to the phrase present on site?
Yes, we have proposed adding present on site or in close proximity until the end of unloading. Okay. And we did that. Okay. I guess you're going to ask me why, aren't you?
You're on it. Go ahead.
The reason we did that is because in some certain circumstances, it makes practical sense to allow a lease operator to stay in close proximity, especially when they're trying to bring on several wells at once. If you get an entire field shut down or a central compressor station affects many wells, and that lease operator is trying to bring many wells back on, it's a little bit of a dance, if you will, and try to get those wells back on and producing enough to keep feeding the compressor, and allowing a lease operator, when they're able to in certain circumstances, to stay in close proximity of wells it allows them to be more efficient in getting these wells returned to production.
Is it your understanding that the phrase on-site or in close proximity, that is that a phrase that you've seen before? Or does that phrase have a common understanding, on-site or in close proximity?
I think it has a common understanding that we're not talking about, driving to the next county. You're in close proximity. You're any person. Let's go back to the reasonable person. Any reasonable person could say, well, you're really not in close proximity if you're a couple of hours away. It's hard to define exactly what that is, but I think a reasonable person we could agree on what that is.
And you retain the phrase present on site. We're just adding or in close proximity, right?
That's correct. They certainly can remain on site. In fact, many times will.
And in your opinion, will that give the field operators the flexibility they need to first deal with circumstances where there are multiple wells that they're trying to bring back online?
Yes, as I described it earlier, as a dance. And these lease operators, this is not, they didn't wake up this day not knowing anything about their wells. They do have some sense as how long it takes to unload them. And so they optimize their operations to try to get flow back going and keep enough flow going to the compressor to keep it actually running. You start a compressor up and then you don't have enough gas going to it, it's going to go down on low suction pressure. It saves itself. It protects itself that way. So you have to be able to get gas going to it to be able to keep the compressor running.
And in your opinion, will this language adjustment proposed by NMOGA also meet the goal, the mutual goal of preventing unnecessary or excessive surface loss?
Yes, we believe so.
Okay. Now, excuse me. We see down here that the division has proposed a change to what used to be subparagraph 4 and is now 3. So I'm on
yes.
I'm on the OCD Exhibit 2A.
Yes, I've got it now.
Page 3, subpart D4. Now the division still had delineation well in here. You agree that exploratory well is an equally good descriptive term?
Yes, and we understand that they're going to change that to make them consistent across this rule, which is that's certainly acceptable to NMOGA.
Would you explain why it's appropriate to have an authorized venting and flaring time period for these types of wells?
I will. In fact, I think that it was Mr. Bolander who gave a nice description of this. If an operator has an area that they'd like to explore, it does not have infrastructure there. You've got no gas takeaway pipeline. You've got no oil pipeline, perhaps no water pipeline. You're going to want to test that area, drill a well, complete it, and see what it's going to do. You can do a whole lot to try to understand what you expect a well to do, but you've got to drill the well to actually prove it. And so drilling the well, completing it, and producing it for long enough to know really what the well's going to do is essential before you have to commit all the capital that's required to, in essence, develop that area. And again, Mr. Bolander did a very nice job, I think, of describing the fact that these wells come on at high rates, typically, and very high decline rates to start with. And it takes a while before the well settles down into its natural decline, I think is the words he used, to be able to predict estimated ultimate recovery and then understand the economics of development and whether this area is a high enough quality reservoir to justify that type of capital expenditure.
And you're dealing with, Mr. Smitherman, two different, sometimes independent operations, right? The upstream portion and the midstream portion in making these determinations?
That's correct. You've got to if you want to build a gas pipeline, someone's going to have to build it. You either have to build it yourself as an upstream operator, which can be done and is done sometimes, or you're going to bring in a third-party gas gatherer. Either way, the operator is typically responsible for, in essence, the capital expenditure that gas gatherer is making. So it's important, in fact, it's essential for the upstream operator and sometimes the midstream operator to get a good understanding of what the reservoir qualities are before they commit that capital. So it's a very nice thing that the division, it's a very realistic thing the division has done by adding this period of time that you can flare gas from this, vent or flare the gases from this exploratory well, exploration well, to be able to reach out to areas that are not developed today, but may be valuable for both the industry and the state in the future.
Mr. Smithman, then I'd like to move to the division's change in subpart, used to be D5, it's D4.
Yes.
And I'm looking at their change to subpart C as in Cindy. And I see that they propose to strike the word scheduled before repair and maintenance. In your opinion, is that appropriate? And if so, why?
We do believe it's appropriate. In essence, by striking that, you're incentivizing operators to do repair regardless of whether they're scheduled or not. Sometimes lease operator goes to a location and sees something that is not a true malfunction, but it could be soon. It gives you indications that some piece of equipment is maybe on the verge of failing, and it would be inappropriate from a practical standpoint and from an emission standpoint to not deal with that right away. And so by taking the word scheduled out of this, we kind of remove a perverse incentive and allow those operators to address that quickly.
Okay, and I want to move now into, these of course are authorized venting and flaring circumstances, right, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes, during production operations.
Okay, and I see that the division on page 4 of their Exhibit 2A has added some additional language and equipment. You've reviewed that?
I have.
And are there similar, do we find similar language and similar descriptions in the midstream portion, 28.8B3?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's just stay here with Exhibit 2A. First, we see that the division has added the phrase normal operations of dehydration units and amine treatment units. Did they have initially that similar description in Part 28 when they published the rule?
Most of the division had included normal operations of dehydration units to my memory, and we suggested adding amine treatment units because they're very similar. But the part of the problem that we saw is once you start listing equipment, there can be an implication that a piece of equipment that's not listed is somehow left out of this particular provision. And so while maybe not exhaustive, we wanted to make sure that this list was more complete so that it was a little more clear. And we suggested adding the amine treatment units to Rule 28, as I recall. And we've added this entire section to Rule 27. Why do we do that? Well, yes, it's typical that these dehydration units and amine treatment units are used by midstream companies, but upstreamers also use them. Many times in fact, sometimes the dehydration units are required. So we saw no reason that these particular pieces of equipment would be in one rule and not the other. And
did these only relate to normal operation of this equipment, right, Mr. Smithman?
That's correct.
Then we see that the division has added here in subpart G, again, normal operations of compressors, compressor engines, and turbines. Why is that appropriate?
Well, again, in Rule 28, you'll notice that that list was normal operations of compressors and compressor engines and did not have turbines. And turbine compressors are also used in New Mexico. And again, just to be sure that somehow those were not to be included in this rule, we added turbines in Rule 28 and then added all of these items in Rule 27 because, quite frankly, upstream operations operators use compressors and compressor engines and perhaps turbines themselves.
Then we see that the division in subpart E has added some language dealing with thief hatches. You see that?
I do.
Okay. And is that changed by the division appropriate?
It is. It was unclear, and I think the division recognized that their wording was unclear and simply defines what they mean. You can't measure, you can't even estimate. There's in essence no way to even route gases vented from a thief hatch to a control device, if you will. So we wanted to make it clear that we're talking about a thief hatch that's located on a tank that's routed to a flare or control device. The thief hatch itself is not routed that way, the tank is. So that's the first part. The second part, fully and timely, we prefer to use the word properly closed, and they have accepted that. Or get this read right, that is not properly closed or maintained on an established schedule. In essence, we think that these changes make it more clear.
And the division also then added the commissioning of pipelines that we see in other equipment down there in subpart L.
That's correct.
And is that applicable both for upstream and midstream, Mr. Smitherman?
It is. Both of those two sectors commission new equipment and pipelines.
And why is that appropriate to add here?
Well, we're talking about what is allowed to vent or flare. And so it would be inappropriate for the division not to recognize that commissioning is going to create venting or flaring of gas, and that's normal, it's routine, and expected, in fact, necessary for the safe operations both upstream and midstream. So they should be allowed.
And in your experience, Mr. Smitherman, can the gas be captured and put to a sales line when you're conducting these types of activities?
No, typically not, for several reasons. We've already talked about those.
Okay. And so in your opinion, do the operations that are listed here constitute unnecessary or excessive surface loss without beneficial use?
No, these are all necessary and typically not excessive. These are normal operations. These are expected.
And the only normal operation that is missing here, I think you explained it before, is the emissions from flanges, valves, et cetera, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
That we suggested it was not accepted.
Madam Hearing Officer, we'll be moving to a new topic. I don't know what time you want to take a break. I see that it's 10 o'clock.
You read my mind. Thank you, Mr. Feldewart. Let's take 15 minutes, please, and return shortly before 10:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's come back from the break, please. Mr. Baca, we're doing okay? Thank you very much. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Feldwer.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Smitherman, I want to now take a look at the OCD Exhibit 2A, and I'm at page 4 under subpart E, 27.8E, dealing with performance standards.
I see that.
Okay. Now this, Mr. Smitherman, is an upstream issue, a Part 27 issue, correct?
That's correct.
All right. We see that the division has proposed some changes to subpart E1. Do we generally support those changes?
Generally.
What's the caveat?
The caveat is that we had suggested striking the term maximum and using the term anticipated when in context of operators shall design completion and production of separation equipment and storage tanks for what we'd like to suggest is proper anticipated throughput and pressure to minimize waste. And the difference is, kind of think about this. Any facility engineer is going to certainly have conversations within their company as to what their anticipated flow is for a particular facility. They're going to design that facility to optimize, if you will, the production and minimize waste. That's going to be something that they would do already, and certainly this rule will be consistent with that. But the concept of maximum then starts introducing some, if you will, lack of clarity with that. What do they mean by maximum? Is that maximum in the area? Is a maximum you've ever seen? Is this something they can do Monday morning quarterback because you didn't know what the maximum was going to be and you were wrong? Maybe they drilled wells that were better than they expected. And so it really puts an undue burden, if you will, on a design engineer to even know what that basically means. It's much more clear that if you simply use the term anticipated throughput, that's what you expect these design engineers to do, is to use anticipated throughput in essence to minimize waste.
What's the problem with leaving designing facilities to handle maximum?
Well, as I said, maximum is a term that starts becoming unclear. Again, what is the maximum? Is it the maximum from another facility nearby? Is it the maximum from an area? It introduces a lack of clarity that is unnecessary.
Is there, Mr. Smitherman, have you seen circumstances where the facilities were overbuilt?
Certainly. In fact, quite frankly, if you leave maximum in there, you almost have to overbuild. You almost have to say, well, golly, I can't be wrong. If there's any possibility that this term is going to be used in a different way, I have to overbuild the facility in order to comply with this. It really is inappropriate. Using anticipated volumes is really the right way to do it, because you're going to use your anticipated volumes to design facilities that minimize waste.
Now, the division has proposed some changes to the language in subpart E2.
Yes.
Does that address NMOGA's concerns here, Mr. Smitherman?
Not all of them.
Is there a reason why the equipment should not have automatic gauging systems on these storage tanks?
Exactly. And the automatic gauging systems may be appropriate in some places. They are certainly not appropriate in others. They may, in most cases, they're not going to minimize waste at all. So we don't see the reason for having those. You've got circumstances right now where you've got purchasers that, in essence, won't accept automatic tank gauging as custody transfer. So they have to open the tank hatches to be able to gauge the tanks, to be able to understand the volumes that were sold.
Essentially, they require manual tank gauging. Is that the opposite of automatic?
Yes. In fact, the difference is you'll have to open up the thief hatch to manually gauge the tank. So whatever you thought you were basically accomplishing by leaving the thief hatch closed and using an automatic tank gauge, you're losing when that purchaser has to come out there and open that thief hatch up and manually gauge the tank.
And you mentioned there are some transporters that don't allow automatic tank gauging.
That's true. They require a manual gauging.
And is there reasons for that?
Well, I don't want to read their minds, but certainly it seems that the purchasers are much more confident in a system, the system that they're comfortable with and have seen works for them. Manual gauging is a very, very tried and true methodology. It's been used for, golly, decades.
And does switching does mandating automatic gauging system assist in the prevention of unnecessary or excessive surface loss?
We don't believe it does a whole lot in that regard, no.
Okay. Now, the division as we move into subpart E3, where we're dealing with designs for flare stacks, we see down in 3B that they have made some changes.
Yes.
Okay. I see some insertion of commas.
Yes.
Is that appropriate?
Yes. That's just a point of clarity, if you will, grammar. We just wanted to make sure that the sentence was interpreted properly. Don't forget, we had what does someone say, a large and august team. And when we had differences of opinion as to what a sentence meant, we thought we ought to address that. And we suggested that the grammar be changed just a little, the punctuation be changed a little bit to make it more clear.
Does this language that the division has put in here in 3B, does NMOGA think that it's appropriate to have this type of transition?
You're talking about the 18 months?
No, I'm talking about the 3B. It says a flare stack installed before June 1st, 2021 shall be retrofitted with, and then there's some examples.
Yes, there are 3 examples, and we wanted to make sure that it was clear that those were 3 distinct options: an automatic igniter, a continuous pilot, or technology that alerts the operator that a flare, our suggestion, may have malfunctioned by a particular date. Now, I think they left the word has. Let me find that again. No, they've accepted that. That's a good thing, because it may have malfunctioned. You need to then respond and check.
Will this language allow for, emerging technologies and moving away from manual ignition?
It does, and we appreciate the fact that the division has recognized that we don't necessarily know all the technologies that are going to be available, and so this allows for that to be deployed when it's appropriate.
Now, I believe the climate advocates have proposed changes that would mandate automatic igniters. Are you aware of that change, Mr. Smitherman?
I am.
Do you agree with the division that it would not be appropriate to mandate and limit the options to just automatic igniters for flares?
I do. I think the division is correct.
Madam Hearing Officer?
Yes, Ms. Fox?
Just clarification, Mr. Felderwart. We don't mind this rebuttal coming in now. We just don't want to repeat it during your rebuttal case. This is rebuttal.
All right. Mr. Felderwart, would you like to clarify your intentions there?
I guess I don't understand the objection.
It's not an objection. It's a clarification. I'm just noting that this is rebuttal testimony and just making sure that we just, given the time limits here, just making sure that it won't be repeated during rebuttal. That's all.
Well, I'm just trying to be as efficient as possible.
That's why I'm not objecting.
Right. Yeah. No objections there, Mr. Felderwart. Just a clarification that this is when you are effectively rebutting or addressing something that would not have otherwise come into Mr. Smitherman's direct, but is coming in now because you're on the topic and Mr. Smitherman is on the screen. I think it is more efficient, actually.
I was going to say, I guess I'm wondering, does that mean I'm not supposed to do this?
I think it's a great idea myself. It's just that Ms. Fox is clarifying that then we won't hear this exact same testimony again when we start a round of rebuttal. That's all.
Well, hopefully we won't have to start a round of rebuttal, but let's see how that plays out, okay?
All right. I think we're all on the same page. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to remember where we were, Mr. Smithman. Essentially, as I understand it, in your opinion and based on your experience, should the commission require operators to always use automatic igniters?
No, we believe the division has properly allowed automatic igniters, continuous pilots, and the opportunity for other technologies that are acceptable.
Okay.
I should say effective instead of acceptable.
And I believe that the division has introduced an exhibit 4B that addresses what is reflected in subpart 3E3C here we see on the screen, dealing with dealing with low flow gas facilities and wells.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And does the MOGA support what the division has proposed under their exhibit 4B?
We do. We think that that language properly puts the focus on, in essence, gas production and recognizes that some pure gas wells or predominantly gas wells that are producing 60 MCF a day or less are basically financially challenged. And that's giving them a bit of a extension of time, not an exemption, but an extension of time to apply these rules as appropriate.
Now we see a change here made by the division to subpart E4, striking located at a well spud after and inserting constructed after. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Smithman?
Yes, that's a much clearer way and much more appropriate way to require this action.
And we see that the division added a last clause to approach the division about an exception as needed to the 100-foot requirement. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Smitherman, based on your experience?
It does. I suspect that those exceptions are going to be relatively rare, but there are circumstances where it might apply, and the division has to agree that the circumstances are reasonable when those exceptions are given.
Then I want to go down to now, I believe as we move into A5, we're dealing with AVO frequencies, right, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
Now, the division has, or I'm sorry, the MOGA has proposed a change to subparagraph 5 here. And I don't think we necessarily have to go to it. It's on page 13 of 27. under NMOGA's Exhibit A.
I see that.
And we've made a reference to that this would not apply to sites where AVOs are required by the NMED. Did I characterize that correctly?
You did. And basically it talks about the fact that the NMED is or can require AVO inspections. And we want to make sure that there's not conflict between what the OCD requires and what the NMED requires, and that there's a coherence, if you will, between those two rules. And so we had suggested that in essence, that the OCD rules would align with the NMED rules.
And we proposed it on page 13 of 27 as a additional sentence to section 5. For formatting reasons, it could also be an introductory clause, correct?
It could, absolutely.
Okay. Now you see the division made a change to subpart 5A, Roman numeral I.
I'd say that, yes.
And were you here for the testimony as to why that was done?
Yes.
And do you agree as that it's appropriate to add externally?
I do. I think it was unclear. As we wanted to make it clear that when you were doing an AVO, you were simply observing equipment and did not have any responsibility or any obligation to open up equipment or somehow disassemble some equipment, specifically looking for broken, damaged seals and gaskets. That was the thing that was uncertain to us. We're perfectly happy with an external inspection, AVO inspection of even broken, damaged seals and gaskets. That's fine.
Now, and the only thing I want to add to that, Mr. Smitherman, is, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was there some confusion about that point when this language was initially examined by NMOGA's operators?
Well, there was lots of confusion. There was some serious consternation that we were going to have to actually open things up and actually add emissions to inspect these. We thought that was not appropriate. And so we appreciate the clarification by the division.
Okay. Now, I'm going to switch gears here. And I want to bring up NMOGA's proposed modifications. And I'm going to stay in part 27 and move to page 13 of NMOGA's modifications on their Exhibit A.
I'm there.
And I'm trying to get there. Okay, so NMOGA has suggested a few modifications to the other aspects of this this AVO inspection provision. And you'll see that in subpart Roman numeral 3 under 5A, we see that NMOGA has suggested inserting hydrocarbon odors. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, what's the basis for that?
Well, these AVOs are in essence looking for places where we are leaking, if you will, or emitting hydrocarbons that should not be emitted. That's the purpose of this rule. It focuses on waste of natural gas. And so when you're looking for, I guess, unusual, let's see what it says, smelling of unusual or strong odors, you're really looking for unusual and strong hydrocarbon odors. You're not looking for unusual and strong odors of some production chemical that might be stored nearby or some other thing that's going on. You're really looking at hydrocarbon odors. And when you open up that to just odors, there's an implication that you're looking for basically nuisances, which is inappropriate for this rule.
Okay. And NMOGA has proposed some changes to the frequencies associated with various facilities that we see listed here in subparts B and C on page 13 of 27?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, were you present for the division's testimony where they indicated that they don't intend to have a form for these inspections?
I did hear that.
Be more of a checklist or whatever the operator thought would be appropriate to make sure it was accomplished, right, Mr. Smithman?
That was their testimony, yes.
Okay. Would you explain the issues associated with frequencies that go beyond just the document that you're using?
Certainly. The witnesses that described this described it as almost an almost effortless process, an effortless add to a normal lease operator's duties. It was described that, in essence, the lease operator is doing this every day themselves anyway, and that's for the most part true. The things that a lease operator is doing, he's looking around. I think one of our members called it Pumper 101. They're looking to make sure that things aren't going wrong. And so the fact that they're looking around, the fact that they're conducting an official AVO may not make a big difference into the actual work. That may change. In fact, I know one of the witnesses, I think, said that perhaps another agency might put out a checklist for that. So we kind of stay tuned on that matter. But for just under this rule here, the looking around and putting yes, or no, I didn't smell anything, no, I didn't hear anything, no, I didn't see anything, and driving down the road really is just the tip of the iceberg. The big deal, quite frankly, the administrative burden of AVOs is what goes on outside that. It's the training, it's the ongoing training of our lease operators, because lease operators tend to be relatively low tenured employees that tend to move up into other positions. So you've got an ongoing training process that is necessary. You've got a administrative process that doesn't have anything to do with the lease operator in one sense. You've got to have someone, and perhaps hire someone, to take all this paperwork in that the lease operators bring in, check it to make sure that it's right, check it to make sure that we're complete on all of the sites that need to have EVOs. Do quality control checks on that, perhaps send them back out to the field because they didn't do it right. And then you've got the administrative burden of indexing, storing those documents for retrieval. If you have documents that you can't just stick it into a big old bucket, you've got to have them put in a system where you can retrieve it, because you may need to know it, but the agency may need to come see those. So there's an administrative burden that goes with that. And it's fine to do that. We don't suggest not doing that. We're just suggesting that the difference between the difference in effectiveness of these AVOs is not going to be materially different if they're conducted the actual official AVOs with all the paperwork and all the administrative process is going to be basically just as effective for preventing waste on a monthly basis as it is on a weekly basis in this case. And the administrative burden is dramatically reduced.
You mentioned monthly. We see that if we look at the change, and we don't need to go there, but NMOGA made a change in Part 28 to change the frequency for gathering systems from weekly to monthly, right, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
And NMOGA's
and upstream operations also too, Mr. Feldwart.
Yes,
you said gathering systems.
And if we look at page 13, NMOGA's made similar changes from weekly to monthly in Part 27.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, Mr. Smithman, you're familiar with these AVO inspections, right?
I am.
Okay. Once you do the first formal AVO inspection, do you get substantial benefit from subsequent AVO inspections?
I've not seen that. I've not seen that you get a substantial benefit from subsequent ones, as long as they're done in a reasonable time frame. And we certainly believe a monthly time frame in this particular case is reasonable. and other timeframes should be, I'll call them right-sized for the situation.
Okay. All right, then I want to move to the measurement sections of these rules, okay?
Certainly.
And I'm going to switch over to what the division has proposed here. And so now we're moving into parts 27.8 F, which is the upstream version. And then the equivalent is version for midstream is 28.8 E.
I see both of those.
And do we see, as we move, basically, are there similar changes proposed by the division for both the upstream version and the midstream version?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then let's just focus on the upstream version at this point, which is 27.8 F, as in Frank.
Certainly. Thank you.
And the first change we see that the division has proposed is that the operator shall measure or estimate. And I think there was some testimony on that. Do you agree that this is appropriate?
I do. It's already been established elsewhere in the rule that estimations are acceptable. And so putting these words or estimate here it clarifies the rule properly.
Now, subpart F2, the division has proposed some language change here. What do you understand the purpose behind this proposed language change from the division?
Well, of course, not reading their minds, but it sure seems that they want to ensure that sufficient measurement equipment is installed in these production facilities to be able to measure where measurements can be done. And so that's how I read this. I think the language can be improved, but I think that's their purpose.
Okay, and do we have a witness that's going to talk about that further?
Absolutely.
Okay. What was the big concern here, Mr. Smitherman, when under the initial language with respect to the location of the measurement equipment?
Well, there's kind of two major concerns that I recall in our discussions. One, the original language was said to put the measurement equipment on flow lines, and flow lines is I'll call it a term of art in the upstream business, where that's typically thought of as the piping that goes between the wellhead and the production facility. And so those lines that we typically call flow lines contain oil, gas, and water, and would be inappropriate to try to put, in our view, measurement equipment on a flow line. Now, I know that you've got piping within a facility that things are flowing through. So I can see the purpose, or see maybe the understanding that someone would call that a flow line, but it's not readily understood by the industry that way. So we really wanted to try to clarify that.
Okay.
The second part, hold on a second, was that there are, in essence, there are places in existing facilities that are very, very difficult, if not basically impossible, without an enormous expenditure of money to retrofit and put measurement equipment in. And so that was a concern as well.
Now, when we get into subpart F3, the division has made a change where they are now referencing the API Manual of Petroleum Measurement Standards, Chapter 1410.
I see that.
Okay. Is that an appropriate change in your opinion, based on your experience?
I do. I think that's appropriate. We appreciate the division accepting that language. And I'm not the measurement expert, so I hope you don't look for the net, Mr. Felderwood.
Okay, all right. We'll save that for another witness then. Then I believe we're down here in subpart F5.
Yes.
And the division has added low flow to the language here. Do you agree that's appropriate?
Yes. Low flow rate or low pressure. Those are both appropriate for that.
And two separate concepts, right?
That's right. You can have a very low flow rate in relatively, what I would call not low pressure, and that's a difficult thing to measure. And you can have low pressure flow, which also is very, very difficult to measure. So estimating would be appropriate in those cases.
Now, the NMOGA had proposed to add to this language a reference to low flow or low pressure venting and flaring, and then went to also add or during drilling operations. You familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. What was the purpose of the suggestion to add or during drilling operations?
Well, we touched on this briefly in the section on drilling operations, where you've got, I'll call it two major areas of possibilities where you could have low flow or low pressure. And the idea that during some operations, you actually have gases that are being separated from the mud system with very low pressures. But we also have situations where you may have a well control problem. And that certainly wouldn't be considered low pressure. But in those cases, those fluids would be very, very hard, if not impossible to measure accurately, because many times you're talking about a three-phase flow or two-phase flow. So we wanted to make sure from a practical standpoint that those emissions would be able to be estimated. And it wasn't clear in the division's wording. And so we decided to suggest they add during drilling operations as well.
Okay. So I want to switch now, Mr. Smithman. I want to stay in this section and I want to move to NMOGA's modifications because I think it'd be easier to run through the remaining portions here.
Thank you.
We see F5 on page 15 of NMOGA's Exhibit A. There's a language you were talking about, or during drilling operations?
That's correct.
Okay. On this same page of NMOGA's Exhibit A, NMOGA has proposed to add all beneficial use gas may be determined through estimation.
Yes.
Is that a similar change that NMOGA has proposed to part 28.8E?
Yes.
What's the purpose behind referencing the fact that beneficial use gas may be determined through estimation?
Typically, beneficial use gas is gas, for example, that is firing a burner on a heater treatment or a line heater or some other type of process equipment. And the gas rates are low. They're very, very hard, if not impossible, to measure with any accuracy. And quite frankly, the manufacturer data is useful in being able to get good estimates for those volumes. So we thought that would be a appropriate add to make sure that it was recognized that those volumes could be estimated.
Does that follow the BLM practice?
It does. And industry practice, quite frankly.
Then when we move further into NMOGA's modifications to the section, I realize the paragraph numbers have changed. What was paragraph 6 and is now 7? There's an addition that NMOGA made to reference paragraph 2 of this subpart. What's the purpose behind that?
This refers back to wells that are flowing low rates and are In essence, I think the division witnesses have called them stripper wells. I think that I would prefer low gas flow wells that recognize that those wells have that the operator should be able to estimate volumes from those wells instead of adding expensive measurement equipment.
So essentially, this clarifies when this would apply, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. And then there's a change that NMOGA has proposed down here at the bottom.
And may I supplement that answer, Mr. Felder?
Yeah, sure.
I didn't read the rest of the wording on the page. In essence, this also allows us to use the tried and true GOR, in essence, methodology that we did hear other witnesses talk about earlier this week in their estimations.
Let me ask you then about that, Mr. Smitherman. Are you familiar with the GOR tests?
I am.
And have they been utilized for an extensive period of time by operators in the industry?
Best I know, as long as I've been in the industry.
And is, in your opinion, is that a good methodology for estimating production where it cannot be measured?
Yes, it is. It's a very, very reliable technique.
Okay.
And we appreciate the division recognizing that.
And in fact, there are division rules on how GOR testing is to be done, right, Mr.
That's correct. In fact, they're required, if I recall correctly.
Now, the change that we see here towards the bottom of this page in subpart used to be 7 and is now 8 with NMOGA's addition of beneficial use gas. What is the purpose of this introductory clause to part 8, which addresses when the division may invoke the right to ask the operator to change its method?
Again, you're referring to NMOGA's
proposed change?
Certainly.
To the last paragraph in subpart F?
Yes, our subpart 8, our suggested subpart 8. This is, in essence, it recognizes that the division has the ability and should have the ability to look at an operator setup and decide whether or not that operator has, in essence, done what they should, done what is sufficient in being able to estimate volumes correctly. And it gives a process, if you will, for the division and the operator to have a conversation about that and come to some agreement as to what the right methodologies will be, or perhaps having to add some measurement equipment if that's the decision the division finds.
So, Mr. Smitherman, when I look at this, all it does is ask that the division give notice to the operator that they think there should be a request or change in the measurement method or the estimation method, right?
Yes.
And then give an operator at least a reason for why they think that way?
Certainly. I wouldn't expect the division. We would not want the division, and not that this division would do this, but this rule is going to be in place for a long time. We would not want to have a division just decide to call up someone and say, well, we want to look at your measurements. Well, let's have a reason for that. Is there a reason that you think that this is inappropriate, either through a field inspection or through data analytics that indicate that there's something wrong here?
And then will that allow Mr. Smitherman the opportunity for the operator then to decide whether that change should be made, or if they disagree, they could seek a hearing?
Exactly. It's a conversation. It's a process that we think is fair to both the division and the operator, that there be a reason, that there be a conversation. If there's an agreement, that's where it ends. If there's a disagreement, you can go to a hearing for a third-party review. Seems to be fair for both sides.
All right, then I want to move into subpart G. In 27.8, which is the reporting of vented or flared gas. We've addressed some of this, but I want to address some of the remaining proposed changes.
Certainly.
And this is comparable to upstream section 28.8F as in Frank, right, Mr. Smith?
Correct. That's correct. F.
Has NMOGA proposed similar changes to both provisions, to the comparable paragraphs?
We have.
Now, the first change that NMOGA has proposed, we see here in G1A. Actually, there's two changes there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, would you explain the basis for both changes?
Certainly. Let's start with the first one. Basically, our words would say that is not authorized by the NMED, the US EPA, or a tribal authority with a Clean Air Act delegation. The purpose of this is, again, to try to prevent a conflict, a duplication, an overlap of authorities, if you will, from both the OCD and the NMED. We think it's very important that those agencies, if you will, stay within their operational lanes. As actually I've heard some of the division witnesses testify to. And by adding this language, it makes it clear that will occur. And the second part is from a single event. It makes it clear that a site can have maybe 2 events in a day, and one event may be smaller than 50, and the other event may be smaller than 50, but the combined between the two, it may be 52 MCF. And so we wanted to make it clear that each event stood on its own.
So this would, for example, not then require notice of a release in excess of 50 MCF under C-129, where those releases are regulated and authorized by other agencies, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the other change that we see here in subpart G1A that NMOGA has proposed is added language, not only from a single event, which you've already discussed, but you look under G1A Roman numeral I, we see adding the phrase with information available.
I see that.
When we see a similar change in sub G2 or G Roman numeral 2, up until we get to the final form in G Roman numeral 3.
I see all of it.
Mr. Smitherman, you understand that this section here deals with reporting of releases and then a sequence of reporting based upon the timeframes involved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of adding the phrase information available at each of these stages until you get to the final report?
Well, in fact, I think even one of the division's witnesses touched on this. You may have an event that begins, and the operator has an obligation to report the fact that venting or flaring event that's unusual has begun, and that would be required in a particular time frame on this C-129. Well, the thing is, the operator may not have all the information that they need to describe that at the time that they send in those first forms. But by the time you send in the final form, that operator should have the opportunity or should have the obligation to give you, well, certainly as complete of information as they have at the time, even then, but more complete information. So it recognizes the reality that you may not know everything when you file your initial C-129 that you will ultimately put in for the division's knowledge and records on your final 129.
This does not at all change the fact that if you're submitting the final form, you provide all the required information.
Indeed.
Okay. And
It simply
is Mr.
recognizes,
Smith,
excuse me, it simply recognizes that the operator may or may not know everything on that when they file their first form, that they will ultimately know when they file their final.
okay. All right, so now we move into G1, subpart B, and I'm on page 17 of NMOGA's proposed modification. So now we're talking about the same release events, and now we're talking about what is reported during a venting or flaring gas event. Mr. Smitherman, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the first change NMOGA has proposed is that in the final form, it provide a representative analysis of the vented or flared natural gas.
Yes.
And were you here for the testimony? I believe it was Mr. Powell that indicated that the division would like to see a compositional analysis.
I saw that.
Do we have any concerns about that?
No, quite frankly, I see the word analysis and I think compositional analysis, so there's no difference there to me,
Okay.
to NMOGA.
Do we nonetheless, does NMOGA think it's important to have the word representative either in front of compositional analysis or in front of analysis?
We do. It makes a difference. You know, there's kind of several aspects to this. You talk about analysis of, let's read the words, analysis of vented or flared natural gas. The implication to me, to NMOGA, is when you say you want an analysis of the vented gas, that is of the gas that's been vented. Well, that's virtually impossible to do. It also the possibility of getting a sample of the gas that's flared, very difficult, if not impossible to do. What we're suggesting is, and there's another issue besides just the physical difficulties of attaining those samples to get analyzed, is the timeframes. If you're dealing with something that you need to be focused on minimizing that venting or flaring event, you really want to be focused on that. And quite frankly, the operators have analysis or can get analysis of the gases that are going through their facilities to give the division a representative analysis of what that gas was. And so that's what we're suggesting. It's both a practical matter from the standpoint of being able to capture a sample that's actually the gas that was vented or flared, but also a focus during the time that this venting or flaring event was occurring. So let us be able to give you good, reliable data on what we best can estimate was the gases that were being vented or flared, using representative samples to do so.
You mentioned the physical aspect of trying to get a sample while flaring, for example, is going, or venting is going on.
Yes.
Mr. Smitherman, is there a safety issue that arises if operators read this as requiring them to go out and get an actual sample of the vented gas or the flared gas at the time and at the point where it's occurring?
It's not only a practicality issue, it's definitely a safety issue of sending someone into that area to capture a sample.
And in your opinion, will requiring operators to get a representative analysis or even getting a representative compositional analysis meet the intent of the division in understanding, timely understanding, what is being vented or flared?
We believe so. We believe that this really is a more practical way to get the data that they need.
Okay, then we have some substantial change down here in subpart 27.8G1B, Roman numeral 7.
Yes.
On page 17 of NMOGA's Exhibit 2A. First off, Mr. Smitherman, is this just an upstream change, Part 27 change?
I got to say, I don't recall. I'm going to be sure that I answer that properly.
I'm going to help you out and represent that it is.
I'm going to help you out and believe you.
Okay. Now,
So yes, that's just upstream.
okay, and in this particular section, now, NMOGA is proposing to add various categories for reporting, the initial reporting under the C-129.
Yes.
And do those categories match what NMOGA has proposed be reported under subpart G2?
They do. In fact, that adds, we believe, clarity to what the division will receive from operators. If you have these categories, these reasonable high pressure categories that you can have an ability to measure accurately enough for production accounting purposes, it seems that the operator could categorize those venting or flaring events that they're submitting on the C-129 the same way. And that would give, in essence, clarity to the division as to the character of these emissions, these releases, excuse me.
Now, when I first looked at this, it took me a while to figure it out, so I think it's important to understand the context here. The section we're in now is the C-129 reporting, right, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes.
And that occurs at the time that, or shortly after the time that the initial event occurred.
Objection. Counsel is testifying now. He should be asking non-leading questions of the witness.
Yes, Mr. Felderwood, if you would dial back the leading nature of your questions. I understand Mr. Smitherman is an expert, but it's been continuing.
Mr. Smitherman, when you look at the structure of this rule, and we're in subpart G1, what does this relate to?
Well, G1, actually I mentioned this in my opening remarks, that we're intending to make modifications to this rule that streamline and enhance the reporting of episodic releases. And that's what this is. You're talking about things that are not, if you will, normal, routine, every day, every minute of every day. These are episodes that are going to be reported that have different thresholds. If it's less than 50 MCF a day, it's not reported as an episodic event. If it's equal to or greater than 50, but less than 500, it's reporting with a certain requirements. And if it's over 500 MCF, it's reported with other requirements. So these episodes are all going to be reported, they're ultimately going to get involved in monthly reporting, but we're talking about these episodic events that are reported on C-129.
Okay, let me interrupt you there. So you mentioned that what we see here in G1B is taken from the categories in G2.
Correct.
That NMOGA has proposed as the categories where you can measure or estimate.
That's correct.
Okay. When we're in G2, what's the reporting under that? Is that the episodic reporting or the monthly reporting?
That's monthly reporting.
Okay. All right. So then, now that we had that background, what is the efficiency of reporting under these categories at the time that the event occurs?
Well, it makes clarity, it creates clarity for both the operator and the division. If you categorize these episodic releases the same way that you're going to categorize the monthly reporting, then one simply flows clearly from one type of event to the other monthly reporting concept. There isn't any need to describe something that with just words as to what might have happened for the division to kind of figure out what category to put that in. We're telling you, the division, through this reporting process, that, for example, it was an emergency, and that volume is going to end up with certain limitations in the category in the monthly reporting under emergency. So it seems to me that it is a way to make things much more clear and to categorize things for both the benefit of the operator and the benefit of the division.
Does this also then have the benefit of being able to eliminate an unnecessary form for upstream operators?
Yes, it took me a while to remember that. The concept is that NMOGA is going to suggest enhancing the C-115 form to supply all the information that the division, in essence, would need to regulate this part of our industry. And it would then therefore not need an additional form, the suggested C-115B, that we haven't seen yet, but has been suggested.
Okay. And I want to move down to the bottom of page 17 of NMOGA's Exhibit A. And
Yes.
we see that NMOGA seeks to strike and certify in this particular paragraph.
That's correct.
Is there a similar change in the corresponding part 28 at subparagraph F1C?
Yes.
Okay. Now, explain what is being sought under these paragraphs and why NMOGA has proposed to strike and certify in this type of paragraph.
Certainly. When operators file reports and file forms, they typically do so with a certification. In fact, the forms typically include the certification language. And the operators are, if you will, fine with that. And NMOGA is fine with that. The problem here is that the division's request, the operator shall provide additional information by some specified date. And that additional information may not be something that the operator can certify. Quite frankly, you certainly don't even know what it's going to be with the words on this page. And I'm sure that the operators will do their best to give the information to the division that they need. But to claim, if you will, that an operator can certify something before they even know what it is seems inappropriate.
Would Mr. Smitherman, does that have particular relevance if the additional information being sought was from a third party?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm sure that may come up very often.
You know, would you agree with, is it difficult to certify as information that you obtain from a third party?
I guess it's possible, but it sure seems very difficult. And certainly the operator doesn't have the authority to require that third party to give them certifiable information. And maybe not even have the opportunity to kind of, if you will, audit where that information came from. So we may be relying on information and we'll be happy to pass that on to the division, but claim that we can certify it a priori is inappropriate.
Now I want to move to the next page, to be 18 of 27 in the NMOGA Exhibit A. And we see a change to subpart 27.8G1D as in David.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you, Mr. Smitherman, that NMOGA's made a similar change in the corresponding part 28 in F1D as in David. Were you here yesterday when Mr. Powell discussed the intent of the form C-129?
Yes.
And were you here when he testified that the intent is to use a C-129 in lieu of a C-141 for gas releases?
Yes.
And when you look at this provision as drafted by the division, and when NMOGA looked at it, was it unclear to operators whether they were going to be required to file a C-129 under this rule for a gas release, and then file a duplicative Form C-141 for that same gas release under existing Rule 29.
Yes, there was a lot of concern about that. We certainly recognize the need to file this information. And I quite frankly believe that Rule 29 needs to have some corrections to it to allow what that earlier witness basically said, is that the C-129 would be used for gas releases and the C-141 for liquid releases. I don't recall him saying that the division was planning on making that change, but it seems inconsistent if that's what the witness represents that these forms are going to be used for, that we do need to try to make sure that we don't have, I guess, rules that are cross purposes with each other.
And for the record, when you look at the reference in Namoga's proposed change here to 1915.29, that's an existing rule, right, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
And the C-141 is a form that is filed under that existing rule?
That's correct.
And the C-129 is a form that's going to be filed under this proposed rule?
Yes, that's what we understand is being proposed.
And is the intent of Namoga's change here to make it clear that you don't file?
Objection leading.
Sure. Mr. Smitherman, what's the intent here of this proposed change?
The objective is to try to create clarity and regulatory certainty that a C-129 will be used for gas releases, the C-141 will be used for liquid releases, and that these rules will not have conflicting requirements.
Okay. All right. Then I want to move to Namoga's changes here to subpart G2, which is the monthly reporting. Now, the changes that we see here, Mr. Smitherman, are there similar changes to the Part 28 rule
Yes, sir.
under F2?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you, before we get into this, can you explain the purpose of the changes that we see to this introductory clause in subpart 2?
Certainly. There is in essence, a transition that's being contemplated here. And the division recognizes, and the Namoga recognizes, that there are requirements that need to be phased in. And in essence, this makes it clear, first of all, that the quarterly reports are going to conform to what people typically think are their quarters: July, August, September being third quarter, October, November, December, fourth quarter. The original language didn't have that. It started in June, which seemed a little odd, because in essence, if you reported quarterly, you're leaving December out. So part of that was simply aligning it with kind of normal expectations of quarterly reports. We also put in dates for when those quarterly reports would be due, which conforms with the division's requirement now that production reports be due. I think the term is 45 days the second month after production. So we tried to be consistent with the current requirements of the division to set up that timing. That's the first part. I think that's what you're referring to, sir.
Then I see some changes to the second sentence, and I see a reference to a form C-115. You see that?
Yes.
What's the purpose of this change?
Well, the current monthly production is currently reported on a C-115, and that's been in place for a long, long time. And the proposition here, I guess, is what I'm trying to get to, or the right word to use, is that the C-115, since it's a monthly report, would not start until January of 2022. That we want to make it clear that these reports, amended third volumes in these categories, as we're suggesting, will be reported on a quarterly basis in 2021, the second half of 2021, on a form that we haven't seen yet, but we hopefully will see. And once we get past that transition period, we'll start reporting on a monthly basis, and we suggest on this enhanced C-115 form.
So I see that NMOGA has, for example, stricken the reference to a form C-115B and replaced it with a form C-115.
That's correct. We believe that the C-115B will be unnecessary if you accept the modifications from NMOGA and focus on those categories of vented or flared gas that can be estimated or measured with reasonable accuracy for production accounting purposes. And so there's no need to have a second form 115B. We can simply report this on our normal, already established C-115 with some modifications to our systems to do so. Now, I'm not going to say that's a trivial matter, but certainly being able to enhance the C-115 seems like a more reasonable expectation than having to add yet a second form to the upstream side.
Would this would be for upstream operators?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, NMOGA has not proposed using a C-115 for midstream operators, right, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Well, currently, midstream operators don't report monthly reports to the division at all. I'm going to say at all. That's probably, as I said earlier, all is a pretty big word. But they don't report these volumes to the division. So the division, if they come up with a new form, we're happy for it to be named a 115B so that it can be used by the midstream sector.
So then you would have...
And it might be different, quite frankly. It would be different than the content that's reported on an upstream C-115. So it would make good sense that you would name it differently and perhaps have a different form.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the challenges associated with getting to the point where the production accounting systems can be adjusted for upstream operators to address the detail that's going to be required under this subpart 2?
Yes.
Okay. I see that the division, or NMOGA, has proposed to add the language, and I believe in the second sentence, an opening provision that says, unless otherwise approved by the division beginning January of 2022.
That's correct.
What's the purpose of that change?
I'm not sure. It's certainly not clear in the proposal from the division that there's a recognition of how difficult that this process of changing our production accounting systems really is. It may take more time to even accomplish, maybe even manually, getting these reports into the division. And we'd like the opportunity to at least come talk to the division about that challenge, should it come up.
Okay. Okay, then we move into the reporting categories that the division had proposed, and this is the area where we have NMOGA has proposed to remove 5 of the proposed reporting categories, right, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
And if we see, this is where also NMOGA then added a reporting category for what we call the delineation well that would now be called an exploratory well.
That's correct.
Okay, what I want to do and what we have not done yet is I want to take advantage of your expertise and experience here. And I want you to walk us through, starting with the removal of the activities in what the division had put as subpart D, and explain why explain what's involved with those activities and why it should not be a reporting category here in G2 for purposes of addressing the gas capture obligations.
Certainly, happy to do so. Let's start with routine downhole maintenance, including operations of workover rigs, swabbing rigs, coil tubing units, and similar specialty equipment. Let's start with workovers. When you're doing a workover on a well, the very first thing that you typically do is kill the well. That means pumping in enough fluids, typically produced water or fresh water, to stop the well from producing anything, because you're going to then take off the wellhead and replace it with a blowout preventer that is really there for safety if you need it. For the most part, most of the time that you're working on a well, those blowout preventers are wide open. And so the well is wide open. And you've got people standing right there next to, or in fact, even above the well itself. So you want to make sure that that well is dead. It's not producing anything. So first of all, you kill it with water, produced water usually. And if something happens and the well starts swapping out and starts producing a little bit of something, then you'll start hearing or seeing or feeling some kind of flow from the well. Well, you're going to kill the well again. Now let's think about the physics of this. When you pump in water to that well, the first time, the second time, the third time, as long as you have to do so, that water is going to basically fall down piston-like through that well bore to the point where it's down at the bottom of the well and creates sufficient hydrostatic pressure to overwhelm the formation, keep the well from flowing. Well, when you do that, first of all, the water falls down piston-like. Well, what does it pull behind it? It pulls air into the well bore. So quite frankly, the first thing that you get if the well starts trying to produce is air. You've got a kind of an opportunity to recognize that you've got a little bit of an imbalanced situation, so you can come and bring more water and kill the well again. Well, that's going to first of all, it's going to push the air that was already in the well bore further down, and it's going to bring more air into the well bore. So you've got the ability to keep your crew safe by keeping the well filled. But you also, at the same time, introducing air into the wellbore and perhaps air into the reservoir as you kill it, maybe repeatedly. So you've got your workover finished. You're going to try to rig back up. You're going to try to put the well back on production. The first thing that comes out of the well probably is going to be contaminated with air, or maybe all air. But what you want to do is you want to get the well producing. So you want to have the minimum back pressure possible. So you may be flowing it to an open tank. You may be swabbing the well, which basically is helping lift the fluids out of the well to get the well going again. And as soon as the well gets going again, you want to put it down the line so that you can sell your product. You're going to have oil, gas, and water perhaps coming from the well bore. So the amounts of natural gas that are emitted during a workover process are either de minimis or almost non-existent, but they're certainly not, they wouldn't meet pipeline specifications because of the fact that you're using water to kill the well and it pulls air in. So it's two things. Number one, the emissions because of that well bore work, that workover work, are very, very low and not waste, even if they did have hydrocarbons in them. And number two, you've actually introduced another place where you can get oxygen in the reservoir itself. So
let me stop you right there, Mr. Smitherman. You talked about the emission that may occur here. Is that a type of emission that you can measure?
It would be virtually impossible to measure the hydrocarbon volume, but both because it's a low pressure at the time that you're working on the well, and it's quite frankly, you don't know whether it's air or gas.
Okay. What about the other activities listed here?
Coil tubing units. Coil tubing units are, in essence, it's pipe that is malleable enough that it can be actually rolled up on a spool. That's why they call it coiled tubing. And you bring a unit out that has this big truck unit that has this coil on it, and you run this pipe into the well that straightens it back out, runs it into the well, so you can either drill something out, you can circulate something out, you can do things with the coil down hole by pumping something through it. You can pump water, you can pump gas, you can pump nitrogen, and so you're going to get, in essence, flows back to the surface that you're taking to typically an open tank. Atmospheric pressure, unsteady flow. I think Mr. Bolander talked about slug flow. That would be appropriate here. And so from that standpoint, you're not going to have any gases that you really can't capture. So it's not waste. Number two, you can't measure it or even estimate it with any accuracy at all.
What about, do you need to cover swabbing rigs? Or is that similar?
I think it's similar in the sense that you've got to, what you're doing is you're trying to, in essence, pull liquids out of the well using a wireline conveyed device. It's these little kind of, what I'll call chevron cups that are on a end of a wire line that you run in the well. And as you pull up, the cups tend to open up and ride along the inside diameter of the tubing itself so that you can lift liquids out. And the concept is you're trying to remove the liquids from that well so that that well can start flowing on its own, perhaps, or you're swabbing back fluids that you'd like to get out of the reservoir quickly. Say you've done an acid job and you'd like to bring those spent acid products out of the well quickly. And all of that is being done into an open top tank. It's all being released at the surface. The gases are at atmospheric pressure. They're not steady. Many times they're contaminated with things that are not normal natural gas. So it would be inappropriate to try to even estimate what kind of volumes that would be.
Should you move on to liquids unloading?
Manual liquids unloading is a very well-established methodology for management of gas wells. I think we've already heard a little bit about manual liquid unloading from others. I'll delve into it a little bit just to try to make sure we all understand what this is. Gas wells typically start off with enough flow, enough velocity that they actually bring whatever liquids are in the flow to the surface. There's virtually no gas well that I've ever been around that doesn't produce some liquids. Those liquids could be liquids in the reservoir, like connate water, like basically produced water, salt water, or they could be liquids that condense out of the gas as you change pressure and temperature. But virtually every gas well has some liquids associated with them. And as long as the velocity, upward velocity of the gas is sufficient, then those droplets of water are simply blown out of the well just through the velocity of the gas. Well, at some point in the well's life, the reservoir pressure declines, the rates of production decline, and the well is no longer capable of producing at a rate that gives you a sufficient velocity to lift those liquids. And they start building up in the wellbore. And as you build up liquids in the wellbore, you're building up hydrostatic pressure against the reservoir and therefore causing the reservoir to have more back pressure and therefore less flow rate. And at some point, you need to get those liquids out of the well. There are many techniques that can be used to deliquefy gas wells. In fact, there's 2 textbooks on that subject. And the operator basically optimizes which of those techniques that is appropriate for a particular well based on whatever parameters are used in that decision. And so one of the techniques is simply doing what they call manual liquid unloading, which is reducing the surface back pressure on a well to allow the well to flow at a higher velocity and lift those liquids to the surface naturally. Once those liquids have been lifted to the surface naturally, the well is put, in essence, back through the regular production stream, back against the normal back pressure of the gathering system, and restored to production. If you didn't do that, you'd be leaving reserves in the ground, which would be waste in my view also. So those volumes come to the surface, and they are very difficult, if not impossible, to measure with any accuracy. You're taking them through typically a tank, and that tank starts off basically full of air. So you don't, first of all, you even try to measure the gases that come out of the tank. You don't know what's back up. You can't measure the gases before they get to the tank because that's gases and liquids. So that defeats the purpose of trying to use a gas meter. You try to measure those gases after the tank, you've got the possibility, in fact, the reality that some of that gas is going to be air. Air is a gas too, right? So that makes it very, very difficult to measure or even estimate. And it certainly is gas that cannot be captured for sale. It's certainly contaminated with air, and it's too low a pressure to capture. It's pretty basically infeasible to do so.
And I think you touched on this a little bit, but now the next category that NMOGA has proposed to exclude is uncontrolled storage tanks. So it would be emissions, I guess, from uncontrolled storage tanks. What are these, Mr. Smitherman, and why are they? Is it not appropriate to have this as a reporting category in a production accounting provision?
Well, I'll start off by saying that the emissions from uncontrolled storage tanks are not waste. They're not excessive. They're not. They're necessary. We've used the term end of the line. As you produce oil and take that oil through separators at lower and lower pressures, oil evolves gas out of it. It's like opening up a bottle of soda and seeing that, wait a second, there weren't any bubbles in that bottle before I opened it up, and all of a sudden there's bubbles there. Where did that come from? Well, the carbon dioxide in that soda bottle was dissolved in the soda. And when you drop the pressure by opening the bottle up, it evolved carbon dioxide out of that liquid. It's a similar, not exact, but a similar process when you produce oil. Oil has in it, at reservoir temperature and pressure, components that once you get to the surface, they no longer want to stay in solution. And so they will flash. That's what you've heard the term flash gas. And as you drop oil to lower and lower pressures, you will flash off additional gas. And if you've got an uncontrolled storage tank, you've got it uncontrolled because the NMED has decided that the amount of emissions coming from that tank do not meet thresholds that they have established for air emissions control. You have perhaps already put vapor recovery, some kind of a process equipment in place that takes the last bit of flash gas off after you flash from your lower, maybe I'll call it the lowest pressure separator, and are sending those liquids and flash gases to a storage tank. If you've removed those vapors, that low pressure gas, using some kind of equipment like a vapor recovery unit, and by the time that oil gets to the tank, you have removed everything that you can economically and reasonably capture and sell. So it's not capturable. It's not waste. It is recognized by the NMED as below their thresholds. And so it's, first of all, maybe not appropriate to measure. But then you've also got the physical challenge of actually trying to measure something that starts off with a few ounces above atmospheric pressure. And that's an enormous, basically impossible in my view, a challenge. So it can't be measured. It's not waste. And so we're suggesting that that be eliminated.
What about the next category that NMOGA has proposed to, well, before we get to that, Mr. Smitherman, I'm looking at subpart, was subpart G under NMOGA's proposals. It's subpart D as in David on page 19. Give me a minute. It's talking about insufficient availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system. There's a phrase.
I'm sorry, which section are you referring me to? I'm sorry.
So, it'd be subpart D in the middle of page 19.
I got you. Thank you.
And I didn't want to skip over this. You see there's a suggestion to remove a phrase in that particular subparagraph. What's the purpose there?
We've suggested striking the phrase separation phase of completion operations. And that focuses this reporting category on any time that an operator is flaring or venting gas because of insufficient availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system during production operations. I think that maybe that's kind of the street term for routine flaring, if you will. And so the separation phase of completion operations are treated differently by regulation, and the production operations are when you can actually have gas going to your production facilities. The definition, I'm going to have to come from my memory. It's basically when an operator, when production is steady and that flow of crude oil, water, and gas can be sent through the production operations so that you can actually sell the gas. So in essence, it's the time, it's the time frame of a well when the actual natural gas gathering system capacity would even be relevant.
Then I see in the next subparagraph here, which is I think the division has as H, we have as E, that dealt with gas not suitable for pipeline specs. Mr. Smith.
Correct. That's correct.
We've already discussed this, correct?
We have.
Okay, and this is where the division has it split out between oxygen and other impurities?
That's correct. We've talked about that a lot.
And this language change that we proposed here would eliminate those distinctions as well as eliminating the reference to specific contaminants.
That's correct.
Okay, then let's move to subpart I. This involves a reference to pneumatic controllers and pumps. Why has NMOGA proposed that this category should likewise be removed for reporting purposes when it comes to production accounting?
Well, there's a couple of reasons that we have suggested this. I guess the first is that it's necessary and not excessive to use gas for pneumatic devices and pumps. So that seems to meet the definition of waste. So first of all, it's not waste. Number two, these emissions cannot be measured with any reasonable accuracy for production accounting purposes. I know that there's purported ways to estimate them, but quite frankly, the factors, the emissions factors, you take account of the number of devices out there and you multiply it by a factor. The studies that we've seen, that I've seen, put factors that are, there's a wild range of what factor is appropriate to use or is accurate to use. So basically there isn't a factor that's right. This is basically, as I have referred to before, is basically bad data. And so we really think it's inappropriate to try to report for production accounting purposes, basically bad data.
Okay, and then as we move through here. We see,
Mr. Feldwart,
yes, ma'am?
sorry to interrupt. Would you be able to estimate how much longer Mr. Smitherman will be testifying?
I think we have probably another, I'm guessing, another hour and a half, maybe 2. I'm trying to be as efficient as I can.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I noted he was noticed up for 3.5 hours. That's why I was asking. And he's gone that. I understand you are including some testimony that would otherwise be rebuttal, and I agree with you that that's more efficient. All right, I have a hard stop today between noon and 12:30. So if you would spend the next 16 minutes or so, and then we'll make a hard stop at noon.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be at a stopping point here. I'm thinking in about 10 minutes.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a quick question. Has there been that much rebuttal? I mean, I think we've talked about it maybe once or twice, so it sounds like we're still going to have a decent amount of rebuttal time, correct?
Madam
Just
Chair,
thinking for timing here, out of the 3.5 hours.
I didn't quite understand your question.
So I think it was talked about earlier that you're doing some of the rebuttal stuff here, but I think it's only been like once or twice. So are you still estimating that you're going to have to put this witness on again for a rebuttal?
No, I'm talking about with respect to his direct testimony that we've prepared for the commission here today. I think we'd have about another 1.5 hours or 2 hours.
Right. My question is, are you expecting to still have to put him on for rebuttal?
Well, that will depend upon what we see from other parties. I can't make that decision now, and I don't think anybody can make that decision now.
Madam Hearing Officer, I think we're going to have to object to this. NMOGA has estimated that they're going to put on 13.5 hours, and if their very first witness is going to go 1.5 hours beyond that, we're going to be at the end of the hearing and no one else will have gone on. I think that, certainly NMOGA should be allowed to decide how they're going to allocate their time, but there should be a hard stop for their direct testimony.
Ms. Spencer?
Well, first off, we are on Friday. We didn't start till yesterday. Number one. Number two, as you can imagine, as the regulated entities, we have the need to explain our proposed modifications to the rule. And I'm trying to do it in an efficient fashion. I've been instructed not to lead, so I'm doing this as efficiently as possible. Number three, there has been no discussion of any hard stop by anyone. And number four, we don't even know if there is going to be a problem. We still have a week of testimony to go. And we're on our first witness, but this witness has taken us through the entire rule. That takes time, and it has to be done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Feldwart, and thank you, Mr. Bach. If you would please, Mr. Feldwart, take us through the next 10 minutes, and then we'll take a lunch break.
Thank you. Mr. Smitherman, we then look at page 19 towards the bottom, and there's a category dealing with improperly closed or maintained thief hatches. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay, that is a category that NMOGA has proposed to remove in this section dealing with production accounting reporting. Can you explain why?
Certainly. First of all, let me describe what a thief hatch is. Any storage tank that we use in the oil and gas industry has an access port, if you will, at the top of the tank. And we call that access port a thief hatch. They call it that because you can actually take samples of the fluid that are in there, and they call that thiefing the tank. So that gives you access to be able to see that. The thief hatch itself is not just a cap. It's a little more sophisticated than that. It actually has built into it a device, if you will, that allows for pressure relief and allows for vacuum relief to protect the integrity of the tank itself. And so when you close that thief hatch, you want that thief hatch to be a gas tight seal. And that thief hatch has basically very, I'm going to call it pretty high tech material gaskets that are used to affect that seal. And so that thief hatch, when properly seated and working properly, will not emit any gas unless there is an overpressure or an underpressure event, which actually we use the thief hatch as kind of the second line of defense. We typically have another type of vent flare, a pressure vacuum relief system that is tied to the entire tank battery. So when you look at this language here and you say an improperly closed or maintained thief hatch that are routed to a flare or control device, in essence, we don't want gases coming out of that thief hatch. But just imagine if you had a thief hatch that was maybe not closed properly, or maybe that gasket was not maintained properly and was leaking a little bit. How in the world would anybody measure or even estimate the gas volumes that are coming out of that tank? It is really an impossibility. And so from that standpoint, we thought that really makes no sense to, it's inappropriate, I'll put it that way, it's a little more polite term, inappropriate to ask for operators to try to report those volumes from that situation.
Mr. Smitherman, I want to move to a slide here that we saw earlier in yesterday or the day before from the division's exhibits. And I'm on at least I'd hope to be on. Trying to get to slide 83. Give me a moment. Sorry, I had the wrong one up. I need to revise. I'm going to exhibit the division's exhibit 4A, which is their revised exhibit. And I'm at the slide that they marked as exhibit or slide 83 in exhibit 4A. Can you see that now on the screen, Mr. Smitherman?
I can.
Okay. And this slide relates to 27.8 G2, which is the exact category we're in now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And this slide was utilized by the division to explain why they removed certain reporting categories that had been initially listed or considered under G2.
That's correct.
And they've indicated in here, as I look at this, that they removed categories for production accounting reporting that, for example, involved volumes that were too small to measure.
Correct.
And I see here under the Braden headline that they removed categories that involved releases that would not be considered waste.
Correct. Both too small to measure and not considered waste in that particular case.
Okay. And when it came to, when it came to pneumatics, they pointed out that it was proper to delete it as a reporting category for production accounting because there was no credible method of estimation.
That's correct, and I agree with that.
Okay. Now, I want you to apply those same criteria to the 5 reporting categories that you just went through, okay? My question to you in your opinion, do these same reasons likewise warrant the exclusion of these 5 reporting categories that you just went through?
Exactly right. We see really no difference in those application of those criteria to these sources that the division has said are not worthy, if you will, of categorizing in reports, and those same 5 that we just talked about. There's really no difference in that criteria.
And when we look at the NMOGA's remaining change to this section, we'll see at the bottom of the page, after adding, of course, delineation well, that was added, Mr. Smitherman, because you can measure or reasonably estimate those volumes, right?
Certainly.
Leading question.
And when we get down here to the
yeah, Mr. Feldwert, please watch that.
okay. When we get down here to the bottom, subpart L, NMOGA has proposed to delete other not described above. Do you see that, Mr. Smitherman?
I do.
Okay. Do the categories described above, to your knowledge, identify the categories of emissions that constitute waste that can be estimated, reasonably estimated or measured?
Yes, that's exactly why we've categorized them that way and why we suggest that those reporting categories exist.
Okay. Can you see any purpose to have an other clause here that has no criteria to it?
No, in fact, we see nothing but confusion if that category exists. I mean, we've thought, and as I've talked about before, we've got a lot of experts on our team, and we could not come up with another source that met the criteria of being able to be measured or estimated with any reasonable accuracy for production accounting that we need another category to cover. Those have been adequately covered by the categories that we're suggesting.
And would this category of others serve any purpose if it's intended to try to include volumes or estimates or volumes that cannot be measured or reasonably estimated?
Objection asked and answered over and over again.
Oh, no, sir, that's not. Well,
Yeah.
that's not my point.
Mr. Feldwert, we need to watch that as well to avoid repetition.
Okay. Mr. Smitherman, do you see any purpose to and having a category in subpart G2 that could potentially include activities or devices where the releases could not be accurately measured?
We've already talked about why we've suggested that these categories that are that can't be measured or estimated with any accuracy out of the reporting system. And by, in essence, taking any of those categories or all of those categories and putting them under an other simply adds up a summation of a lot of categories that cannot be measured or estimated with any accuracy. So you simply get a bigger number of bad data.
In your opinion, would that serve any purpose in a provision like this that seeks to address production accounting purposes?
No, again, as I said in my opening remarks, bad data is inappropriate for enforcement. It's also it's inappropriate for policy development. And this, if was used to report data that was bad, would fit that description. It would be bad data and inappropriate for use.
Madam Hearing Officer, I think this might be a good spot to stop because we would be moving on to a new topic.
All right, thank you. We will break now for lunch. It will be a short lunch break. We will reconvene at 12:30. And if you would, please, Mr. Felderwart, just review Mr. Smitherman's upcoming testimony to assure that he will not be repeating himself. Thank you.
Certainly.
Is Mr. Who is defending this deposition, Mr. Bach or is it Mr. Ames? Who's on this witness? Is it Mr. Ames objecting?
Yes, that was Mr. Ames. Mr.
Okay.
Bach.
Yeah, I just needed to know. Thank you, guys. Thanks.
Let's come back from the break, please. Let's see. All right, we do have the commissioners on. Mr. Baca. Mr. Baca? We do need the court reporter.
Do we have the commissioners? Do we have the commissioners? Oh, sorry.
I'm here, yes.
Mr. Felderwart, you're not unmuted. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? Oh, I'm sorry. I had muted my whole computer. Mr. Felderwart, I'm sorry. We do have the commissioners. I see both Commissioner Kessler and Commissioner Madam Chair. Did you say anything else while I muted things?
No, that's what I thought. I didn't see Commissioner Engler. I didn't know if he was going to be on or not.
All right. And let's see. It looks like we have Mr. Baca. Thumbs up if you're ready. Terrific. Thank you so much. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Felderwart and Mr. Smitherman.
Thank you. Mr. Smitherman, I think we were now moving into subpart G3 of part 27.8 in Namoga's modifications on page 20 of 27. Are you there, sir?
Yeah.
Now, let's first talk about this change to the opening clause. Am I correct that the only difference between what we have proposed here and what the division has likewise proposed as changes is that they continue to reference a C-115B and we, or as you mentioned, are suggesting it be reporting be done under C-115 in existing form?
Yes, that's the only substantive difference between these two.
Okay, but we do have some substantive differences now when we get down to the method of calculating lost natural gas, at least in terms of the language, right, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes, and the language kind of, in essence, points to a slightly different process.
Would you explain the purpose of Namoga's, first off, why Namoga made these changes, and then the purpose or what they serve to do?
I guess maybe the purpose is the way to start with that. The purpose is to create clarity and certainty, regulatory certainty in how this process will work. And we feel like that a way to do that, the way to do it, best way to do that, is to, in essence, craft a definition and a process for calculating lost gas. And once you've identified and calculated that volume of lost gas, you would subtract that volume of lost gas from the produced gas and then divide that remainder by the produced gas to get a percentage of gas capture. Because if you take the produced gas minus the lost gas, that's clearly the captured gas.
NMOGA operators find the methodology proposed by the division to be confusing?
Yes. And again, we had quite a few people, and when you get different interpretations of the same words on the page, we get a little red flags that rise up. And so we really tried to do our best to craft a way to convey this clearly, simply, and effectively. And we tied these to the same reporting categories that we just talked about in the earlier sections.
And if you look at NMOGA's Exhibit 3A, we have the language that addresses those reporting categories that you just discussed, right?
Correct.
And then for purposes of clarity, we actually have a formula in the rule.
Exactly. We felt like that by using words, it can be difficult. There's two other possibilities. One is an example. In this case, you could use a formula. We felt like a formula would be sufficient to clearly and concisely convey the meaning of this.
Okay. And then in 3B, we likewise have the language and then the formula listed.
That's correct. In 3B, we talk about, in essence, how to calculate the produced gas. In fact, give an example, not an example, but a formula of produced gas, which is, go ahead.
And how, in the categories that we have here in identifying the lost gas on a monthly volumetric and percentage basis, are those categories that count against in your gas capture?
They do. And these are the categories we've just talked about that are that operators can have the ability to, with some accuracy, either measure or estimate these volumes. They're going to be reported on through a normal process monthly on the C-115B. And so you would take those same categories and add those categories up that count against an operator, and that would be the lost gas.
Okay. And then that is then utilized in the process under 3B to determine your percentage.
That's correct. As
So
I
you
mentioned
get your volume,
before.
you get your volume under 3A?
Correct. You get your lost gas volume under 3A. And as I kind of walk through a little prematurely, you take the produced gas minus the lost gas, that's your captured gas. If you divide that by the original volume of produced gas and multiply by 100, you get the percentage gas capture.
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer. This is all very repetitive. We've heard this about this formula like 4 times now.
All right, was that you, Mr. Bach? Yes. All right. Mr. Belderworth, this has become...
Madam Hearing Officer, so who's defending this deposition? Who's defending this witness? Is it going to be Mr. Bach or is it going to be Mr. Ames? So we have one attorney for each witness from the same party?
Okay, so we have 5 technical parties, 5 of them. Mr. Felderworth is presenting Mr. Smith.
Right. Who's objecting on behalf of the AG's office?
I'm sorry, the counsel from the Attorney General's office is Chris Moander. He represents the commission. He has not been one of the counsel objecting. The counsel objecting have been Mr. Ames, representing the Oil Conservation Division, and Mr. Bach, representing the Sierra Club. Okay, thank you. To you, Mr. Felder. Some of this has again become repetitive, and I would encourage you to move along. There's a lot of
There's a lot of background.
Mr. Baca.
Yeah.
Mr. Baca, will you mute yourself, please? Okay, thank you. Let's see. Back to you, Mr. Felderwert, and again, We have a long way to go and a lot of witnesses, as you know. So I'll just encourage you to move more expeditiously through Mr. Smitherman's testimony.
I certainly will do that. I also want to say for the record, I think it's very important that the record clearly reflects what NMOGA is trying to do here. And so I don't think it's been repetitive, number one. And every time we have an interruption like this, it delays it even further. Number two, we didn't start till 3:40 yesterday. And people are already complaining. And I don't quite understand why. And they're doing it in a fashion that is making it more difficult to get through this expeditiously. Okay? Mr. Smitherman, in your opinion, does the process that NMOGA have put in place here, is it, does it conform with the goals that you understand the division is attempting to meet with these calculations for a gas capture percentage?
We believe so. We've actually looked at their proposal and feel like that we are, in essence, putting the same concept forward with a lot more clarity.
And in your opinion, is this language and the formulas that are here, is it put forth in a fashion that's understandable by operators in New Mexico?
Yes, I think this is a much clearer way to convey this message to everyone, including
And
operators.
is the components here, do they comprise activities and events in which operators in New Mexico can provide actual reliable data?
Yes, that was our intent.
Okay. Now I want to move to subpart C.
Mr. Feldor, I don't want to interrupt you again, and I will own this 2-minute interruption here, but can you put can you share your screen again? That was helpful.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I thought I was, to be honest with you, and I missed that when we came back. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thanks.
So for the record, we were talking, Mr. Smitherman, about the language and the formulas that you see on page 20 of NMOGA's Exhibit 2A, which I have here up on the screen.
I see that.
And that's what we were talking about?
That's correct.
And this is the language in which you provided your opinions and testimony?
Yes, it is. I appreciate you clarifying that.
Okay. And for the record, there is a similar change, is there not, Mr. Smitherman, in part 28.8 F3?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I want to move to the next subpart here, G4. And this is the provision under which the division is suggesting that an operator shall report vented and flared natural gas on a volumetric and percentage basis to all royalty owners in the mineral estate being produced by the well on a monthly basis.
I see that.
Mr. Smitherman, first, are you familiar as a result of your 40 years of experience with royalty interest burdens that impact a working interest owner?
Yes, I've got some familiarity with that, certainly.
Okay. And I'm going to represent to you that the definition of royalty owners under the division's rules include a subset called overriding royalty interest owners. Are you familiar with those?
I certainly am.
Okay. Are those interests that are created by contract?
They are. They're carved out of the carved out of the working interest.
And those are matters of contract between the working interest owner and those holding those fractional interests. Correct, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
All right. Have those, given the age of the Permian Basin and to some extent the San Juan Basin. Have those mineral interests over time become very fractionated?
They have. The list of overrides, royalty owners and override and royalty owners in any of the wells that we deal with in the Northwest or the Southeast can be very, very long with very, very small interests.
When you say small, how small?
Oh, you could have, you could have 0 point and maybe 3 or 4 or 5 zeros before you finally get to an integer.
So far, much less than 1%.
Oh, gosh. In fact, I'm sure that many of the override royalty owners would love to have a 1%, even 0.1%, but many of them are much, much smaller fractions of that.
And when you put together a spacing unit for purposes of drilling a well, part of that process, Mr. Smitherman, is you aggregate interests that are held by working interest owners, correct?
That's true. Basically, you're combining multiple leases that could be owned by different working interest owners.
And then those working interest owners, either by way of contract or by way of a pooling order issued by the division, an operator is designated for that spacing unit.
Objection, leading questions. I'm all in favor of moving this along, and I am not objecting to slow down Mr. Felderwert's examination. But this is going over the top. It's fine to use leading questions to set the stage, but what we're getting here is counsel essentially testifying and the witness simply affirming what counsel is saying.
Mr. Felderwert, that does seem to be a pattern. And Mr. Baca, that was Mr. Ames speaking. If you would, again, please watch that particular pattern.
Mr. Smitherman, how does someone become an operator of a spacing unit?
The operator is designated either by the division or by contract, by agreement between the parties.
When you say an agreement between the parties, between what parties?
Between the other working interest owners that have their interests pooled in a particular unit. And sometimes those units are put together voluntarily and sometimes they're more compelled.
How large have these units become in New Mexico as a result of horizontal drilling?
Oh, they've gotten very, very large. I mean, I'll call it the old days before we drilled horizontal wells. It would be very typical to find a 40-acre spacing unit. Now you may be talking about 3 miles worth of 40 acres. I mean, it's thousands of acres.
Okay.
Maybe 1,000 acres.
And within those 1,000 acres, there may be numerous individual working interest owners.
I've never seen one put together that didn't have multiple, and quite frankly, a lot of interest owners.
Okay. And when you bring together these working interest owners, do each of these working interest owners have individual royalty or overriding royalty interest owners burdening their interest?
Certainly. Each working interest owner will have their own, in essence, their own leases, and their leases will have an obligation to pay royalty owners or overriding royalty owners within those leases. So that's an obligation that particular working interest owner had to maintain their leases.
Okay. And so when you begin to aggregate these working interests and their associated royalty and overriding royalty interest owners, and you get to a spacing unit for a well, what numbers are you seeing in terms of the overall number of royalty or overriding royalty interests, individual interests that can be involved?
Well, to the degree you know them, there could be hundreds of separate interests in these royalties and overriding royalties.
Okay. You said to the extent you know them. Why'd you say that?
Well, a working interest owner that is that's been brought into a spacing unit, again, has their own royalty and overriding royalty owners that they have an obligation to. And when a spacing unit is put together or other types of units are put together, sometimes the working interest owners that are the non-operating working interest owners will retain the obligation and the obligation to pay their royalty and override royalty interest owners. And they do that partly because they want to make sure that those interests are being paid. It's to their interest and advantage to make sure that they somehow are not being dropped from being paid by the operating working interest owner.
So in that circumstance, Mr. Smitherman, would the operator, which is the subject of subparagraph 4, have contact information for all of the royalty and overriding royalty interest owners reflected here in paragraph 4?
No, in fact, it's typical, and probably more typical, that the operating working interest owner will not have contact information of all royalty and override royalties interest owners in the spacing unit.
Okay.
The larger the units get, the more that's true.
Now, is there also circumstances where the working interest that has these burdened royalty and overriding royalty interest owners, because of time, does not have contact information for them?
That's absolutely correct.
Doesn't have an address?
Don't have addresses, don't have names. In fact, many times these interest owners aren't even of record.
Excuse me, was that Mr. Bach?
Yes, Your Honor, we've been over this for about 15 minutes. They don't have the addresses.
All right. Mr. Felderwart, would you move on from there, please?
Well, I would say we have not covered this yet, because this is a circumstance where the working interest owners themselves do not have addresses because of circumstances over time. That's different from the fact that the operators would not have contact information because they don't have a contractual relationship with these royalty and overriding royalty interest owners. Two different points.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. Please go ahead.
And Mr. Smitherman, if you looked at the division records, would it surprise you to find that in these pooling cases, you will see notice of publication directed by name to individuals, estates, Mrs. Jones or a Mr. Jones, for example?
Certainly, there's all kind of mix of entities in this. And as you said before, they have become fractionalized through heirship and contractual private agreements and selling off pieces of it. It gets very, very complicated.
And Mr. Smitherman, as a result, does an operator have monthly mailings to all of the royalty and overriding royalty interest owners in a particular spacing unit?
Well, no, for two reasons. Number one, as we've already established, sometimes the operator doesn't even have knowledge of some of the royalty and override royalty interest owners who are being paid by other working interest owners who are not operators. But the second is there is an absolute, I guess, pattern industry practice that's supported by law in various states that the operator doesn't have to contact that working interest, excuse me, let me start over. The working interest owner, the operator, does not have to contact each royalty or override royalty interest owner every month. They've got minimums of the amount of money that they're supposed to pay, that if they don't meet those minimums, they can accumulate those amounts for some period of time until they reach a minimum. I think in Texas, it's $100 or by the end of the year. So there are many of those royalty owners and override royalty interest owners that are not contacted on a monthly basis, and some are only contacted annually.
And the reporting to royalty owners and overrides, Mr. Smith, is that governed by the contracts between them?
It is.
Is it also, as you mentioned, governed by certain laws across these states?
It does. I'm not familiar with the New Mexico law on this, I live in Texas, so I'm more familiar with those laws. But I know that each state has laws that govern how those working interest owners pay their royalty owners. And they're given some flexibility for basically the administrative burden. Sometimes you'd be sending out a check for a penny. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense to cause an operator to go through that process and spend that kind of expense to send someone a check for a penny. And so they've kind of taken a practical measure to it. And therefore, many of these communications between working interest owner or operator and royalty owners are not monthly.
So Mr. Smitherman, does, based on your experience, your 40 years of experience with the oil and gas industry, does an operator of a spacing unit have the information necessary to send this kind of a report to all?
Objection, Your Honor. This is the fifth time he's asked this question.
No, this is a different question.
He hasn't finished the question yet, Mr. Bach. I need to hear the whole question. Go ahead, Mr. Feldwart.
Mr. Smitherman, and based on your 40 years of experience with the oil and gas industry, does an operator of a spacing unit have the information to contact on a monthly basis all of the royalty or overriding royalty interest owners that potentially exist in the spacing unit?
Not only do they not have the contact information to contact every such owner on a monthly basis, they don't even have the contact to contact them on an annual basis. They simply don't have the contact information.
All right. Now, I want to move on to subparagraph G5. Hold on a second. I'm going to switch over to the division's proposed rule in Exhibit 2A. And we get to G5 here in their 2A, and we see that the division struck that, right?
Yes.
Okay, but they've moved it to page 9. So I'm going to go to page 9 of their Exhibit 2A, and it deals with third-party verification.
What page is that on, sir?
Page 9 of OCD Exhibit 2A.
I found
and
it.
I believe it's 27.9C. Are you there?
I do.
Okay. Has NMOGA reviewed this third-party verification provision?
We have reviewed this.
And do you think this is an appropriate and a fair way to address this effort?
We do. Again, I talked about this earlier. It's a process that allows for there to be some reason for the division to reach out, and there is an opportunity for a conversation between the operator and the division to address what the division might perceive to be a problem. And if there's no agreement at that point, the division can require a third-party verification of certain data that they are still uncertain about. And there is basically protections for both the division to compel, there's protections from the operator to make their case both informally to the division and then formally through a hearing.
Okay, I want to go back to NMOGA's proposed modifications. And we go to the next subparagraph, which is G6. And we see there's a proposed obligation that upon the New Mexico Environment Department's request, the operator shall promptly provide a copy of any form filed pursuant to this rule. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. Why has NMOGA proposed to strike that provision?
Well, I guess our first reaction was it did seem odd for an NMED requirement to be included in an OCD rule. It would seem that if the NMED wants this information, they would either ask for it or put it in a rule to give them the rights to do so, or the process to do so. Second, there are no sideboards on this at all. It just seems completely open-ended, which I think is inappropriate. And it also seems that at least some of the information that they may be requesting can be available to the NMED straight through OCD's website. So for all of those reasons, we thought it was just inappropriate.
So Mr. Smitherman, when you say available on the website, you're talking about, and I'm using language here, a copy of any form filed. That would be on the website?
Yes, it would be available through the OCD's electronic means. And I think they've been getting better and better over the years at that, and I commend them for that.
Okay. I then want to move to section 27.9, which is the natural gas capture requirements.
Certainly.
What was as I look at the NMOGA's proposed change to 27.9A, what's the purpose of these additions and removals?
The first ones are for clarity. When we talk about the operator shall reduce the annual volume, and actually January 1st of 2022, we believe the more proper way to say that is they're going to begin to reduce the annual volume of vented and flared gas. So we thought that was a clarification that was appropriate.
Now, for the record, when you say begin to reduce, what are you referencing there?
They're talking about the natural gas capture performance, really. So that the division is putting requirements in place that will cause the industry to reduce their lost gas, I'll go back to that terminology, and increase, therefore, their gas capture percentage from wherever they are now to at least 98% by the end of 2026. So that process will begin on January 1st, and that's why we thought that small change would be warranted.
Okay, what's the next change here?
The second talks about, and again, this is for clarification. I don't think there's a lot of controversy here, but the original language talked about monthly data going in starting in 2021. And I think it's been made clear already that 2021, the data that's going to be filed is going to be filed quarterly until, in essence, to kind of give a transition period to start filing monthly starting in January of 2022. So that's really just a clarification. And that's not only the text in red that's been added, but it's also the strikeout that you see following that. It also mentions the idea that the division had referred to the C-115B form, and we're anticipating that with our streamlined and more efficient process that will continue to rely on the historically used C-115. The next change.
Go ahead.
The next change is simply for clarity. The operator shall increase their annual percentage of natural gas captured. It was just didn't seem specific enough. We wanted to make this rule very clear. And the final one, I think this may be the only substantive one, is we don't know. No one knows. The division doesn't know. Industry doesn't know what type of challenges we're going to run up against in trying to meet this nation-leading 98% gas capture. And so we wanted to make sure that it was explicit in this rule that when unintended consequences or unusual circumstances were encountered, that an operator that had those difficulties would have the ability to come to the division to explain the situation and seek relief.
Okay, then I want to move on then to see where I'm at here. I believe that we want to address the division's proposed change in this provision. So I'm again in part 27.9. Okay. First off, one thing I forgot to point out, Mr. Smitherman, when the changes you just talked about that NMOGA has proposed, there similar changes also are found in part 28 at 2810A, correct?
Is it 2810 or 28.8?
I believe it's, because we're in the gas capture portion, it'd be 2810A.
Okay.
I just don't want that to get lost. But
Yes, that's true. That's the correct reference.
And the same reasons apply, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, now we're moving here in part 27.9A. Then we're going down here to some changes, some substantial changes that the division has made to subsections 27.9A3 and A4. Okay?
Yes.
I want you to first talk about, let's address A3. Do you think A3 is appropriate here as the industry moves through this transition over the next 5 years?
Certainly. I think if we're talking about the same thing here, oh, excuse me, you've got a different. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at NMOGA's. Let me take a look at the right place. I'm sorry. I got a little whiplash there. Sorry.
So for the record, I'm on the division's exhibit 2A. I'm on page 7. I'm at the change to 27.9A3.
Yes, I'm with you now. Sorry about that.
Sorry.
So yes, the reality is that the world doesn't stay the same, right? It keeps moving along, and operators can acquire or divest of different assets, whether they be upstream assets or midstream assets. Let's talk about upstream assets here. The division has suggested, if you will, that if an operator acquires one or more wells in somewhere in New Mexico, that operator needs to come to the division and talk to them about what the gas capture requirement for that operator will be going forward. You could imagine that let's imagine ourselves past this 5-year transition period where it's kind of nice and easy and steady and everyone's got a requirement of 98%. Even so, an operator that's meeting that 98% gas capture requirement might have assets that are less performing below 98 and some assets that are performing above 98. So if an operator acquires some assets that are performing at below a 98% gas capture, it could cause that new operator, the entire operator performance to drop below 98%. And so we need to be able to come to the division and work out what's the appropriate, how to appropriately address that. Is there a time frame necessary? Is there how can we get everybody up to 98%, even after these divestitures or acquisitions?
Mr. Smitherman, Climate Advocates has proposed a change to this section. Have you examined that?
I have.
Okay. And what's the concerns that you see with their approach to this particular provision?
I need to get to it, please. Well, there's a couple of problems. Number one, it does not address the issue that I just described, which is there can be a necessary transition period that the division would be able to assess, and agree to. So that's a practical matter. But the other part is simply reading their rule, their suggested modification. It's unclear, quite frankly, as to whether they're talking about the gas capture requirement that the acquiring operator had, or the divesting operator had on those same assets. So this is it's both unclear and does not really address the practicalities that the division has addressed in their wording.
Okay. And they want to move then to NMOGA's proposed changes to 27.9B, which is on page 22 of NMOGA Exhibit A.
I'm there.
And I believe we have similar changes to the corresponding provision in Part 28 at 2810B, Mr. Smitherman, okay?
I see that.
All right. Would you please explain the purpose of this, NMOGA's proposed change here to subpart B?
There are a couple of changes here. One, we talk about the timing. That's a fairly innocuous change here that we had suggested. The 15th of the month would be the 15th of February would be the normal time that December's production would be required. Actually, I think it may be the 14th. But the concept is you've got a certain period of time to get your production accounting done. And we thought it would be helpful, necessary perhaps, for the operator to have a little more time to finish the rest of the calculations for the gas capture requirements. You may recall there are some opportunities for, or some instances that may arise that suggest that the division must approve of certain issues. And so we're trying to give not only time for that process to move, not a whole lot of time, but we're trying to give a little time for as much clarity as possible so that we can reduce the number of basically refilings that would be necessary.
Mr. Smitherman, are you talking about the change from February 15th to February 28th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also, by the way, I think there was simply a scrivener's error that talked about beginning in 2022. It really ought to be 2023.
In the first sentence, the first opening clause here?
No, if it's right there where we talk about February 28 each year beginning in 2023.
I see. Okay. All right.
So that's a necessary change. The other part basically is referring back to the calculation methodology that we had given earlier in this proposed rule that calculates lost gas, that calculates produced gas, and therefore you come up with a calculation as to what your annual gas capture percent, forget all of that, I'm off base. I'm going to start over that. It does refer to, in the words up here in the top part of B, some of the letters of wording in red, that first of all, you're going to be calculating your gas capture percentage on a reporting area basis, not statewide. And you're going to be doing so through the process of deducting from the total volume of natural gas produced the gas that was lost, as I just referred to, minus basically getting a credit for any credits that you get from the alarm process and dividing that by the total production. Now, the other part, so that basically says, well, that implies, if you will, it begs for clarity to provide a formula, which is what we've done below. Annual gas capture is produced gas minus the difference between lost gas minus alarm credits, all of that divided by produced gas total. And of course, multiply it by 100 to get a percentage, but that's the concept.
So by providing this formula, does it allow then for the commission to exclude the language that we see here in B1 and B2?
That's correct. It's in essence, we've already taken care of defining those in that earlier section we've already talked about. And so you don't need to have the verbiage in 1 and 2. It's all been captured in this simple formula.
So you don't need to, for example, go back and look at subparagraphs A of paragraph 2 of G or subparagraph H of paragraph 2 of G, all that type of confusing language.
Right. All of that's been
Would you like
accomplished.
asked and answered?
Go ahead.
Mr. Ames, excuse me. Was it Mr. Ames?
It was, Ms. Orth.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Felderwart, you would move through this without summarizing, please.
Does that allow you to exclude this language down here, Mr. Smitherman, in B1 and B2?
It does. It relies on our work that we did in earlier sections and also the formula that you see right in front of you here.
Okay. Now, as we move through the rule here and we get down here to the remaining paragraphs of subpart B, 27.9B, the remaining paragraphs essentially, Mr. Smitherman, deal with the alarm credits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's a comparable provision in part 28 at subparagraph 10B3.
That's correct.
And has the NOVA proposed similar changes to each of these alarm paragraphs?
We have.
Okay. All right. I see that the first change is they've NOVA suggests eliminating the reference to form C-141 in what used to be subparagraph 3C.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
And as we've talked about before, since this is a gas waste rule and we're going to be using, hopefully, as proposed, the C-129 as our episodic gas communications form, if you will, reporting form, we won't need the C-141. So there's no reason for having it in this rule.
Again, page 22 here of NOVA's Exhibit A, in subparagraph, excuse me. The initial subparagraph D has been deleted. That, I think, had an incorrect citation to it. I think the division even removed this, didn't they, Mr.
Yes,
Smith?
I'm sorry, I talked over you. Yes, in fact, I kind of view this as a Scrivener's error, and they seem to agree.
Okay. And then when we get down here to what's actual subpart D, Roman numeral 1, why did the NMOGA suggest changing from twice per year to once per year, dealing with this aerial methane monitoring?
This is the voluntary program. It can be very effective, and we want to encourage operators to use this. It's a little bit like AVO concept, where you find things once and then the next time you take an inspection like this, you don't find as much. And so to try to encourage more operators to use this technology and make it cost effective for them, we thought that requiring it only once a year would probably end up with more operators actually using this.
Okay. So that moves us down then to with third-party verification in subparagraph C we've already talked about. So that brings us to the natural gas management plan in 27.9 D as in David, Mr. Smitherman?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me ask perhaps one thing. Were you going to address 27.9A4 at a different time?
27.9A4. That, I think the division covered that, did they not?
They did. We agree with that.
Okay, all right. All right, so we're down here 27.9D1.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do hold on a second. Okay, this looks like an area where I need to go to the divisions change, okay?
Okay.
And I'm on the OCD's Exhibit 2A, page 9, in the Natural Gas Management Plan.
I see that.
In subpart D1, the division added 2 additional requirements since they published this rule. You see that, Mr. Smitherman?
I do. Subsections D and E.
Okay. Does the division, or does NMOGA have any problem with what's set out in the new subparagraph D1D as in David?
I guess our response is we don't see much value in this. It seems to me to be a somewhat of a, I'm going to say an exercise, an expenditure of effort for no particular gain in reducing waste, to describe operational best practices that will be used to minimize venting and flaring. The rule clearly states out what our objectives are, and it clearly also states that in this very section, the importance of making sure that you've got 100% gas takeaway whenever you have a new well. So we just don't see the value in adding this particular phrase.
Okay. What about the new, since the rule was published, the division's proposal to add the requirement in D1E as in Edward?
Yes, and that's maybe what I just said on D, but perhaps on steroids. The concept here that an operator would somehow send in either how, they what's their process for designing separation equipment and sizing it to optimize gas capture, or the actual calculations seems to be a big stretch, if you will. Is the division going to look at this and come back and say that they disagree with our engineering calculations? Is the engineering calculations even required? Is this going to be more of a concept thing? It's very unclear. I think it doesn't add anything. Quite frankly, once again, the operator's obligation to build properly designed facilities has already been addressed in this rule in an earlier section that we talked about earlier today. So we don't see the addition of this E as doing anything to help reduce waste.
Okay, so I want to make sure that's clear. When you say that the size of a separator is already addressed by another provision, are you talking about 27.8E1? Now we'll go to that. Performance standards on page 4 of the OCD's Exhibit 2A.
Exactly, E1. We talked about E1. We talked about that the operator shall design, completion, and production separation equipment and storage tanks for, in our words, anticipated throughput to minimize, the division's words to minimize waste. I think our words are slightly different, but the concept is it's already been established in this section.
And if an operator doesn't meet this provision, they would be in violation of the rule, correct, Mr. Smith?
That's correct. So why say it again twice differently here?
Okay, all right. Now, as we move then into D2, we get into a circumstance where an operator is required to submit a more detailed gas management plan, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Has the language here proposed by the division, does it accurately now identify what is intended as the applicable gas capture requirement?
Yes, and there's, I guess it should be clear that there's two categories, if you will, that an operator may fall into. An operator that is in compliance with their gas capture requirements, and those operators that are not in compliance with their gas capture requirements. And there's a different obligation for those two different categories of operator. And this D2 section clarifies what the division refers to when they say out of compliance. It's a little tricky, and I think the division has done a very nice job of outlining that in words here in D2.
Okay. When this rule first came out without these changes, was there a lot of confusion among the MOGA operators about when this was applicable and what to look to?
Absolutely. It was, and you could kind of see maybe what the division intended, but how it would actually apply was very, very unclear. We suggested some language, and I think even the division improved that language, and we've come to a very, very clear way to describe this. And in fact, I've got an exhibit that may help us walk through that.
All right, let's do that just so we understand it for the record. If we're in, I want you to turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit C22. So I'm going to leave this up on a screen, Madam Chair, just because this is what we're talking about, and we're moving to the bigger notebook, and it would be NMOGA Exhibit C22. Are you there, Mr. Smitherman?
I am.
Okay. Would you please, looks like this is an introductory slide that references the paragraph we're in now, correct?
That's correct. It's just an introduction. We can skip to the next slide.
Okay. Go ahead. So we're now on Exhibit C23?
C23. And as you can see, the very fact that we needed an exhibit to explain this can give you some insight as to how tricky the wording was to define when an operator is out of compliance, because this out of compliance can pop up any month during a year. And that's critical to understand that. The concept, generally speaking, I'm going to call it the anti-backsliders provision. In essence, an operator, when looking at their performance cumulatively through the year that they're in, they need to look and see what their gas capture performance has been and compare that to the prior year's either established baseline or the prior year's actual gas capture requirement. And that's what this table tries to do with a particular example. As you can see near the top, it says an example of gas capture compliance assuming a theoretical baseline capture of 78%. It shows 78% because the math kind of works out easy. When you take an actual baseline capture rate of 78%, you take the loss rate, which is 100 minus 78, that's 22. And following the division's formula, the operator has to improve by that loss rate minus 2 percentage points, which is equal to 20%, equally linearly across 5 years, which means that each year that operator has to improve by 4 percentage points. So in year 2021, as you can see lower in the table, the compliance target by the end of that year, there isn't one. This is the year that you're establishing a baseline. So the next year, 2022, the compliance target for that company for that year, that operator, is 82% because they have to improve by 4 percentage points. But anytime in that year, if they drop below last, basically their baseline is 78%, they're out of compliance. And that certainly can happen. You get a tough January or February and get some serious snowstorms and ice storms that cause some additional flaring. An operator can fall out of compliance. And then the provisions of this D2 apply to that operator until cumulatively through that same year, they're back in excess of 78%. And that same concept follows year after year as the gas capture requirements go from 82 all the way to 98% over 5 years. So in any particular year, say 2025, while that operator is working towards 94%, it can't drop below 90, which was last year's capture requirement, or they're out of compliance. They need to raise their hand, they need to fess up, and they need to use this more explicit, longer, more information gas management plan anytime they file an APD.
Thank you, Mr. Smitherman. Let's then I'm back up on the division's proposed modifications in 2A to part 27. And we see here that the division has proposed a change to subpart 2B, Roman numeral 3, dealing with a map. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Do you agree with this change, and why?
I do agree with this change, and I think we heard this from one of the earlier witnesses, I think perhaps Mr. Bolander, that there really isn't any real intent or value in us supplying the map of any entire gas gathering system. What's really important is to find out where the well is and where the applicable section of that gas gathering system is, so they can really understand what we're talking about and what part of that gas gathering system needs to have the capacity to take that well's projected gas volumes.
Will that also cut down on the burden on the division in dealing with what could potentially be confidential business information?
It would, and quite frankly, it cuts down on everyone's burden without losing any value, quite frankly.
Then we see a change in subpart 2B, Roman numeral 4. Is that, for similar reasons, is that change appropriate?
It is. I mean, when you talk about the maximum daily capacity of the natural gas gathering system, that's a very, very broad piece of business there. It may not have anything to do with whether this well that you anticipate to drill will have capacity. So let's focus in on the segment that is really of interest.
And then we see that the division over on page 10 made a change to subpart 2C, Roman numeral 2.
Yes.
Can you explain why this change proposed by the division is important?
Certainly. The original language had basically the natural gas gathering system's capacity at the time of application. Well, sometimes, like many times, these wells are not planned to be drilled for a long time, perhaps a year, maybe even 2. And so it really should be focused on the natural gas gathering system's capacity at the anticipated time that well is going to be completed. And so this is a very reasonable and practical change.
Okay. Now, before we leave this particular section, subsection C, let me see here. Okay. I believe that climate advocates here have proposed an addition to this subsection. Mr. Smitherman, on page 10 of their exhibit number 1.
Yes, I see that.
do you, I don't think I have it readily available in a PDF. I could check real quick. Well, shoot, doesn't look like it.
We could share that if you'd like. This is our red lines.
This would be your red line, page 10. That'd be great. I appreciate that. I guess I need to stop sharing. I will do that. There you go. Mr. Bach, you're up, buddy.
Okay, let me see if I can do this here.
So I'm on page 10 of your exhibit 1A, part 27.
Here?
Down there at the bottom, yes, at the bottom of page 10. Can you blow that up at all? Make it bigger?
Did that work?
Oh, that looks good, yes. Mr. Smitherman, this has been proposed, this was not proposed by the division, and it's not been proposed by the Environmental Defense Fund. Been proposed by climate advocates. What do you see as a problem with this proposed provision?
Well, the problem with it is that reality is a little more complex than this implies. As I said before, when you first apply for a drilling permit, many times that permit is related to a well that you're probably not going to drill for a year or so. And so in one sense, you don't know what the circumstances are going to be at the end of that year. Now, you've had to certify that you had the gas takeaway capacity in the segment of the gathering system that's near you. But there's many other changes that can occur over time, over that year or more, that could, in essence, change which plant or plants that our particular molecules of gas are going to be processed in. Right now, today, many of these gathering companies have more than one plant. Their systems are interconnected. They probably can't even tell me where the molecules are actually going. You also have the possibility that one gathering company could offload some of the gas that they have in their system to another gas gatherer. So did my molecules go to those other plants or not? It's simply impossible to know.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bach. I hope I'm Becky. Is that how you say that?
No, Bach. You got it right, Bach. Yep.
Bach. Okay, you just made up for all your objections. Thanks for saving me some time. So if you could stop sharing, let me share again. That'd be great.
Okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay. Let me go back to.
Mr. Felderberg, can I receive the same solution?
Only if you help us, Eric, and move us along here.
I do. I'm helping all the time.
You know, Michael, occasionally you have to object just so you don't fall asleep, you know. So I don't get up at 8 very often. This is.
Well, I hope it's not that boring.
I'm kind of taking that personally myself, sir.
All right, let's look at.
No offense intended, I'm sorry.
I want to look at the division's exhibit 2A again, Mr. Smitherman, okay?
Yes.
So we're starting to get towards the end of this rule. If I look at the division's proposed change to subpart, make sure I'm in the right spot. Natural gas management plan, it would be D3 on page 10. Does this make sense to Moga?
It does. I think that is a nice clarification. We appreciate that.
And addresses circumstances and how confidential business information will be treated.
Can you put your screen share back up, please?
Darn it, didn't I do that?
No, thank you.
Sorry about that. Can you see it now?
Yep, there it is. Thanks.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we were on there in D3, and it's on page 10 of the OCD's Exhibit 2A, okay?
Counselor, I didn't respond to that last question because I was confused. There is a section 2 Roman numeral triple I, which is Roman numeral 3,
Yeah.
right above section 3. So I was looking at the little triple I, which is Roman numeral 3, I guess.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Smitherman. Just to be clear, the division has made some changes to what is now D3.
Yes,
And it addresses the statutes governing confidential business information.
it does. And we agree with this change.
Okay. Then I want to talk about the change down here. I think we've already covered this. We don't have any concerns with the division's proposed change to 6B.
Can we back up to one thing? There's something we did not address earlier, which is in 5.
Okay.
There's a Scrivener's error that was not mentioned before.
Good catch. Thank you.
In the red proposed modification red line language, there is a reference to 1915-27-7, and that should be 27-9. There is no 7 subsection D4.
Did you get that, Mr. Ames? He must be on mute. And that changed in other words, Mr. Smitherman, the paragraph 4 they're referencing here is actually the paragraph right above it, right?
That's exactly right, which makes perfectly good sense.
And so it should be 27.9, not 27.7.
Correct.
All right. Then when we get down here to the change that's been made to subparagraph 27.9 D6B, part of this change clarifies the applicable gas capture requirement, correct, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct. Go ahead and ask your question.
And then the division has added the language here, for each well it plans to spud during the next 90 days. Does that make sense from the MOGA's perspective?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
There still seems to be kind of a verbiage problem in this 6B that should be corrected. And that is,
oh, I see,
that the language that was so carefully crafted and that we went through my exhibit in D2 is in essence the same trigger, timing trigger that appears to be, it appears that the division is trying to put in 6B. But there's some words that have been left out. And I think it would be much better if we were to add, basically either refer that the operator has become aware that it's out of compliance as defined in that earlier paragraph, or repeat the language here. There's language referring back to a previous year that's not here. They've done a great job in 2, but we didn't quite carry it through to 6B. And I think the concepts are the same. So once again, saying the same thing differently, meaning the same thing, but saying it differently can be very confusing. So we would really prefer that the division look at that and clarify it. And quite frankly, we didn't see this until too late to offer a red line for it.
So, Mr. Smitherman, I believe that was discussed with one of the division's witnesses, and what we were suggesting is to add for the previous year after natural gas capture requirements in that first clause in 6B.
That's correct. And that would suffice. Actually, the language in D2 is even more clear because it refers to the baseline year and then previous year. But previous year, conceptually, previous year is sufficient.
Okay. Now, if I go to the division's proposed modifications to NMOGA's proposed modifications to subpart 7.
Yes.
So that would be 27.9D7. We're on page 27, the last page of NMOGA's proposed modifications. We see that we have added some references to the paragraphs that we understand the division is referencing by this paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I believe their witnesses confirmed that those are the paragraphs they intended to reference.
Yes.
Okay. And the other change that was not discussed with their witnesses was they had adequate venting and flaring plan. Why has NMOGA proposed to add a complete?
Well, that again looks at subjectivity. We should, the industry, the operator should submit a complete venting and flaring plan as per paragraph 4 of this paragraph. That makes sense. If you will, the descriptions of what needs to be in that plan are very clearly laid out in 5. And so it seems that for clarity, for regulatory certainty, using the words "a complete venting and flaring plan" as per paragraph 5 is more clear.
Okay. Mr. Bach, can I call on you again to bring up your exhibit 1A?
1A, happy to. What
Go
page?
to the last page, page 11.
Our numbering isn't right, but I think, yeah, last page. Okay.
Does this mean that he's going to bank bonus points at this point, since last time he absolved all of his sins?
Oh, let's not push it.
Is that big enough?
If you can make it a little bigger, that'd be great. There we go. So I'm focused there on, thank you, on paragraphs 7 and 8, Mr. Smitherman. This is some changes that the Climate Advocates has proposed to this section. Now, what do you glean from these changes? What are you concerned about here?
Well, I guess the first thing I'm concerned about is, in essence, taking away the division's discretion. The division has the obligation to look at these gas management plans and see if they are, if they're sufficient, if you will. First of all, has the operator submitted a complete one, which we've suggested, but also taking a look at how the operator has evaluated these various alternative beneficial uses. And it may be the circumstances are that perhaps not 100% of the gas is going to be captured, but because of the circumstances and maybe the timing of when they expect gas takeaway to improve, the division will approve that APD or conditionally approve that APD. This does not give them that opportunity. This is a kind of a 3 strikes you're out rule that takes away the discretion for the division. We don't think that's wise.
Okay. Now, the division didn't propose this change, correct, Mr. Smitherman?
That's correct.
And neither did the Environmental Defense Fund?
I believe that that's correct.
And do you agree it's appropriate to leave the discretion with the division under the parameters that they have laid out as to whether to deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD?
Yes, sir, I do. Okay.
Madam Hearing Officer, I have a little bit more, not much more. We're going to be involved in Part 28, just some sections of Part 28 that we have not addressed. I don't know if you want to take a break now or if you want to finish up. I'm anticipating maybe 30 minutes tops, or maybe less than that.
All right. No, we've gone almost 90 minutes. Madam Chair, is the break okay with you now?
Sure.
All right. Let's take 10 minutes and come back a few minutes after 2. Let's come back from the break, please. Mr. Feldward, I believe you indicated you are soon to wrap up with Mr. Smitherman's direct presentation.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Certainly. So now, Madam Hearing Officer, Madam Chair, members of the commission, we're going to move now to the little black binder. It would be NMOGA Exhibit B, and it addresses our changes to Part 28. And most of them we've already covered through Part 27, but there are a few that are unique to Part 28 that we need to address here in the remaining minutes. And the first relates to the section on performance standards, which is 28.8C as in Cindy. And that can be found on page 6 of NMOGA Exhibit B. Mr. Smitherman, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes. All right. Would you please explain how this briefly, because I think it was already addressed by them, just orient us, how this is proposed by the division and the change in approach that NMOGA has suggested with its proposed modification?
Certainly. The division has basically proposed that the operators of gas gathering systems create some kind of a operations plan. Now, it's not defined very well. In fact, it's not defined at all. They do say make some suggestions of some of the topics that might be considered in that plan or included in that plan. And it is, we have some concerns about whether or not even that part of the rule would be something that would be even something the operators could respond to properly. There don't seem to be any sideboards. There's very little descriptions of them. And quite frankly, we don't see a whole lot of value in trying to define and describe everything that an upstream midstream operator is doing. This could be a 5-page plan. It could be a 5-binder plan. It doesn't seem to have any sideboards. And so we somewhat question, if you will, the impact, the value of this submitting this plan for waste reduction. But what does seem to be reasonable and does seem to be something that is very useful is if a midstream operator is out of compliance with their gas capture requirements. First of all, they're going to know why they're out of compliance because they're going to have reported these volumes to the division. The division is going to know, at least by category, why this operator seems to be out of compliance. And so it would, in essence, a more, I guess, proportionate requirement for the division to say if that operator is out of compliance, they need to come bring in a mitigated plan, basically a plan to say, what is causing you to be out of compliance and what are you going to do to get back in compliance and give us a time frame for doing so. That seems like a very useful process, and that's what we're proposing here in this C1.
Now, Mr. Smitherman, you said first this would apply if they're out of compliance.
That's correct.
And is there a time frame as to when they would be required to submit this mitigated plan?
There is. I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Yeah, me too. I know it's in here.
I know it's in here somewhere.
Oh, here we go. Down at the bottom of page 6.
Little a.
Little a, yes.
Yes. Operator whose gas capture percentage is not in compliance, and it gives you the reference to understand what that means, shall submit the division a mitigative action plan within 90 days of their annual reporting. And that annual reporting would have been the way that they would have known and the division would have known that they were out of compliance. So it's really a way for, it's much like the division has taken the posture in other parts of both these two rules, where they have in essence incentivized operators to do the right thing. And if they haven't been able to be successful in meeting those requirements for one reason or another, then they have to do something more. This would be targeted. This is not going to be some plan that's going to sit on the shelf somewhere. There's not even any kind of implication, and no witnesses have talked about whether this plan that they suggest is even going to be subject to approval. It seems like it's an exercise that doesn't have a whole lot of impact. But I think that the plan that we talk about, this mitigated plan, will have impact. It'll be able to show the division what that operator has found, why they're not meeting their capture requirements, and what they're going to do to be back in compliance. It's something that the division can hold in their hand and use it to monitor that progress.
As a result of NMOGA's proposed change in the approach here, a number of these subcategories are no longer needed, right? We already addressed subpart A, which would require the plan in 90 days. What does our proposed subpart B do? On page 7. At the top of that page.
Oh, well, it basically says that they've got to continue the conversation with the division, basically.
Okay.
This is what I said earlier, where the division has got the plan. They've got what the operator is going to do to get back into compliance. And this is kind of a follow-up for that.
Okay. Now, as a result of NMOGA's proposed change, the division's former paragraphs 2 and 3 that we see on page 7 will no longer be necessary.
That's correct. So this will be a more targeted process for being able to get watch that a midstream operator is in fact coming under compliance.
Okay. Now, in the event the commission doesn't agree with us, Mr. Smitherman, is there a concern, and well, let me step back. In the event the commission doesn't agree with NMOGA's approach and retains the language that we see in subparagraph 2 on page 7 that we have proposed to strike, okay, under that scenario, do you see a concern with the division's proposed language in 28.8C2?
Yes. This is a similar concern we've talked about in other parts of the rule, where the division has, in essence, seems to be requiring flaring versus venting. And there is no difference to waste, whether you have to burn, combust, or vent gas. And so that's a concern to us. It seems to be outside the jurisdiction, if you will, of the OCD, and falls much more clearly in the purview of an NMED and air quality.
Okay, then I want to take a look at, I'm going to move to page 9 of NMOGA's proposed changes. I think we've already discussed the monthly AVO change that we see at the bottom of page 7. It carries over into the top of page 8 in the request to review, to have it done externally, addressing hydrocarbons odor. So I think that gets us down to let's see, I cut some areas here. I think we can jump over to page 9.
I'm there.
And I'm at subpart 28.8D as in David.
Got it.
I just see a few changes here. What's the purpose here of adding telephonic or electronic in addition to written?
Well, it simply gives the operators the ability to communicate as effectively as they can with upstream operators. This is faster. It's more ubiquitous, quite frankly, right now. And giving them that flexibility is probably going to make communications better.
Okay. All right. Then I believe the other change that's unique to upstream gathering operators is over on page 13 of NMOGA Exhibit B. And I believe everything in between we've already discussed under Part 27. So I want to move to page 13 of Namoga Exhibit B.
Okay.
I am under, hold on one second. I'm sorry, I should move to page 14.
Okay.
We're under the 27.9C location requirements.
Yes.
Okay. We see that I think the initial draft had two subparagraph Cs, as in Cindy. We have stricken the first subparagraph C dealing with an updated GIS map with layers, with various layers that are described in there. Do you see that?
I do see that.
Okay. First off, orient us, what does A and B require, and why has Namoga proposed to delete the first subparagraph C?
Certainly. It really, A1 and 2 kind of set the stage here for the idea that the division is asking for, and we believe is the right thing to do to ask for and have maps of these gathering systems, digital GIS-based maps. And so there's a requirement for each operator on a given time frame, if you will, for new gathering pipelines or natural gas gathering systems, no later than 90 days after placing the gathering pipeline into service, that the operator must, if you will, supplement or give the division an updated GIS map. This is an electronic digital type mapping system. And so the division will have an adequate base of knowledge of where these pipelines are, where these facilities are, and et cetera. The part that is in C that we're suggesting to strike is, we suggest striking it because in essence it's duplicative of information that we've already sent in. All of the things that they asked for, it seems to me in C, that identifies the date, location, volume of vented or flared natural gas, each emergency, malfunction, release. These have all been reported on a C-129. And that C-129 requires location information, requires actually even more information than I think that's even listed here. And so it seems duplicative to have the operator have to send in another GIS system with the same information on it. So we're suggesting that that is overly burdensome and unnecessary.
And then, of course, the remaining change we see on this page, Mr. Smitherman, dealing with what was marked as the second paragraphs, C as in Cindy, that deals with confidential information, and we believe that the way the division has crafted their provisions address our concerns there.
Yes, we agree with their language.
Okay, all right. Did I forget anything, Mr. Smitherman?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. We're, Mr. Smitherman, we're Namoga Exhibit C1 through C23, prepared by you or compiled under your direction and supervision.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, and Madam Hearing Officer, I would move the admission into evidence of Namoga Exhibits C1 and C23.
Let me pause for a moment to see if there are any objections. C1 and C23 are admitted.
And as a matter of course, I should also, I think they've been attached to our pre-hearing statement, but I should also move into evidence Namoga Exhibit A, which is our changes to Part 27, and Namoga Exhibit B, as in boy, which is our changes to Part 28.
For a moment. Objections to Exhibits A or B? Exhibits A and B are admitted.
Thank you very much. I will pass the witness.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Smitherman?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not seeing Mr. Smitherman. Is he? There he is. Okay. I had to move you over. Good afternoon, Mr. Smitherman.
Good afternoon, sir.
So one of the last things you addressed was in part 28, the operation plan.
Yes.
If I understood correctly, you said that you don't think that operators should prepare an operation plan until they're out of compliance. Is that right?
Well, the words I actually used were that they should file a mitigated plan if they're out of compliance. We think that that is a much more effective process.
So just to clarify then, your view is that operators should not have to submit a plan, whether we call it a operation plan or a mitigation plan, until they're out of compliance. Is that right?
I think that that's correct. Correct characterization, yes.
So when an operator is out of compliance, damage is already done, isn't it?
Well, of course, I guess that implies that somehow the act of putting on paper what an operator is already doing to meet these gas capture requirements is somehow going to be changed by writing them down. You would think that an operator is already planning their operations to meet these compliance requirements, whether they've written them down or not.
Oh, so you're saying now that operators should have done a plan initially before they're out of compliance, right?
Well, I think that your characterization is twisting my words a bit. Any operator inherently has a plan of what they're going to do, whether it's written down or not, or in one complete little report. They have their plan of operation. They know what they're going to be doing. And those, if you will, plans, those expectations of all of the different areas of their company are communicated and well known within the company. They simply have not been compiled necessarily in some binders that are on a shelf somewhere.
I never heard this term inherent plan. An inherent plan, it's something in somebody's head. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying to you is that operators have I'm going to try to use a different word than plan because we seem to be sticking with the word plan.
That's the term you put in your proposed language, mitigation plan.
Mr.
So
Ames.
I'm not putting words, I'm not using words that you didn't use.
I'm going to object. Mr. Ames, let him finish the answer first, okay? And then you can ask your next question.
All right, please go ahead.
I'm sorry?
I said, please go ahead, Mr. Smitherman.
The division's language calls for an operations plan. And what I'm trying to distinguish from that concept of some compiled list of whatever that company plans to do on a variety of subjects, which could go from operations to construction to human relations to safety, whatever that might be. Every company has got direction for what they're planning to do to operate effectively, efficiently, and safely, and to, quite frankly, meet the requirements and comply with all regulatory requirements, including gas capture. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have a operations plan as we think it's contemplated in the rule that's been offered.
Okay, so working from NMOGA's proposed language, if an operator is out of compliance, then it does a mitigation plan, that's right?
That's correct.
And that plan is going to take some amount of time to do after the operator is already out of compliance, right?
I think, in fact, we have suggested a time frame for submitting that mitigation plan. I'm hearing some background noise. We've suggested that that plan be compiled and submitted within 90 days of reporting of your natural gas capture percentage performance.
So 3 months after the operator's out of compliance, it's going to complete a plan that it should have had done, or you say they actually do have done, at least in their heads, before they were out of compliance.
Object to the form of the question. Mischaracterizes this testimony.
Mr. Smitherman, if you would please state where you disagree with Mr. Ames' characterization.
Can you repeat the question, please, sir?
Sure. It's always a challenge to do that. I could ask that be read back, but I'll try and reframe it. My understanding now is that you are saying that an operator who is out of compliance will have to submit its mitigation plan 3 months after after it is out of compliance, even though that same operator, you said earlier, has that plan somewhere in writing or in their heads. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
Okay, then correct it, please.
What I've said here and what NMOGA proposes is that a midstream operator may not meet its gas capture requirements, even though it is trying to do operations that are effective, efficient, safe, in compliance with all regulations, including gas capture plans, gas capture requirements. And if they do not meet their gas capture requirements, then they are to come, basically tell the division why they're out of compliance and what they're going to do to get back in compliance. Now, they didn't intend to be out of compliance, but it happened. So something that they, even if they had written down a plan, if they're out of compliance, clearly that plan was not sufficient. So you would still want us to come in with a mitigated plan to respond to that. It seems like that this is a much more effective way for that operator to communicate its future operations and future actions to meet compliance.
Well, I have to agree with you that a mitigation plan makes sense in that context. If an operator is out of compliance, it should prepare some kind of plan to come back into compliance. But wouldn't a prudent operator want to know that there might be a problem before the rule is violated?
Well, if you were to write a plan and you then were out of compliance, what good was the plan? No one plans to be out of compliance. Even if you wrote a plan down, you still might be out of compliance. So what, in one sense, what was the benefit of writing the plan down? It is much more effective to respond to why you're out of compliance with a specific and targeted mitigation plan that is responsive to why you're out of compliance.
So getting ready for this, Mr. Smitherman, I reviewed your CV, and you do have an impressive amount of experience. You were a vice president of operations for the Permian, is that right?
No, vice president for the whole company.
For the whole company. But I think your resume did reference to your responsibility for operations in the Permian, is that right?
Well, I guess to be clear, I spent almost 20 years in the Midland office, which was the office that was responsible for Permian Basin and some other areas of our company's business. And in that time, I was operations superintendent, drilling superintendent, and basically engineering manager. And then I managed the entire division, which was mostly the operations portions of activities of our company. But then I was promoted to vice president of the company. So I had many of those same responsibilities and more, but across the entire company's operations, which spanned from the Louisiana, Texas, Gulf Coast to Colorado. And actually, we had some operations in Canada.
It's quite a lot of territory to cover. But the Permian was part of that, right?
It was, certainly was.
And how many wells did you oversee in the Permian?
I can't remember a specific number, but it was hundreds.
Hundreds?
Hundreds.
Do you remember roughly how many or what percentage were on state land?
I couldn't even venture a guess.
How about federal land?
Well, it's the other. Well, no, I can't venture a guess on there either.
Was it a significant number of wells?
It was a significant number of wells on both federal and state and private, of course. The Permian Basin is not just New Mexico, of course.
Mm-hmm. So as either operations engineer or manager and as vice president for all these wells, you had to be familiar with, or you were familiar with all the rules that were applicable to those wells, right?
I can't say that I was familiar with every single rule, but we certainly had folks that were familiar with every rule, and I was familiar with those that were important for my knowledge.
Emergencies are important for your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. So that I assume then you're familiar with the BLM's definition of emergency.
I certainly couldn't quote it.
But you're familiar with it?
Yes.
Now, the BLM's definition of emergency says the words immediate and substantial adverse effect, don't they?
I'll have to take your word for it. I don't recall those specific words.
And the BLM definition of emergency also says exceeds sales contract volume of natural gas, doesn't it?
Again, I'll have to rely on your specific memory of that particular passage.
Madam Chair, if I may step in here, Mr. Ames, do you have the definition, the BLM's definition that you're referencing that you can put up on the screen?
No, I do not.
Can you advise us as to which BLM definition you are referencing?
The definition of the BLM rules, Mr. Feldwert.
And which one is that? What's the site?
I don't have the citation for you right now, and this is my cross.
Well, that's fine, but you're implying that you are accurate and completely quoting from an undisclosed BLM rule, and I think that's not appropriate. If you want to ask him about it, put it on the screen and ask him about it.
Whether you think it's appropriate or not is not relevant. I can provide testimony later, if necessary, to rebut the testimony that's being presented now.
Well, then I object to the form of the question and ask that Mr. Ames either identify the rule that he's referring to, number one, and then put it up on the screen so that everyone has the benefit of what he's referencing.
All right, Mr. Ames, if you could just give me enough of an indication as to where you're going with the questioning, with Mr. Smitherman not being able to see the language.
Mr. Smitherman testified that certain language should be stricken from the OCD's proposed definition of emergency. He also argued for adding other words to the OCD's definition of emergency. And later on, he testified that OCD ought to adhere more closely to regulations adopted by certain federal agencies like BLM and EPA. And so I'm asking him if he's aware that certain words that appear in our definition also appear in the BLM definition, which is in the record. It's in an exhibit, and we don't need to show it to him. We can argue this in our closing and in our findings of fact, if allowed.
I would object to Mr. Ames hiding behind the ball and not wanting to disclose the exhibit that he says in the record to Mr. Smitherman. I mean, let's be fair here. If he wants to pick and choose language, put it up on the screen.
And I think I have the language, if that would be helpful. This is from
I think that would be great. Thank you.
This is from the 2016 BLM rule, isn't it?
Please, Mr. Vaki, I appreciate your offer of assistance, but I don't want it.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Mr. Ames, what is your objection so long as Mr. Bach has it available and it's an exhibit? It might help the commission.
Well, it is an exhibit in our pleadings, and I will find it momentarily. We'll continue for the moment.
Well, I would appreciate for the record if you would identify what exhibit it is so that everybody understands what you have purportedly been quoting from. I don't disagree that you're quoting words from it, but we'd like to be able to see it.
Moving on, Mr. Smitherman, when you were in charge of the oil and gas company, did you keep statistics on emergencies?
How would you define emergency, sir?
Well, emergencies as the BLM defines them, perhaps, or as any of the states in which your company operated defines them.
What I'm struggling with here, sir, is the word emergency is rather broad. And it is more encompassing than I think what you have in your mind, and so I cannot answer that.
So you're saying your company, as far as you're aware, you do not keep statistics on emergencies, either as any state or federal agency defined it, or even as your company defined it for itself?
I did not say that, sir.
I object. It mischaracterizes his testimony.
Okay. Please go ahead, Mr. Smitherman, and clarify your answer.
No, I did not say what he said I said.
Did your company keep statistics on emergencies regardless of who defined them?
Let me step in. I'm going to object to the question, Mr. Ames. The practices of his company are not at issue here. What's at issue here is the proposed rule that the division has put out there. So the practices of the company, what his company did 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years ago, and what statistics they keep have absolutely nothing to do with this rulemaking proceeding.
Mr. Ames, your response, because I think obviously you have a legitimate line of questioning here around the documentation of emergencies. But if you would, again, just describe where you're going with this question to this witness.
I'll withdraw the question and ask a different one. Mr. Smitherman, you're a senior advisor for the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association?
Yes, sir.
And in the course of preparing for your testimony, you consulted with a team of 79 others from other companies within the Namoga family, is that correct?
That's a correct, roughly that number, right, that's correct.
Did any of those team members provide you with statistics regarding emergencies that their companies have experienced?
I don't think we talked about that particular topic in that particular way, no.
So in terms of the time required to respond to emergencies, I'm trying to understand your logic here. When there's a fire, you expect the fire department to respond right away, correct?
You'd hope so, certainly.
And when there's an accident, you'd expect the police department to respond right away, correct?
I guess I'm kind of wondering what you mean by right away, quite frankly. I think that term carries a particular, it needs to have some context around it.
So the question I have for you is, why should your company or why should your facility get a pass when it's venting and flaring uncontrollably?
Well, let me first start by saying that the division has suggested this term pass, by the way, and has suggested a number of hours that are appropriate for an upstream company to respond to something that was outside the control of that upstream operator to be able to respond to that situation. So, I mean, I suggest that the division is the one that sees the appropriateness to that. We agree that concept is true. We appreciate the fact that they've done so.
Thank you for that. Let's talk about the 4 hours proposed by OCD and the 8 hours proposed by NMOGA. The chair suggested during some earlier questioning that perhaps 4 hours would be appropriate for companies that operate an automatic SCADA system, and that perhaps longer would be appropriate for those that don't. Do you recall her making that statement or asking that question about that?
I do.
So if someone has a SCADA system, they don't have to roll out of bed, jump into the truck, maybe in their PJs, and haul down bad roads in bad weather to a remote location, right?
No, that's not correct.
They still do?
Let's first talk about what SCADA is. I think there's a misunderstanding perhaps here and a misunderstanding generally about what SCADA is and what SCADA isn't. So would you like to talk about that?
Well, if I understand correctly, it was earlier stated that a company with a SCADA system can shut in a well remotely. Is that correct?
Someone might have said that. I wouldn't say that, because SCADA does not necessarily mean, well, let's back up. The word SCADA is an acronym that stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. And quite frankly, most of the systems that companies have in New Mexico are actually not SCADA, because they don't have supervisory control in most places. They have data acquisition. They're basically souped up monitoring systems that make it in essence are an improvement over an alarm system. So they don't have the ability to actually affect changes in the field remotely.
Some systems do, though. Is that right?
Some systems may. I'm not familiar with the particular intricacies of most operators. I know our system, the company that we had very limited abilities to make any changes remotely to the field. Very limited.
If some companies are able to remotely shut in wells to deal with venting and flaring resulting from an upstream emergency or malfunction, is there a reason why they need to have 8 hours as opposed to an operator who perhaps doesn't have the benefit of that advanced technology?
I would always prefer to have a human being go to location and make an assessment and make a decision, coordinate that decision with others, coordinate the decision with the midstream company who's dealing with the same perhaps source of this venting and flaring. And perhaps shutting in is not the right answer. Perhaps that operator has the ability to transfer gas away from one gathering system to another. Perhaps shutting in all the wells is not appropriate. You can damage wells by shutting them in. So maybe having a human being in the process is a much smarter way to do it. And having that person in the field and on location makes a lot more sense to me.
Now, we have noticed and appreciate that NMOGA has agreed to many of the changes proposed by OCD here. Some of those changes were in direct response to NMOGA's comments. And you're aware of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know that NMOGA proposed almost 200 changes to our our October version of the rules?
I'll have to rely on your count, sir. I didn't count those.
You would agree, though, there are many changes.
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you know that the division has agreed to almost 40% of NMOGA's proposed changes to the October rule?
And we thank you for that. Of course, many of those were simple clarifications to what we thought the division intended in the first place.
And some were quite significant. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir, I do.
So during your testimony, I heard you complain that the OCD's proposed requirement in 9D1E was not necessary because it duplicated language in section 8.3, and I got this site wrong, 8E1. Now I'll review those with you. I won't expect you to remember those.
I was going to say, Mr.
I was about to ask.
Okay.
So 9D1.
Which rule are we in, sir?
We're in 27. So we're in 9D1E. And this is part of the management plan requirement.
In Rule 27?
I'm sorry?
In Rule 27?
In Rule 27, 27.9D1E.
Just a second, please.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me what page that is, sir?
No, I cannot.
And you're referring
not
to
not because I'm not wanting to, it's that I'm not looking at that.
Are you referring to your red line or NMOGA's exhibit?
I'm referring to OCD Exhibit 2A, so maybe I can.
Mr. Ames, I mean, would it be possible for somebody else from the division to control the screen maybe so that you don't, to sort of assist? I don't know if there's anyone available to do that.
If Mr. Ames would like, I am available.
Sure, Brandon, if you want to pull up 9D1E, I'd appreciate it.
Got it.
This is one of those situations where in-person cross would be considerably more efficient. But anyway, 9D1E. So there we are. So Mr. Smitherman, do you see subparagraph E up there on the screen?
I do. Thank you, sir.
And that's a requirement of the plan to provide information on anticipated volumes of liquids and gas production and a description of how separation equipment will be sized. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that.
And this provision is about what actions you will take, correct?
That's correct.
It's a planning requirement. Correct?
Yes, it's part of the natural gas management plan. That's correct.
Okay. And this plan is submitted with the APD. Is that correct?
That's correct also.
Okay, Brandon, can you go to 81, please?
(81)
8E1, section 8E1.
8E1, thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Can you make it a little bigger, Brandon?
I'm still looking for it.
All right. There we are. So, Mr. Smitherman, you recognize section 81 here?
Yes.
This is a requirement that the operator shall design completion and production separation equipment for a maximum anticipated throughput and pressure, correct?
Yes, I see that.
And this is a performance standard, correct?
Yes, it's under that section, yes.
This is what an operator is expected to do under the proposed rules, right?
I understand that, yes.
These are two different things, right? Planning before you submit your APD to OCD and actually installing the equipment to comply with the performance standard?
Well, I don't see them as separate things. I see them as perhaps E1 being the overarching requirements of operators in building facilities. And that section in the management plan is kind of a subset that would be applicable to a well that you plan to drill, but perhaps I think the concept here, what I'm trying to get to is the concept in E1 seems to already require that the operator anticipate the amount of gas, oil and gas and water production from a well, and is required to build their separation facilities in a way that minimizes waste. I see no additional advantage of sending in some maybe either design criteria or some particular calculations of a separator that is attached to a particular APD, many times of which that APD is going to go into a facility that already exists.
So I understand that you don't think that that one of these requirements is necessary, but you will agree that they are different, right? One is a planning requirement and one is a performance standard. Is that right?
I object. I think he's already answered that question.
Mr. Smitherman did not answer that question. He decided to answer the question whether both provisions were necessary.
That's right. Mr. Feldwert?
No, I think his initial entree into E1 was the same question that he just asked him.
All right. I'm sorry. I didn't remember it that way. Please answer the question, Mr. Smitherman.
Can you restate? I'm sorry. I get confused with all the chatter.
Mr. Smitherman, 9D1E is a planning requirement and 8E1 is a performance standard. Those are different types of requirements, correct?
They appear in different parts of the rule under the title performance standard and under the title management plan. But I don't necessarily see them conceptually different.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about commissioning pipelines. You
Certainly.
testified that after commissioning pipelines, equipment, and facilities, operators must vent and flare gas, sometimes because of O2 oxygen content in the gas. Is that correct?
I did say that, correct.
You didn't say how long operators might have to flare that gas, did you?
No, I did not.
You did not say how much natural gas operators would have to flare in that circumstance, did you?
I did not specify, no, sir.
Yet you're asking the commission to punch a loophole in this rule without telling them what the effect would be, aren't you?
Sir, I would not ask the division to punch a loophole in any rule.
Isn't that what you're doing by asking for an exemption for the venting and flaring of natural gas due to O2 content after the commissioning of a pipeline, equipment, or a facility?
No, sir, I would not characterize it that way.
How would you characterize it?
I would characterize it as saying the division has carefully crafted a reasonable accommodation for the realities of the necessity, the safety necessity of purging new equipment.
The
That's certainly
division?
not a loose. I'm saying the rule. If you put that in the rule, that would be basically a nod to the realities of the safety the operational and safety-oriented necessity of these operations. I don't think that's a loophole, sir.
You don't think that's a loophole? Okay. Let's talk about 8G2. Brandon, I don't think we need to bring that up. 8G2 says that operators need to file a C-115B. The division's proposal says that, correct?
I see that, sir.
And NMOGA's proposed that that operators file a C-115. Is that right?
That's correct. A modified C-115.
You filed a C-115 before?
Not me personally, but my staff has. Back
So
when
you're familiar?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Back when I was working, I was very familiar with our production accounting system and that personnel, and I'm familiar with the process of filing a C-115.
And you're familiar
with
with
myself. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I need to watch your face and see when you're about to speak. My bad. So you're familiar with C-115s and what's in them. Is that right?
Generally speaking, yes, sir.
And so you're aware that a C-115 is based on taxable property. Is that right?
I actually don't recall that detail.
So you aren't aware that a C-115 is not targeted to a specific well?
Well, you didn't say that. You said a taxable entity.
Okay. Is a C-115 addressed to the production from a specific well?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding of it.
So you're saying a C-115 reports production for a single well?
Actually, I think the specific term, and I can't remember the term, there's a term that the division has created as a reporting entity, and it's mostly generally an individual well, but there may be exceptions that I'm not familiar with.
Are you aware that other agencies rely on the C-115 data as it is currently reported?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
So you're not aware that the State Land Office and the Taxation and Revenue Department depend on the data in the C-115 as it is currently reported by operators to OCD?
I'm not aware of the specific interactions between those many agencies that you've just described. No, sir.
And so I assume then you're not aware that OCD's database is set up to process the C-115 data for the benefit of OCD as well as other state agencies.
I think that's asked and answered.
Well, that's not an answer.
I think I've answered that question already, sir. I'm not aware of the interaction between the division and other agencies as respects the C-115 database.
Thank you. And so that would, I assume you're then not aware how the changes you propose to the C-115 will affect OCD or the other state agencies.
I think I'll give you the same answer. I'm not aware of the interaction between these agencies and as respects the C-115 database.
So I heard you testify that OCD's rule would require operators to train personnel to detect and report leaks at wells and other facilities. Is that correct?
I think that mischaracterizes my testimony, sir.
You did not testify that personnel would need to be trained to detect leaks at facilities?
I think that mischaracterizes my testimony in that regard.
Well, you seem to remember your testimony in that regard. What was it then? That's what I remember, but if you remember it differently, please explain.
I think I was referring to, and subject to check, we could look back at the record, but I think I was referring to training as opposed as respects the AVO recordation process. If a company has a form that they want their employees to fill out, they need to understand how they fill that form out, what they look for, how they judge things, and how they record it on that particular form. That's the training I was referring to. There's other training in the field, of course, but that's what I was referring to.
So you would agree that operators should be training their personnel to detect and report leaks. Is that right?
I agree with that. It wasn't my testimony earlier, but I do agree with that.
It seems to be a basic duty for operators to train, a prudent operator to train its personnel to do that, right?
Yes. In fact, I think I did talk about that concept that lease operators should be looking for leaks. That's part of Pumper 101, I think is the words I used. That's a different part of the testimony that I was referring to before.
Mr. Ames, let me interrupt you 1 minute, only for the purposes of pointing out that it's 3 o'clock. So Mr. Smitherman and others have been at this since I think 12:30. And I'm wondering if there's a time, Mr. Ames, where you might be at a point where we could have a short break?
Mr. Felder, we took a break from 10 of 2 to a few minutes after 2 at your request.
Okay, all right.
We've been going a little less than an hour at this point.
Okay, do you contemplate a break shortly? And this is more for personal reasons than anything else, and I apologize.
All right. Mr. Ames, would you mind a short break at this point?
Or Mr. Ames, whenever if you think you're going to be finished soon, that's fine. I just didn't know how much more you had.
I'd prefer to continue going, but I don't expect to go too much longer.
All right, go ahead.
So, Mr. Smitherman, I was asking you about AVOs, and I think you had told me that prudent operators train their staff to conduct AVOs. Do prudent operators have their personnel conduct AVOs whenever they're on site?
And I'm struggling with my answer here, sir, because I think that in the context of this rule, AVO is a particular process that includes documentation. And I'm not sure what you mean.
What documentation do you expect to have to do for an AVO? I mean, you did hear the department's or the division's testimony, right?
I did.
And division was fairly clear that it wasn't expecting any specific type of documentation. Isn't that right?
And that's not what I'm confused about, sir.
What are you confused about?
I'm confused about whether you're asking about the normal duty, I'll call it Pumper 101 again, that a company might expect their employees to do every time they're on location, which is, in essence, look around, listen, smell, and see if there's something going on. That's a very different thing than the AVOs that are contemplated in this rule, which would require the same, perhaps more detailed review by that lease operator, and include documentation, which is a much bigger and more complicated part of an AVO as respects this rule. That's why I'm confused.
So you're reading our AVO to require more than look, see, smell. Is that right?
Well, I think their testimony itself said that there's more required than that. The testimony of your own witnesses has said that that also includes documentation and the retention of that documentation for 5 years.
So I'd like just to focus on the physical aspects of the AVO. Are you saying that the physical aspects of the AVO, the actually conducting of the AVO, involves more than looking, seeing, and smelling? And listening, I should say.
Well, again, I think there's a physical aspect of documenting. So yes, I think there's a difference between someone simply using their senses and someone conducting an AVO as respects this rule, which requires physical action to document their findings, documenting whether they've seen something wrong, and documenting what they did if they did see something wrong. I think those are very different.
When your personnel go on site, they're documenting right then, right? They're documenting they've been on site and they're documenting what they've done and they're documenting how much time they spent there. And you're tracking all that information because you're interested in cost control as well as what's happening on your sites, right?
Well, I think that's actually a lot of speculation as to what each company's requiring their employees to do.
Mr. Smitherman, you testified regarding the downhole maintenance exception in 8D2D, and you said it's good enough if the operator is in close proximity. Actually, that may be liquids unloading, downhole maintenance and liquids unloading. Do you remember that?
I remember the concept of in close proximity to be related to liquids unloading only.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. Are you aware that the BLM rule 3179.104, downhole well maintenance and liquids unloading, requires that the person conducting the unloading remain present on site throughout the event?
Yes, sir, I'm aware of that.
You're aware of that BLM rule?
Yes, sir.
And
I couldn't quote it to you, but I'm aware of it. Excuse me, I'm sorry, sir.
That's fine. We're talking over each other. Are you aware of the Colorado rule, 1009 Part D 2G1B, that says the owner operator must be present on site during any planned downhole well maintenance, well liquids unloading, or well plugging event?
I am generally aware, but I am nowhere nearly as aware of the specifics of the Colorado rule as you may be implying.
So if I understand correctly, NMOGA likes BLM and EPA rules, except when it doesn't. Is that essentially it?
I object to the argumentative nature of the question.
Withdrawn.
Thank you.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. We will continue with the cross-examination after a 10-minute break. Please come back at 3:17. Thank you. Let's come back from the break, please.
Hearing officer, I have a question. This is Chris Melander.
Yes, we don't have Mr. Baca, but so long as you don't mind being off the record, please go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this is totally off the record stuff. Was there an agreement among the parties about the end of the hearing today? I missed that somewhere and I just wanted to check on what the plan was.
We haven't talked about that. We can certainly talk about that now. For example, we lose our technical host today at 6 p.m. So that would be one hard stop. I haven't talked with the commissioners about it yet either.
Okay, I just figured I'd throw that out there since it's approaching 3:30 and figured make the most use of our day.
Okay, and last time I looked, we had just one public commenter at 4:30, who of course may or may not appear at 4:30, but last time I looked, we had just one. Mr. Baca? Are you just saying that you're ready?
Well, yeah, I'm ready. All right, so we're gonna go past 6 o'clock.
Oh, no, we haven't decided exactly when we'll stop yet. That's what we're about to talk about.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you mute yourself? I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise coming from you. Thank you. All right, so certainly what I'd like to do is come to a natural stopping point. You know, if we're in the middle of a witness at 5 and could finish them before 5:30, I would want to do that. That's usually what I'm driven by. Does anyone have another proposal, Mr. Feldwart?
Madam Examiner, we're certainly willing to stay as late as you want to this evening. I know it's Friday, but we're certainly willing and able to be here as late as you need NMOGA.
Thank you. Anyone else have a comment on the end of the day today?
I'm available, Madam Hearing Officer, until whenever. Not 4 a.m., but I am available.
I know I have a terrible reputation that way, don't I? Thank you for that, Ms. Fox. I'm sorry, Mr. Baca, are you waving your hand to ask if this should be on the record?
Yeah, should this be on the record? That's not on the record.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be on the record right now.
I'm going to just tell my secretary she can leave at 5. And
Thank you.
I can work here as long as you want.
Let's see, Ms. Peronios, I see you.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have a meeting from 4:30 to 6 that I cannot miss, so I will have to step away during that time frame, but I can review the transcript afterwards. So that's unfortunately just what I have to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
And I will say on the record, I owe Ms. Peronios a response. I have not had a chance to do that, and I apologize.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Orth, sorry, it's Adrian. If need be, can we just let Ms. Peronios go early and cross if necessary?
Yes, that's okay. What I was just about to say, as to the extent we can bring her up for cross-examination before 4:30, we will do that. Any other comments?
Save everyone time right now and let you know that I don't have any calls for Mr. Smitherman. So,
well, okay, that makes it even easier. Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, so
sorry to interrupt. Can you hear me?
Mr. Kessler?
I would prefer to ask questions before 5:15, if that's feasible. If it looks like the commissioners are going to be able to ask questions today, if not, we can just wait until Monday. But before 5:15 for me would be perfect.
Okay, thank you for that, for sure. Mr. Bach, I see you.
Yeah, sorry, I got kicked off somehow, but I'm back. So yeah, I'm ready to go if the witness is ready.
I'm ready, sir.
Sorry, hold on one sec.
She didn't say it was your turn yet, Mr. Bach. You got to hold off a minute, buddy.
It's not quite your turn. We were talking about the end of the day.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Like I said, I got kicked off for a second there. So
yeah, you didn't miss anything. We're not even making a transcript yet. All right. So what I'd like to do, and I'll I can put this on the record, is to proceed through cross-examination, commission questions, take the one comment if that commenter shows up at 4:30, continue on maybe a little bit after 5, but not too long enough to get us to a good stopping point. That's what I'd like to do. Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Baca? Good, thank you. So our plan, as we discussed on a break, is to proceed with questions from the remaining council and the commissioners. And we will accept the public comment. If the commenter shows up at 4:30, we may well proceed beyond 5 o'clock today, but we certainly will stop before 6, and the point will be to get to a natural stopping point. So having said all of that, Mr. Ames finished his questioning, so we would move then to, let's see, Mr. Biernoff. Mr. Biernoff?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Hearing Officer. I am just getting myself back online here. Thank you. I have just a few questions for you, Mr. Smitherman. You had testified, Mr. Smitherman, that you worked for most of your career with a company called BESCO or BOPCO, right?
That's correct. It's the same company from my very first day until I retired. The name changed a few times, but it's the same company.
Okay. And did BESCO, can we just call it BESCO for purposes of these questions?
That would be fine with me, sir.
Okay. Did BESCO have leases with the New Mexico State Land Office?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did BESCO ever have any difficulty contacting the New Mexico State Land Office?
Golly, ever is a big word. I'm not sure I can even answer that.
Did BESCO have access to the New Mexico State Land Office's address and phone number?
Oh, certainly.
As an operator of wells in New Mexico, did BESCO report royalties regularly to the New Mexico State Land Office?
When you say report royalties, I'm having a little bit of difficulty there. I know that we paid royalties.
In connection with that payment, did BESCO submit any kind of paperwork to the State Land Office?
I'm actually not familiar with that particular aspect of reporting and paperwork. So I assume if it were required, we did that.
Okay, so we're going to
speculating, sir.
You're speculating, and I'm not going to ask you to identify someone else with your former employer who can help us answer the question conclusively. But certainly you were able, your company was able to reach the State Land Office if it needed to for purposes of communicating regarding its leases.
Yes.
Okay, was there, are you aware of any, okay, I'll strike that. In your testimony, Mr. Smitherman, regarding the Oil and Gas Association's proposed changes to the Oil Conservation Division's proposed rule, you had indicated, I believe, in your testimony that the association opposes a requirement that operators report vented and flared volumes to royalty owners, right?
NMOGA suggested some changes, in fact, striking a particular passage in the rules that require, and I'm not to go to the language itself, but the language, let's go to the language, it might be much more helpful. We do that? recall where that is, sir.
I'm pulling up the rule now, and I'll give you a citation in just a moment.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Smitherman, we're looking at part 27, subpart 8, G like gopher, number 4.
Yes, I see that now, sir.
Okay, so the association has proposed that the Oil and Gas Conservation Division proposed rule not include a requirement that operators report vented and flared volumes to royalty owners.
That's correct.
The association did not make any kind of distinction in its proposal, striking this language, between working interest owners and royalty owners, right?
Well, this provision doesn't contemplate any communications with working interest owners.
NMOGA did not suggest in its proposal that this reporting provision be limited to royalty owners as opposed to overriding royalty interest owners. Is that right?
We made no distinction between those two.
You're asking for the language to be stripped out of the rule completely, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're asking for that, and I understood you to testify earlier that it's particularly difficult and burdensome for operators to locate the identities of and the contact information for royalty owners, right?
In fact, I'll go beyond that, impossible in some cases.
Impossible in some cases. And you testified a moment ago in response to my question that at least your former company had no difficulty that you know of contacting the New Mexico State Land Office, a royalty owner.
Is that a question?
Yeah, you testified to that proposition a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is the impediment, Mr. Smitherman, to operators communicating this information to the New Mexico State Land Office?
This rule doesn't contemplate that particular communication. So quite frankly, we've not even discussed that particular communication.
So are you saying, Mr. Smitherman, that the State Land Office is not a royalty owner?
No, sir, of course not.
Hold on, let me object here. Mr. Biernoff, I'm not aware that the State Land Office has proposed any modification for parties to consider or filed any modification, so I'm not sure.
Madam Hearing Officer, Mr. Felderwert can take up his concern in some other forum. I don't think he's raised a valid objection to my question to his witness.
Well, I didn't even get to finish my objection, Mr. Biernoff, so let me finish my objection next time, please, okay?
Okay,
My point being, I don't see the relevancy of this question in light of the fact that no distinction is made in the language proposed by the division, and no such suggestion had been made about any distinction by the State Land Office.
Madam Hearing Officer, the State Land Office's witnesses are not on the stand. NMOGA, through Mr. Smitherman, has proposed changes to the rules, and we're entitled to ask them about it.
Yeah. Mr. Felderwert, I agree with Mr. Biernoff. Whether they have proposed new language or not, I believe they can question NMOGA's witness about the language NMOGA has proposed. Go ahead, Mr. Biernoff.
So I was asking you, Mr. Smitherman, is the State Land Office a royalty owner?
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified that there's no impediment to communicating with the State Land Office. So why does NMOGA object to this provision to the extent that it calls for royalty owners like the State Land Office to be notified of vented and flared volumes?
Object to the form of the question. It assumes a position not established.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm asking the witness to explain why his client, the association, is proposing the wholesale removal of this reporting requirement. And that's a valid question. And if the witness knows the answer to that, he should answer it.
I agree with you. Mr. Smitherman, can you answer the question in its most recent formulation for Mr. Biernoff?
I will try. The division has proposed that the operator shall report vented flare natural gas to all royalty owners in the mineral estate on a monthly basis. And we reviewed that requirement, recognized the difficulty and impossibility in some cases, and have chosen to suggest that this provision be struck.
But the association has not proposed that the reporting requirement be limited to a certain threshold, let's say a royalty ownership interest, right?
That's correct. We did not offer anything other than striking subsection 4.
So in the association's view, for purposes of this provision that we're looking at, the state land office, which owns, well, the state of New Mexico through the state land office, owns the mineral estate in a particular tract, is the same as somebody who owns 0.1% of an overriding royalty interest. Is that right? NMOGA is treating those two the same in this provision, right?
We are in essence, we are suggesting that the provision that the division has put forward is overly burdensome and, quite frankly, impossible in some cases. And we're suggesting that the entire section be struck.
Mr. Smitherman, you did not answer my question. I asked you if, for purposes of this provision, your client, the Oil and Gas Association, is treating the state land office, the state of New Mexico, which owns the underlying mineral interest in a given tract, the same as somebody that owns 0.1% of an overriding royalty interest.
And I might suggest to you, sir, that the division is doing the same thing and putting all of those mineral estate owners in the same provision, number 4.
Once again, Mr. Smitherman, you're not answering my question. I'm not asking you about what the division did. I'm asking you about what your client has done. Will you please answer the question yes or no?
Let me interject here. Madam Chair, I'm going to object to the form of the question. I think Mr. Smitherman has answered his question. If Mr. Bierhoff has if he has a suggestion, that's fine. I haven't heard it yet. We're responding to the language that the division has put out there. It was also briefed, and the state land office has not suggested any particular modification either in its brief or in its filings.
Madam Chair, once again, the state land office is not on the stand, and the association witness is, and he should have to answer relevant questions about his client's proposal.
I agree. Hold on, Mr. Biernoff. I agree with you, Mr. Felderwert. You've already argued that particular objection. I've already overruled that particular objection. Mr. Smitherman, for some reason, has not acknowledged, made the simple acknowledgement that Mr. Biernoff is asking him to make. Regardless of, perhaps related to what the division did in that provision, which was to require reporting to everyone Mr. Biernoff has described. By striking that provision, NMOGA, or proposing to strike that provision, NMOGA, again, is having them treated the same. He simply needs to make that simple acknowledgement and we can move on.
Mr. Smitherman, are you prepared to make that simple acknowledgement, yes or no?
Can we ask that the question be asked again so the record's clear? Go ahead, Mr. Biernoff.
I'm glad to try again. I think this is the third time I've asked the question. Mr. Smitherman, I'm asking you with respect to the provision that we're looking at, isn't the association treating the New Mexico State Land Office, which on behalf of the state of New Mexico manages the mineral interest, owns the mineral estate in a given tract, you're treating them, us, the same way as you're treating somebody who has a 0.1% of an overriding royalty interest, right?
We are treating all mineral owners the same.
So that's a yes to my question.
Best I can tell, that's a yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smitherman, let me ask you, in the course of its work, did the association study the burden, the additional burden that an operator would face in adding the New Mexico State Land Office basically as a CC to a report that it's submitting to the Oil Conservation Division?
We did not study that particular concept, no.
And in fact, there is no meaningful burden, additional burden, in simply copying the State Land Office on information that the operator is already gathering and submitting to the Oil Conservation Division, right?
Well, since we didn't study it, I can't answer that.
Well, can you think sitting here today of any meaningful additional burden that would impose on an operator?
Can you again describe what filing, what CC of what? I'm not following you.
Well, okay, that's fine. The provision that we're looking at concerns reporting, right? We were looking at Part 27, we were looking at 8, and we were looking at the reporting provision, so that's in G, and specifically we were looking at language that your client is suggesting be stricken from the proposed rule in G4. And the language is that the operator shall report vented and flared natural gas on a volumetric and percentage basis to all royalty owners in the mineral estate being produced by the well on a monthly basis. The provision goes on, but I read you the part that we're looking at. So now that you're reoriented, I'm asking you, you said that your client and the 80 people that got their heads together, and it sounds like spent a lot of time studying this rule and developing recommendations, did not study any additional burden, economic burden or other burden, that reporting to royalty owners would impose, to reporting to the State Land Office as a royalty owner. And I'm now asking you, you said you didn't study it, so I'm asking, sitting here today, can you think of any additional burden that would be imposed on operators by having to CC the State Land Office on operators' reports of vented and flared volumes to the division?
I'm going to object to the form of the question on Mr. Bierhoff, only because I think you would acknowledge it went so long. And what I'm requesting is that you rephrase your question to focus on that last portion.
Mr. Feldward, I'm glad, Madam Hearing Officer, and Mr. Feldward, I'm glad to try to rephrase my question. I did need some time to get the witness back focusing on the section that we're looking at. Now that we've done that, I'm asking you, Mr. Smitherman, can you think of any additional burden, any meaningful additional burden that an operator faces in CCing the State Land Office on the reports that the operator is already sending to the Oil Conservation Division?
Well, as I said before, we didn't study it, so I really hate to speculate. So I'm not going to answer that question.
So you cannot think of a burden, is that right?
I'm telling you that I don't want to give you an answer because we haven't thought it through. That's different than I can't think of a burden.
Mr. Smitherman, this is a very serious proceeding, and I know you know that because you've given very serious consideration to this rule, and you've given very deliberative testimony, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the attention that you've paid to this rule. The association is making a very significant change, proposing a serious change to this rule, and I am asking you to give us an honest answer about whether you can think of a burden that this reporting requirement would impose on an operator vis-a-vis the state land office. Can you do that?
Might I suggest something that may clear this impasse? We have another witness that's coming later that is very familiar with reporting and reporting details. And that witness probably has a better understanding of the additional burden that would be required to, as you say, CC the state land office. I might suggest that that witness would be much better positioned to give you a good, clear, and correct answer to your question.
I will be glad, Mr. Smitherman, to ask that witness such a question if that witness presents in their direct testimony about this rule provision. But since you've testified about this rule provision, I'm simply asking you, I'm not asking you to think for anybody else. I'm asking you as an expert, as a member of the association, as an employee of the association, to tell the tribunal, can you think of any additional burden on an operator in CCing the state land office on the reports that are being submitted to OCD?
My understanding is the state land office already gets copies of the C-115. Isn't that correct, sir? And if that's the case, then it would be no additional burden because you're already getting copies. And so what I'm struggling with is what the rule is going to look like once the commission has decided what pieces they are going to accept, which additional forms that they may require from us, and therefore what additional burdens it might be to inform the land office.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm going to ask for your assistance. Mr. Smitherman has had, I think, 4 opportunities now to give an answer to what is a yes or no question, and he has failed to do that. And it's a reasonable question. It's directly relevant to the association's position in this proceeding and specifically to testimony that this witness himself has given.
Mr. Smitherman, would you please answer the question? If it weren't within the scope of your own testimony, I would feel otherwise, but it is within the scope of your testimony.
Yes, Madam Herring-Yazammer, I understand that. And Mr. Birnoff seems to think this is a yes or no answer, and it is not. It can be more complex than that, and I'm trying very hard to give him a correct answer. The last thing that anybody wants, I think, maybe he does, is for me to give a yes or no answer that doesn't really encompass all of the correct answers. In fact, you asked me at the very beginning to give the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And a yes or no answer may not be the whole truth here. So I am trying to answer his question. He wants a yes or no. I can't give him a yes or no.
Mr. Smitherman, you can't give me a yes or no answer because you cannot think of any additional burden that this reporting requirement imposes on operators, right?
That's not why I'm not giving you a yes or no answer.
If you can't, Mr. Smitherman, you've been sworn in, Mr. Smitherman. If you can think of such an answer, of such a reason, such a burden, you need to provide that here. Do you understand that?
Madam Chair, I'm going to step in right here and lodge my objection again. Okay, and this is important. There is no one who has proposed and asked the division or the NMOGA to determine whether this reporting that he's talking about, which remains fairly vague, okay, is whether that has a burden if it's limited to the state land office. That was not proposed by the division. It was not proposed by the state land office. So nobody has examined that, number one, and nor have they examined that in the context of knowing what type of reporting they are now suggesting. None of that has been brought forward because they chose, not themselves, the state land office, not to suggest any modifications.
Madam Hearing Officer, the issue here is not what other parties have or have not suggested. The issue is that we have a witness on the stand who is refusing to answer questions. And if Mr. Smitherman cannot answer the question, whether he can identify, whether he has thought of, and whether he today can think of a burden that's called for by this provision, then I think his testimony needs to be stricken.
All right, so I am not striking his testimony. And Mr. Feldward, I did hear your objection. Having said that, Mr. Biernoff, we may have gone as far as we can with Mr. Smitherman answering your question directly. What I've heard him say is that he is unable to answer your question. And I think that's the answer you're going to get today. He cannot answer your question.
I think he will not answer my question, but I take your point, Madam Hearing Officer. Mr. Smitherman, there's another provision in the same section that I want to direct your attention to, and that is sub 6. And you had testified earlier today that you don't think that this, you, on behalf of your client, the association, you don't think that this language, that upon, that I'm going to read it, upon the New Mexico Environment Department's request, the operator shall promptly provide a copy of any form filed pursuant to 19.15.27 NMAC. You testified earlier that you don't think that that language should be included in a final rule, right?
That's correct. NMOGA has suggested striking that language.
And you furthermore testified that you think that it's inappropriate for operators to be required to provide the specified forms to NMED, right?
Yes, I did say, I used that word. In fact, I said I thought it was odd for an NMED requirement to be in an OCD rule.
And yet earlier in your testimony, you testified about the importance of the Oil Conservation Division and Commission coordinating their rulemaking with NMED, right?
I did say that, yes.
Okay. Is sharing information a form of coordination?
I would say that the coordination is more avoiding duplication, avoiding overly burdensome duplication of requirements. And in this particular case, that the forms that we're filing to the division are already available to the NMED.
Thank you, Mr. Smitherman, and I'm glad that you mentioned burden, because that brings us to the next question. There isn't any additional burden, any meaningful additional burden on an operator for simply sending NMED a form that it's already filed with OCD, right?
I disagree with that, sir.
There is a burden?
Well, let's read the rule, okay, that we've suggested to strike. Upon the New Mexico Environment Department's request, the operator shall promptly provide a copy of any form filed pursuant to 1915-27 NMAC. So that is a one-off response to the NMED's request. So there is a burden, there's an administrative burden to make sure that we get the right forms and get those submitted to the NMED at their request. It takes
Mr. Smitherman,
somebody,
is that?
May I finish?
Please do.
It takes someone to manage that request. It takes someone to oversee that request, QC the response to that request. It takes some burden to make sure that this response, this request has been answered promptly and properly.
Well, so then does NMOGA oppose, would NMOGA oppose operators simply being required to furnish these forms to NMED as a matter of course?
We haven't discussed that. I don't know.
Because that wouldn't impose an additional burden on the operator, would it?
As I said, we haven't discussed that, so I don't know.
is the burden that you believe operators would suffer under sub 6 more of a burden than the burden that would be imposed on operators to report vented and flared volumes to royalty owners like the State Land Office?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. Mr. Smitherman, in testifying on the definitions section of the proposed rule, you gave some testimony on the definition of the term emergency, right?
Yes, sir.
And the association has proposed some changes to the definition of emergency, right?
That's correct.
And the association has specifically proposed enlarging the window of time from 4 hours to 8 hours for response to an emergency, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
Certain emergencies.
Okay. And you testified about some of the risks that you believe operators or their employees might experience as a result of having to move quickly, move within a 4-hour window, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had testified that people might drive not over the speed limit, but a little too fast. Is that right?
I think my words were specifically talking about especially responding during adverse weather conditions, because many of these, in my history and my experience, many of these upsets that are caused by midstream malfunction happen during extreme weather. And so, yes, we are concerned about our employees maybe driving faster than they should during those adverse weather conditions, even though they may not be speeding as opposed to the actual speed limit, but perhaps taking a little more risk than they should. Yes, I'm concerned about that.
Is the association concerned about operators or their employees driving a little too fast if there are not exigent weather conditions?
Certainly.
Okay. Has the association obtained any kind of empirical evidence about employee accidents in the course of responding to the kind of exigent events that the rule contemplates?
Well, since these employees haven't been under this particular burden, I'm not sure how you would collect that type of empirical data. So no. Okay.
So I'm asking a little more specifically than just this rule, which I recognize is new. Has the association obtained any empirical data on risks that employees face in responding to any kind of oil and gas operation related emergency?
We have not looked at that because it does not seem to be relevant. We're talking about the additional incentives and the additional motivations that this limited time frame would impose on upon our employees, and that has not existed. So I don't know that there's empirical evidence that even exists to do that.
So, Mr. Smitherman, your testimony before about employees driving too fast but not over the speed limit to get to an emergency is purely speculative, right?
I would not characterize it that way. I'm talking about my experience in dealing with employees and dealing with motivations. And so it is not speculative. It's based on my experience with employees over 40 years.
Well, can you give us some specific examples? You've said already, I think, that you don't have any empirical information to support this conclusion. Do you have even any anecdotal information to share with us?
I have anecdotal information, specific information of, if you will, accidents that have occurred in my company in the past that I believe had some nexus to employees. I'll use the word taking shortcuts, which is in the same kind of category, if you will, as driving a little faster than they should. And they've got a limited period of time.
Any accidents? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to in essence, draw a line between my experience and seeing people's behaviors and extending that to what I expect employees perhaps to do when given this extra motivation of the 4-hour limitation.
And in your 40-some odd year experience, Mr. Smitherman, do you recall any accidents that employees got involved in because they were hastening to respond to an emergency event in a time frame specified by a governmental regulation?
I'm trying to think, Mr. Birnoff, if we've had operations where we had to respond within a particular time frame that would be relevant to your question, and I cannot think of one. I can think of instances where our employees have had accidents where they have perhaps been going too quickly.
And that's certainly not my question. That's, to be clear, that's not my question. It sounds like you answered my question with a no. Is that correct?
Well, I'm saying no because not because I can't think of accidents that may have occurred, but I can't think of particular situations where a government imposed time limit was involved.
Okay, you've answered my question, and thank you very much. Madam Hearing Officer, I'm ready to pass this witness to the next examining party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birnoff. And my apologies to the next examining party, actually, but we have a commissioner who needs to depart before we would likely get to him for questions. Commissioner Engler, I'd like to provide an opportunity for him to ask his questions before he has to leave. Commissioner Engler, can you hear me?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I have my video on. If I can't keep bandwidth, I'll probably turn it off. Okay. And thank you. Again, I do have to get moving along here shortly. I guess it's afternoon there. Good afternoon, Mr. Smitherman. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Again, lucky for you, I have my questions again I'm going to circle back to royalty questions about the royalty ownership. My questions are more about clarification, so I would suspect I won't get an objection. If I do, I hear I can get absolution somehow, so maybe we'll be all right. I want to start again. Most of my questions are on royalty ownership and some clarification there. And from what I understand from my past work, I guess my first question, if I could take yourself away from being an operator, if you were a royalty owner, would you want to know how much gas has been vented and flared?
I guess the answer is it might make a difference to me as a royalty owner, but I don't know that that means that it's something that the operator can do. I think those are very different.
Yeah, I think I heard you. Hopefully, again, I might lose you every now and then, but yeah, I think so. Your point is, again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I am losing a little bit here, but that yes, but it's a question of whether we can accomplish the task as an operator. Is that how you said it, or is that correct?
Yes, sir. And our striking of that provision doesn't have anything to do with our expectations of what a royalty owner wants or doesn't want. It's a striking a provision that is not only very difficult, but actually in many cases impossible to do. And so it doesn't really have anything to do with the motivation of the royalty owners. It has to do with our ability to accomplish what the division has put in front of us.
Okay, that's good. That leads me to if I remember, any and all royalty owner, they share. I guess they as a royalty owner, they share part of the revenue stream. Correct?
That's correct. It's a cost-free revenue stream, other than taxes.
Correct. So that would mean, I know the difference between operator and working interest owner, but every royalty owner should be getting some kind of, your financial accounting should be sending some type of financial statement over some period of time, correct?
Well, let's explore that a little bit. I think that's a great question. The truth is that, especially because a lot of these royalty and override royalty interests have become so fractionalized, and there's so many of them, and quite frankly, many of the payments are so small that many companies have set up systems to pay these royalty owners, and they've given the royalty owners several options. And many times the options are simply make a direct deposit to a bank account. And actually, in many of those cases, the royalty owner is given a choice as to whether or not they want any more communications from the operator. And if they choose not, the operator's only obligation and only ability, quite frankly, to reach that royalty owner is to make the direct deposit to them and send them a 1099.
Yeah, and I believe, I'll circle back on that, but I do believe, let me go a little bit on that one. I know, and again, I'm not going to be quoting the rule. I believe it's asking for monthly reporting on that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In fact, let me back up a second. I'm not even sure about the 1099, but let's just talk about the actual payments themselves. Yes, they are asking for monthly reporting of venting and flaring to every royalty and override royalty interest owner. And that's the difficulty. In fact, that's the impossibility. Operators many times don't have the contact information to do that, either because their own, I'll call them their own, royalty owners or override royalty interest owners have chosen to take direct deposit and therefore not get any other correspondence from them, or the fact that they're not even corresponding or giving direct deposit on a monthly basis. Sometimes these royalty checks are so small, amounts are so small that the operator, even on a direct deposit, doesn't communicate monthly. They communicate on a quarterly basis or even an annual basis.
Yeah, I guess, just to further clarify, from my understanding, from what I saw, again, I have a little bit of experience from many years ago. I think the timing is an issue for you or for NMOGA because a lot of the financial accounting was more on a quarterly basis than a monthly. Does that sound reasonably correct still today?
I actually think that it's a problem both from a monthly standpoint, but mostly because we don't know who they are or don't communicate with them or don't have a way to communicate with them at all. And again, let's go back to some of the testimony before. It gets a little complicated. When you put together several working interest owners' mineral interests in a unit, you've pooled a bunch of people's leases, if you will, in the same unit. There's one operator, there may be many working interest owners, and those working interest owners, all of them have some kind of royalty owner or overriding royalty owners that they owe royalties to. Now, think about this. If operator A, or if working interest owner A is the operator, and working interest owner B is a non-op, not operating working interest owner, if operator A doesn't pay operator B's royalty owners properly, operator B is the one that suffers the consequence by losing the lease. So many times those other non-op working interest owners choose to pay their own royalty owners. And so operator A, working interest owner A, who's the operator, doesn't even know who those people are. So how could that operator be able to send information directly to those mineral interest owners?
Well, yeah, I think that's a good. I understand what you're saying. Again, I do believe whether it's operator A or working interest owner B, there is a contractual obligation to that royalty owner.
And typically, that contractual obligation to the royalty owner comes from the operator, the working interest owner that has that lease. It may not be the operator of that pooled unit.
So that's very helpful. I think, I guess so if I circle around, finish up again, because I'm running out of my time, I'm sorry. The issue here is there are so many potential interest owners, royalty interest owners, and with very limited knowledge of who or where they are. Like I said, a lot of them with just straight direct deposit. The problem is really confined to that just the level of trying to accomplish the task or the recommendation that the OCD wants in the order.
That's correct.
Is that a fair summary? I guess I was trying not to get an objection from Mr. Feldewart, but I could try.
Apparently, it's easy to do.
I'm just trying to ease things.
Wait a minute, Commissioner Engler, you're doing a great job, so I have no reason for me to object yet.
I'm going to work on that, Mr. Feldewart, in the next week or so.
I think the answer to your question, sir, is that yes, it's the entire obligation that the division has suggested in a rule in toto that makes it impossible. Now, are there little subsets that could be done? Perhaps, but that's not what's been proposed.
Mr. Smitherman, thank you very much. Madam Hearing Officer, thank you for letting me go real quick. I do have to run now for other obligation. I'm sorry. But thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler. Let's see, Ms. Fox.
Mr. Bach has a little bit of cross.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bach. Do you have questions for Mr. Smitherman?
I do. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you, Mr. Smitherman, for testimony today. I apologize for suggesting it was putting me to sleep. It has more to do with my schedule than anything. But I do have this big bag of Dunkin' Donuts coffee that should be awake. So
hold on.
Again, really.
Hold on, Mr. Bach. I'm sorry to interrupt. You were cutting out a lot. I hope I wasn't the only one who was hearing that. Did anyone else hear that cutting in and out?
I agree with you.
Mr. Baca. That's right. Mr. Baca was having trouble hearing it as well.
I'm only going to try to get, if they're going to cut out, I can only make the record what the record is.
Okay.
I'm sure that the record is good, but that's up to you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. Yes. So, Mr. Baca, it might be helpful if you turned off your camera. You're lovely, but I want to be able to hear you.
Okay. Is this okay here? People can hear me?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Smitherman, I want to talk first about pull up a NMOGA Exhibit A at page 8. This is section 8D of Part 27.
What page did you say, sir?
It's I believe its number is page 8 on NMOGA's
I'm there.
Okay. So Section 8D is entitled Venting and Flaring During Production Operations. You see that section? We're on the same page.
Yes, I do see that. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And the section states that venting or flaring natural gas, well, it says that it's generally disallowed subject to certain exceptions. Do you agree with that's what how the provision operates?
Yes, sir. I see that.
Okay. And I think during your testimony, you used kind of an interesting term. You said that, I think you said the street term for routine flaring would be, or maybe I think you might have meant the more technical term would be insufficient availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system. Is that, do you agree that that's kind of a good working definition of routine flaring due to that cause?
It's, of course, there's different people that view that term differently, but it seems in looking at a lot of different literature and news articles and things like that, that I'll say like the street understanding of the term routine flaring involves producing a well where there's not inadequate gas takeaway capacity.
Okay, great. I think that's a good understanding that we can work with. So under Section 8B, is insufficient availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system one of the exemptions that is listed as an exemption to the general prohibition on venting and flaring?
I'm sorry, I missed what the question was.
Hold on one second, Mr. Bach.
Mr. Block, would you please slow down? We can hear you perfectly. I've been a court reporter for 40 years. I'm good. Would you please slow down?
Okay. Did you hear that, Mr. Bach?
I did. I apologize. Let me go slowly here.
Thank you.
So under Section 8D of Part 27, is insufficient availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system listed as an exception to the general prohibition on venting and flaring?
I don't recall seeing that. If you can find it, I'd like you to point it out to me.
I would represent that it's not. That's we've looked at it closely. And did Namoga suggest adding that as an acceptable reason to vent or flare under Section 8D?
Well, I think that perhaps there is one place that it is in here, and I'm trying to find it, but I think that here it is. It's in Section D4, and that is the first 12 months of a delineation well, now called an exploration well, I think, that in essence, that is flaring that's allowed as an exception that, if you will, conforms to that street definition of routine flaring. It is an exception that is allowed in very specific and very limited cases.
Okay, I think that's fair. I agree with that. But other than for delineation or exploration wells, it is not included under that section. Is that your understanding?
I believe that that's correct, sir.
Great, I really appreciate that. Don't have too many more questions. I'm going to try to do this fairly quickly because I know we're all exhausted. At least I am. And these questions deal with spotting, and they relate to Section 9D6 of Part 27.
Again, can you give me a page number? That might help me get there quickly.
Yeah. I think it's very close to the end. Let me pull this up. Maybe 24 or 25. Just oh no, I'm sorry. It's 26.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay. So the first question is, how long prior to spudding do operators typically have contracts in place, and have they typically taken the steps they need to take to spud the well?
Golly, that is, there isn't a typical, and I hate to be evasive on that because I think that's a reasonable question, but there just isn't a typical. I'm sorry. Kind of depends on the drilling schedule and when you want to drill or need to drill a well, and quite frankly, even what jurisdiction that you're getting the APD from, or basically what lands you're talking about.
And I appreciate that. I certainly understand that there's a lot of variation. So why don't we take sort of the quick end of that? If an operator wants to move as quickly as possible, how long is it going to take to get drilling rigs, other equipment, other services, and also make sure that there's going to be takeaway capacity or beneficial use of the naturally associated gas, if we're talking about an oil well?
I understand that it seems like a simple question, but it's really a much more complex situation than that. They're all different, if you will. The time frames for drilling rigs and other services and the takeaway. Is it just a small little additional piece of pipe that needs to be laid for the gas gathering? Is it something more significant? There really isn't an answer to that question that I can give you. It's just more complex than that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Smith. And I can tell that you're not being evasive. You're being honest about talking about an extremely complicated industry. So I do appreciate that. I guess my question is it realistic that in the majority of cases, in that an operator could put together sufficient plans to get takeaway capacity within 90 days?
I'm really not trying to evade your question, but it really depends on the context and the situation. Maybe 90 days works in some cases, maybe much longer time works in some cases. There really just isn't an answer to that question that I can give you, sir.
And I appreciate that. And I guess the reason why we're interested in this is that NMOGA has suggested that, and you can see at the bottom of page 26, that if an operator is out of compliance, that it would only need to address APDs at intensive spud within the next 90 days as part of the compliance. And so I guess my question, and I'm trying to be direct here, not play games, is do you think 90 days is if that's not going to be sufficient in all cases, would it be more appropriate for it to be something like 6 months or even a year in terms of looking forward and seeing which APDs need to be reevaluated if an operator is out of compliance?
Yeah, I see. I think I see your kind of the context of the question. And I guess my answer is that an operator may be out of compliance. They may have had a really tough January, February, for example. They may have had a lot of freezes. They get behind. And they then have to, in essence, prove that they've got takeaway capacity of the APDs that they plan to, the wells that plan to spud over the next 90 days. In essence, it could be that every one of those has got anticipated 100% capacity available for those wells. It doesn't mean just because you've fallen out of compliance for a short period of time that the wells that you're planning to spud don't have takeaway. So you see the disconnect between the concept here of having to prove that you've got takeaway versus being out of compliance. And then somehow that 90 days is meaningful in trying to establish these contracts. There really is a disconnect between those two concepts. I think it's, quite frankly, it's appropriate for the division to ask us if we're out of compliance that if we're going to drill some more wells in the next 90 days, let's take a look at whether or not we think we've got the capacity for those wells. And we've agreed to that.
And I appreciate that. I guess my question is, would it be appropriate to look even a little further into the future? Because I take it that you might have a bad month, you might have, difficulties that aren't likely to be repeated, but you might also have an operator that has what I might term as systemic problems. They might need to implement operational changes. They might need to acquire new equipment, rethink how they're drilling these wells. And so I guess my question is, for those, if there is an operator that has a little bit more of a systemic problem, might looking a little further into the future, not only the 90 days, but also if it may take them 6 months to implement some of these bigger changes, would it possibly be appropriate to look further than 90 days in that case?
Well, I think that division, thank you for that question, sir. I think that the division has, in essence, addressed that in a different section. If you've got some, as you call them, more systemic problems, that an operator gets out of compliance and, if you will, it's difficult to get back into compliance, that is addressed in the section 27(9)(a)(4), where they talk about an operator that has gotten out of compliance. And there, it's not just looking at paperwork. There, if the division reviews your, if you will, I'll call it a plan, a response plan, if you will, they can actually take the action of not letting you spud wells, not just paperwork, but in much, much more profound action against the operator. So I think that they're trying to strike a balance between an operator that literally month to month might have fallen out of compliance for a short period of time, perhaps. Maybe they're going to be back in compliance in the next month. Taking action on that type of a situation versus something that's more systemic. I think the division has handled that properly.
Okay, I appreciate your answer there. Nuanced and responsive, and I really do appreciate that. I'd like to move on to one last topic here. I don't think this will take us very long because I know we have a 4:30. I think he's testified a couple of times that extreme weather is often a driver of upset conditions, specifically in the Permian, but I think probably anywhere in New Mexico. Is that what you testified to?
Yes, I think that's a pattern that I've seen over many years.
And do you agree that climate change is contributing to extreme weather and natural disasters?
Madam Chair, I'm going to, Mr. Bach, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to object to that question. I think I don't see how Mr. Smitherman's personal opinions on a topic such as climate change has anything to do with the rule that has been proposed by this division.
Right. So, Mr. Bach, I'm not sure that he has the expertise to speak about that, unless I misunderstood your question.
I'm not asking for an expert opinion. I'm just asking for his opinion, whether it's expert or not. And I think climate change is certainly a major reason why this rule is happening. And if one of the parties doesn't recognize that as an issue, that would affect how they're evaluating the costs and benefits of the rule. So I think it's a relevant question. And we're not, just to give you a preview, we're not planning to go far down this rabbit hole. Just want to ask a question.
So I'm sorry, would you repeat your question, please?
Mr. Smitherman had testified that extreme weather was often a driver of upset conditions in the Permian Basin. And the question is, does he agree that climate change is contributing to extreme weather and natural disasters?
Madam Chair, I object to that question. His personal opinion on those types of topics has nothing to do with this rule.
Right. So, Mr. Bach, I'm going to suggest to you that this is outside the scope of Mr. Smitherman's testimony, if not his expertise.
Okay. Well, that concludes my my questioning, and I do appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then Smitherman, let's see. We have Ms. Paranos, who has said she did not have cross-examination of you. We have Commissioner Kessler then, and perhaps any follow-up that Mr. Felderwart would want to have with you. Having said that, it's not. And I'm wondering, Commissioner Kessler, I know that you have a stopping time as well. Can I go to the, oops, you've disappeared. Can I go to the public comment before your questioning?
It should be fine. I turned off my video because I have low bandwidth, but I have a few questions, not many.
All right, to take the public comment first and then return to Mr. Smitherman and maybe even take a short break in there. It is exactly 4:30 at this moment. We have many opportunities for public comment during this hearing. This is the 4:30 session in case 21528. I have two names actually to call, and they will call them in this order: Peter Boletto and Cheyenne Antonio. You may be calling in. I believe our technical host is going to unmute the callers. And if Mr. Boletto would identify himself, please. Mr. Boletto.
Madam Examiner, all call-in users are unmuted, and I do not see him in the attendee list either.
Take them when we have, when we're at a natural stopping point. Shall we take just a 10-minute break and then return for questions by Commissioner Kessler and any follow-up by Mr. Felderwart? Does that make sense?
I have questions too.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I was not going to forget to.
I have quite a few questions, so just for timing purposes.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's take 10 minutes, come back at 4:41. Please. Let's see, Mr. Garcia, can you tell whether we were joined during the break by either of the public commenters?
We were not.
We were not. All right, thank you. Just double checking. So when we broke, Mr. Smitherman was about to be questioned by Commissioner Kessler, our chairwoman, and then perhaps some follow-up. Do we have Mr. Smitherman handy?
Madam Hearing Examiner, I'm here.
There you are. Great. Thank you. Commissioner Kessler, if you would please.
Good afternoon. Am I coming in clearly?
You are. Thank you.
Okay, great. Mr. Smitherman, my first set of questions is related to NMOGA's request to have O2 in same reporting category for the gas capture plan as nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Can you tell me, and I think we may have discussed this a bit, can you tell me how often oxygen is in the gas stream such that it needs to be flared?
I would I can't give you a specific answer because I don't have a study that can give you an absolute quantification of that. So let's just talk about it in just kind of in general terms. These well interventions that I talked about are maybe not very common on an individual well because you do it once and then there's a long time before you have to do it again. But these, when you've got a lot of wells, you could have the same concept, the same need for well intervention using a foam air unit, on a regular basis. I can't tell you what that would be. Would that be weekly or monthly? But it's not. I'm going to say it's not rare, especially when you have a relatively large number of wells. Okay? You also have commissioning of new equipment. That happens quite often. You think about commissioning pipelines. I mean, pipelines are being built all the time, and also new equipment is being installed and or repaired. Now, don't forget, the commissioning of equipment sounds like it's what you do to something new, but in actuality, this purging kind of an operation happens every time that you've had to, in essence, depressurize and purge the natural gas out of a vessel. When you put that vessel back into service, you again have to purge it. It's got air in it, it's got oxygen in it. And so it's quite often that oxygen causes us to want to flare gas because it would cause our gas to be out of spec. Now that's different, if you will, than, oh, I got shut in because I'm out of spec. Well, we want to avoid that. You put a new separator in place in an existing battery, you're going to vent or flare some of the gas to prevent it ever from going into the gas gathering system, because the gas gatherer may shut your whole system in. That's not good. So ask more questions if I can't quite get there. I'm sorry?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of what the effect of the commission including or not including this reporting category would be. Would it be, something that would be taken advantage of frequently, infrequently? And a follow-up question to that is, when an operator does have to flare because oxygen has been introduced into the gas stream, can you give me a sense of, would they flare for 4 hours? Would they flare for 4 days? Would they flare for a month? Just, a general sense of what the answer to that question would be.
Sure. And as you've already guessed, there's not a specific answer to that, but it's relatively short period of time. When you're talking about something very large, like a brand new long section of gathering line, it may take quite a bit of time for that, but even quite a bit of time for that's probably less than a week. So just to kind of try to give you a little bit of framework about what that is. The other part that I want to make sure we didn't come out in the direct testimony is well, I guess I think that answers your question. If we've got, let me say it another way. If gases are being flared because it's out of spec, regardless of what the contaminant is, the division will see that. And I've heard Ms. Pollock talk about the fact that they're going to be using advanced techniques to look at their data. I'm going to use the term data analytics, kind of the buzzword these days. And I applaud that. I think that's a great idea for the division to be able to look at the data without having a lot more people on staff and look for those patterns that I think Mr. Bolander talked about, and respond to those patterns. And for the division to see a pattern that a company is abusing that provision, that ought to become apparent, and that ought to result in a conversation between the division and that operator to make sure that it's not being abused. What we really object to is, in essence, anytime oxygen's in the system, to be counted against us as if we're bad operators. And that's exactly the term we've heard before: poor maintenance, bad operations. And it just doesn't equate those two.
Okay, thank you. I understand. My next set of questions is related to the provision in the division's draft rule requiring, or proposed rule, I should say, requiring notification on a monthly basis to royalty owners of vented or flared gas. And your testimony focused on really what I would categorize as infeasibility or impracticability of being able to provide that information to royalty and overriding royalty interest owners. And I understand that. I understand that testimony. I think what Mr. Biernoff's suggestion was related to the burden of providing that information to one or two parties, the land office or the BLM. And so if you have that information, if you have the parties' addresses, what would be the burden to an operator of supplying that information to just one or two entities?
Yeah, let's talk about that. I appreciate that you asked the question that way. I was having a very difficult time with Mr. Biernoff because his questions seemed very, very specific, and he was asking for a yes or no answer. And I simply couldn't answer it as a yes or no answer. So I appreciate the fact that you've asked it in a more conversational way. Let's talk about, first of all, the fact is that we already supply copies of the C-115 to the state land office on those wells that are on state lands. So if we were to add venting and flaring, well, we already do have venting and flaring, but if we were to enhance the C-115 in the way that we suggest, which would include more categories of venting and flaring for a variety of reasons, the land office would get that automatically. There'd be no additional burden. We don't see any reason that wouldn't satisfy the state land office's needs. So again, I'm having a little hard time with trying to answer Mr. Biernoff's questions, but I think that we can have a conversation about this and work out a way that you can get the information that you need.
Even taking the division's proposed rule, which has a different type of reporting requirement for vented and flared volumes, is aggregating the information on a statement to the royalty owner, as suggested in the current division proposed rule, is that burdensome when you're supplying that information to one or two royalty interest owners, or does the burden come with the number of royalty interest or royalty owners that hypothetically could be existing in a given lease?
Well, unfortunately, the question's a little more complicated because reality is a little more complicated. The concept really is that we have production accounting systems that are, in essence, well-centric. We report production and vented and flared volumes on a well basis for the most part. There may be some exceptions to that, but generally speaking, we provide on a well basis. And companies have reporting to royalty owners on a property basis. It doesn't necessarily mesh up with individual wells. And so it implies a pretty massive change within each company's information system to be able to meet the goals, meet the objectives that were in that section 4. The state land office is different. The state land office already gets copies of the 115, and that's based on individual wells. It shows individual vented and flared volumes. We don't think that would be difficult at all. You already get them. So if we simply could enhance the 115 to provide all those details, you would already get those by well.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm still trying to parse out is your testimony saying that it was difficult to provide that information because it was difficult to ascertain location information and addresses, et cetera, for royalty owners. And that is different to me than the burden that may exist trying to compile that information for a given royalty owner. So compiling the information, having that information is different to me than not being able to locate the royalty interest owners. Are you following that?
I'm trying to, I think I am. Let's talk about the difficulty in communicating with royalty and override royalty owners. Maybe that'll help us.
Well, that I understand well. So,
okay.
So that I don't think that we need to go over. I think we've talked about that a lot. What I'm trying to understand is NMOGA asserting that there are essentially two separate burdens, or that this is burdensome for two separate reasons, which is that A, it's difficult to figure out who all the royalty interest owners are, and you might not have that information. I get that. The second piece is trying to determine what the burden is for coming up with that information for a given royalty owner. So is the trouble communicating the information to a royalty owner, or is the trouble or burden getting the information, understanding and analyzing the information?
I guess I've never thought about it that way, other than the state land office as that one off, if you will. You know, partly because which royalty owner would we choose to gather that information? Or I mean, it seems
well, the state land office.
State land. Let's talk about the state land office. That would be different, if you will. As I said, the state land office. I don't think that it would be, depending on how. This is another reason I was having a difficult time with Mr. Biernoff's questioning, is we don't know what this is going to end up being. We have suggested simply modifying the C-115. We don't know what is going to come out of this process. So let's walk down the road as if the NMOGA suggestions are accepted. We already send copies of the C-115 to the state land office, which has all of these vented and flared volumes and categories in it. So it would be no additional burden to inform that one royalty owner on those wells that they have an interest in on vented and flared volumes. Not a bit. We could do that.
And if NMOGA's proposal is not accepted and the reporting is required the way the division has currently proposed it, what of the burden then?
I'm sorry, say that again, please. I'm sorry.
If NMOGA's proposal to simply expand the C-115 is not accepted and the commission elects to follow the division's proposed reporting requirement system, can you please discuss how you see the burden of providing that information to a single royalty owner would look then?
Well, I'm happy to do that. And I guess the first part is we don't know what the 115 is going to look like. I could imagine that it might be no more difficult than sending the 115, but I don't know that. And so I'm a little reluctant to basically guarantee that same result with an unknown outcome.
So is it fair to say then that the challenge for operators, in your opinion, is transmitting the information to known and unknown royalty owners on a given lease rather than compiling information?
The compiling of the information is going to happen, and no matter what. We're going to gather the data in through our production accounting process. We're going to have that information. But let me give you one exception though, and it just kind of came to mind. It may be, I want to leave a little caveat for myself because I just don't know. We talked about the fact that you've got multiple leases that are involved in a particular pooled unit. And I quite frankly don't know how the communication would go if, kind of think about it the way I think you're thinking about communicating to non-state land office royalty owners. I might not know, well, that's not true. Forget all that. I think that the concept is we'll know state lands are involved in a pool unit. We're sending you the information, I think, on those anyway. Now, there's a little caveat there that I'm a little uncertain of, and that's if a well's, if the operator's leases are not on state lands and those state lands are pooled in a unit, I got to say I don't know what the rules are on sending copies of C-115 to the land office. I simply don't know.
If state lands are involved, then we should be getting the information.
That makes,
yeah.
Yes, that makes sense to me. I can't quite be authoritative on that.
Okay, moving to my next set of questions. I heard your testimony related to issues with certification. So there were certain areas where NMOGA proposed striking the certification requirement. Did those changes relate to where NMOGA had proposed to estimate volumes of vented or flared gas? Put differently, does NMOGA have an issue with certifying its estimates?
From memory, I think there's only one place in maybe both rules, but subject to check, there's only one place in Rule 27 that we struck the concept of certification. And that was for the somewhat open-ended if the division asks for additional information. And we don't know what that information is going to be. We don't know where it's going to come from. So it is very uncomfortable for us to say that we can right now, this very moment, say that I can certify it. I think that's the only place that we have said that, subject to check.
My last set of questions, I'd like to pose initially, and it may be better suited for a future witness, but I have questions related to the cost of retrofitting stripper wells with the various types of technology that the division requires for new wells. So different types of flares, certainly measurement, costs of measurement for retrofitting stripper wells. Are you prepared to give that information, or is that better suited for a future witness?
It is better for a future witness. We have a witness that is much more, actually two witnesses that are much more involved kind of that day-to-day cost information and kind of logistical information on flares. We have a different witness measurement expert that would address the cost for adding measurement devices. So I really think you'll get better answers and more complete answers from them.
Okay, who are those two witnesses?
Well, the two witnesses that may have better insight on the flaring is our Morgan Iannuzzi and or Joe Leonard. And our measurement expert is a gentleman named David Greaves. So they should be prepared to answer your questions, since I'm sure they heard this conversation.
Okay, thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair, do you have questions? I think you said you did.
I have a handful. First, I don't know if this is a question, and I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm sure Mr. Fellower will stop me if need be, but I really am struggling sitting here listening to you testify and make inaccurate statements about the C-115 reporting with information that's just quite frankly wrong. And so that's, I'm very much struggling listening to that, knowing how wrong it is what you're saying. And that's just a statement again.
Well, could I respond?
Feel free.
Certainly. I have tried to answer to the best of my ability. I may be wrong in certain instances. I'd kind of like to know where I was wrong. We do have a witness that's coming later than me that is very familiar, maybe more familiar with some of our filing forms. But can you point out where I was wrong?
You have said that the state land officer is receiving C-115 reports that reports on a well basis. C-115 reports, and one of the huge issues that came up in the entire MAP process was that the venting and flaring data that's within that is not on a well by well basis. It's on a property basis. Sure, some properties may have 1 or 2 wells. Other properties may have 6, 7, 800 wells. And it's quite literally impossible to discern, is all of the venting and flaring for those 500 wells coming from one well, or is it coming from across the 500, 600? And so just saying that we're getting information on a well by well basis is just wrong.
I didn't know that, and I thought through experiences with the company I used to work for that we filed production information on an individual well basis. So if I'm wrong, then I stand to be corrected. But we will have someone that will come in later that is much more deeply aware of those details. And I do apologize if I was incorrect. I certainly did not mean to mislead.
I think that is, likely why it sounded like some of Mr. Ames' questions was trying to maybe get to that point in some form or fashion, that the C-115 reports are, one, very heavily relied on this by the state land office and tax and rev. And so any modifications to those, it's not necessarily just modifications on the OCD side, it's potential impacts to the money that's coming into the state. And a glitch in that would be monumental versus like, oh, there are a little bit of glitches in OCD system. Maybe the first month of reporting is a little goofy. It's like the entire state budget just fell apart tomorrow. So it's really a very big deal. And that's from the sounds of it, why an entirely different report was proposed. And so understanding that, does it maybe make more sense why there's an entirely different report that's proposed, understanding that, and then that actually the C-115 right now is not set up on that well by well basis? Does it make more sense to you that maybe a separate report is more appropriate?
Well, it's certainly a concept that I haven't seen discussed. So I certainly, if the division has significant changes within their system, that makes a difference to the division. We want to make those correct if we can. Certainly, we don't have any glitches and money flowing through to the state. That's vital. I probably still don't appreciate the challenge. So perhaps this other witness that we have that's much more involved and much more knowledgeable about reporting details can have a better conversation with you about that.
Okay. That sounds good. I'm going to sort of go through my list. I'm going to try to remove questions that have already been asked. I tried to do that as they were going through there. I apologize if I missed one. But just sort of starting out, do you support this rule?
We do support this rule as modified by the NMOGA suggestions. And number one, we think it's very important that I'll leave it at that.
Without the NMOGA suggestions, do you not support the rule?
Well, we wouldn't have made suggestions if we wanted to support the rules as written. So we support the rule as modified by NMOGA suggestions.
I think that implies that you don't support the rule if the division were not, or the commission were not to take NMOGA suggestions. Is that correct?
Well, I think that may be a little overly broad. It's a little bit of that yes, no kind of answer. We have very carefully thought through all of the changes that we had offered in our modifications. And some of the modifications are not substantive, and some of the modifications are very substantive. So it really kind of depends on the final rule. I can't tell you that I support the final rule when I haven't seen it yet. And I think that's fair.
I mean, personally, I think you're walking around the question, but if that's the way you want to answer it, then that's your choice. I think this question sort of goes to each, we're not certifying each witness as an expert. We've established that. I think it's been established that people are giving their opinions, and if their opinions are slanted in one way or another because they do or don't support the rule, I think it's important for me to understand as I'm asking my questions. Next question, do you believe this was a collaborative process?
First of all, I've not been involved in a rulemaking before, so I really don't have any reference to say whether this is more collaborative or less collaborative than other rulemakings. So with that caveat, I would say that yes, it seems to be a fairly collaborative process.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to try to get some of these in order so I'm not bouncing. So yesterday, I think I asked a bit of a question, and Mr. Ames asked, it seemed like a question about records regarding emergencies. I want to ask that question in a slightly different way. Do companies keep records either independently or for the Environment Department for some sort of reporting on startup shutdown and malfunctions records on any sort of instances where that happened? They're commonly referred to SSM records.
I've got a lot of experience in a lot of areas, but that's not one area that I'm very familiar with. So I really don't have the background to answer that question.
Okay. I would be shocked if they didn't. How about companies who are required to report for greenhouse gas reporting? For example, midstream companies are required to track blowdowns in their reporting. So would you expect that a midstream company would track a blowdown or when a compressor gets shut off for that blowdown reporting for the greenhouse gas reporting?
I would assume, just like our company that I used to work for was required to report greenhouse gas data, I would expect that midstream companies would basically keep recordings that were necessary to file their greenhouse gas reports. Absolutely.
Okay. In the company you worked for, did you have some sort of, I don't know, operations reliability group that managed, well, quite literally the equipment reliability and tracked those stats? Is that something you're familiar with?
I'm familiar with the concept. Our company was, we kind of handle things a little differently. We didn't have an explicit kind of digital tracking system for everything. We had certain systems that we tracked very carefully, and every time we had an event, you tracked it, you kept costs on it, you looked at the kind of the reasons that things failed. I guess what I'm saying to you is our company had some of that, maybe is the best way to say that.
Okay. What I'm trying to figure out here, and there was a lot of this talk of emergencies and how there was concern with the definition and getting from point A to point B and the story and where that went. What I can't glean is are we talking about, we spent a whole lot of time talking about 0.02% of the time, or are we talking about 2% of the time, or are we talking about 20% of the time? Because that's going to change, maybe my viewpoint on where this definition should go, but I can't make those decisions on anecdotal stories. I need data. And so maybe that's something that another company can provide And, you know, even just one company's data, that's one company. Representative data sets on those types of things, like, would be very helpful. Otherwise, you know, I'm forced to make this decision without that data, only on an anecdotal story.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. You're an engineer. You think the data,
I'm
and I
very much
appreciate
an
that.
engineer. Yes.
I kind of do the same thing. I was born that way. So I appreciate your need for data. I'm not sure. Maybe the best answer is let's see if we can find that data for you.
Okay. So then let's see, let me pull up. And I think it's 27, it may be 27 and 28. I just wrote down 27. 27G, G2.
I'm sorry, I was writing a to-do note. See if we can get that information. So tell me where you are again, please, ma'am.
27 G 2I, which is the monthly reporting of ventilated flare gas. It's one of the categories I think NMOGA has proposed to strike. It is pneumatic controllers, pumps, etc.
I see it.
Yeah, in your testimony earlier, you referred to, and I wrote it down in quotation marks, a wild range, none were right, of emission factors that are out there. But I guess my question is if this information is already required to be tracked for production companies and midstream companies, production as of 2011, midstream companies as of 2015, the number of pneumatic controllers that you have out there, what I don't understand is if the information you're reporting is good enough for EPA, how is it not good enough for us? If you're comfortable enough reporting that to EPA, I don't understand maybe where the issue is. It's good enough for EPA, but it's not good enough for OCD. That seems interesting.
Excellent question. I really appreciate it. I understand why that would come up. I stand by the statement that these emission factors that have been studied by numerous academic institutions and others have a wide range. Okay, and I don't know that there's a big difference or disagreement with that. There is a wide range possible. The EPA has simply chosen one of them. Okay, quite frankly, it isn't right. It's just one of them. And if the EPA then says, okay, I want you to count your pneumatic devices and use this particular factor to report, what value is that? Well, there is some value in doing something the same way over and over. Even if the number is wrong, you're seeing a trend. So if the EPA is interested in seeing trends on emissions, then the trend might be right, but the absolute value of the number might not be right. And I don't know that the companies are saying that it's good enough for the EPA. The EPA has told us that's what we have to do. I don't know that any company would say that it's accurate. It's simply what they ask us to do. I think it's very different when the division wants to ask us for volumes that need to be accurate. You're going to, in essence, the division is proposing to make this a performance standard for us and basically count it against us in gas capture requirement. That doesn't mean a trend is necessary. That means an absolute value is necessary. So there's a big difference between why we want to push back, if you will, on that particular impossible to measure accurately for production accounting methods versus the fact that we do, in fact, use a factor, a number, for trend data for the EPA.
So I guess I have a couple follow-up questions after that. One, so there are a range of what you're saying, emissions factors, but the OCD doesn't actually, I'm not concerned about emissions. Concerned about waste, yes. So if from, I guess where I'm thinking, from you have the count, right? In production, you've had to have the count since 2011. Understanding there's an exemption here, which looks like it's sort of aimed for the smaller companies that probably aren't required to report under greenhouse gas reporting. So you have the count. You have to know the type of pneumatic controller, right? Because it's classified into high, low, intermittent. So you're gonna have to have that. So you already have the count and the type. You don't need the emissions factor. All you need, I mean, I'm sure there's got to be a manufacturer spec that says it bleeds it this much SCF per hour or actuation or whatever. I think that's different information than an emissions factor that yes, as you're saying, could have a wild range, but are there not manufacturer specs that should say this controller bleeds at X SCF per hour, and then you take that and you multiply it by, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000, whatever your number is and your type? Maybe can you please help me understand the concern there? I'm struggling to understand.
Certainly, and I'll do my best. I'm going to get to the end of my limit of my knowledge of this, but we've got somebody else. If we need to go past this, we have others that have a little deeper knowledge of it. But let me give it a try. Even the manufacturer data is not, if you will, it's not all you need, because the emissions from these pneumatic devices depend on the frequency of actuation. And so it depends on where that device is. Is it on a separator that's dumping at 5 times a minute? Is it on another vessel that is dumping once a month? There isn't a manufacturer piece of data that is reliable for every installation. And so that's the part of the problem. And that's part of really where some of these academic studies have looked at, is they recognize that it's the actuation frequency that makes a big difference. And that's on the intermittents and even on the low bleeds. Now, the high bleeds are typically been removed, so I wouldn't worry about those. But there's more testimony coming that has a little deeper information about that. But that's generally where we have a problem, is that even though you know the type, even though you know the count, even though you know the manufacturer, it doesn't lead you to an accurate, let's say, emissions or gas usage, because it depends on the situation. Does that make sense?
It does. It sounds like maybe who's the person coming who would maybe be more appropriate?
Probably Mike Smith is a little more deep in expertise than I am on that.
All right, I will make sure to have my questions ready for him. From my understanding of what Mr. Bolander said, though, yesterday in his testimony, it doesn't actually count against you. It's on lease usage. It counts against you if it's malfunctioning. In the term that it counts against your capture. So I'm not sure what the big fight is, and you are saying you have said it counts against you, is what I have heard from you. And that's maybe not my understanding. Well, if it's malfunctioning, we got a problem.
Sure, let's put those aside. Let's talk about normal operations. And let's even expand that a little bit. Normal operations of pneumatic devices, normal operations of other production vessels that emit some gas due to normal operations. What we heard from Mr. Bolander was that those emissions, what I thought I heard from him was that those wouldn't count against us. And that's fine. We're happy with that concept. But we also heard that this other category, that we would actually have to report some of these volumes in this thing called other, and that other category would count against us. So we're confused, quite frankly, as to whether we understand how some of these low volume, low pressure sources that still remain as reporting categories would or wouldn't count against us. Can you help us with that?
I mean, that's what I'm here to understand.
Okay. Well,
that sort of hits on one of my next, well, I'll go to my next question and I'm going to jump back again. So I looked at the other category and I could see, oh gosh, where is it? Under that same G2, it says other not described above. I could see where that could maybe be ambiguous. Would something such as any venting and flaring not including in categories A through whatever above, would some language changes like that make it more clear? Is it a clarity issue or it's one more reporting category hell no issue?
It's not the latter. As we walk through, and again, recall kind of our overall concept is that we're trying to identify every emission source that can be measured or estimated with good accuracy. And so we have suggested categories for every one of those. And we can't think of another one that we haven't already named. And so if you put other in there, then there can be some mischief. There can be some misunderstanding of what goes there. There can be some lack of clarity. And we just don't see the need, if that's the case, if that's the way we look at this, that we really focus in on these high pressure sources, which is predominantly the vast majority of the emissions, then there's no need for that other. So that's kind of answer one. Answer two is if we're not going to be required to measure and have categories, I'll call it counted against us. We've got categories that have been removed. Mr. Bolander walked us through several, right? Are those truly removed? Or and so that we don't have to report those? That's unclear to us.
I recall yesterday from his testimony, he said consolidated, not removed. And if we want to go into that, I have some concerns about the removal of those categories. I'm not sure that was some of those were appropriate. But first, I want to go back to my other question. My other question is, how would we ever know what 98% truly is if we don't have an understanding of what the whole is, what we're dividing by? And if you start to cut out categories, how do you truly know what that is? I welcome your response here.
I guess I go back to, again, a little bit of a broad view of how we view this rule. And we view this rule in looking at waste. And we view reporting of waste categories. And if it's not waste, it in essence is it's normal operations that should be expected to be utilized, beneficial use, used, emitted, and that those volumes wouldn't count against a 98% capture. And we've talked about this, I'll use the street language of routine flaring. That's a high pressure source, and we don't want that to occur. And we believe that that is the type of emissions that are going to fall under this 98% capture. So it really kind of depends on your perspective. I mean, it seems undoable. Back up again. If you can't even measure with any accuracy some of these low volume sources, as I've said before, that's simply bad data. How would you even know? Because the numbers are wrong.
I think I may be less convinced at this point that some of those things need to be excluded than even the division is. I'm not sure I agree with what the division's concept of waste is at the moment. And I'm hoping that gets illustrated a little bit more throughout this testimony. But I'm not convinced that some of those categories that were excluded actually should have been. Another one that seems to want to be a large exclusion here, and let's see if I can find a citation. 27.8D. Five. I think you guys maybe did a 5. It's not in there. I think this was your fugitive piece.
Is this the NMOGA red line or the OCD red line?
I think it's NMOGA red line.
Okay.
Oh dear. Oh, I'm in 28. That's why it's not in there. I think it's 27.8D5.
I'm with you.
I'm trying to find it now on mine. Do you have a page number?
It's page 9.
9, okay. Is that Oh, yes. Okay. It's D5. And then it's, I think the additions you guys have H, D5H. Yes. I didn't write that H part in there. I am concerned that this is totally unbounded. I don't see a definition for fugitive emissions component. Am I correct?
There's not a definition in this rule. And I'm not an expert of NMED's rules, so I'm not going to speculate as to whether it's defined there. But I understand that these emissions are associated with, as you see here, valves, flanges, and connections and things. And that is the target, one of the targets of the NMED's LDAR program, where you're looking at for excessive emissions on valves and flanges. That this equipment actually emits a little bit of gas, a very little bit of gas, sometimes right out of the box. And there are limitations on how much they can emit under NMED's authority. So I don't know much more about it than that, but maybe that was helpful to you.
No, I very much understand. So I'm looking at the Quad OA rule. I'm looking at NMED's proposed rule, and they say basically it's a leak if it's over 500 ppm. But what this language just said is fugitive emissions components excluded. So the way I read that, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is that you could have a valve that's just pouring gas because either it's faulty and needs to be replaced, it needs to have some maintenance done, something's happening. That could be happening, but no, it's not waste. There's no waste there to be seen. That's how I'm reading it, is it doesn't really matter if there are fugitive emissions coming from these components, they get a free pass. Is that what the intent is?
No, I don't think that's the intent. There are several, if you will, safeguards against that particular scenario that you just gave. What we're trying to do here is, in essence, follow the initial language in D, the opening sentence in D. venting and flaring during production operations. The operator shall not vent or flare natural gas except. And so that's a pretty hard statement, thou shalt not. And if you know that some of these components do have small emissions from them if they're operating properly, then they should be included in the exception to vent. Now, there's a couple of backstops on that, right? We've got number one, we have people that are on these locations for the most part every day. We've got a requirement, we don't know the frequency yet, of doing AVOs that are more formal, that require some documentation. And if one of these components is leaking a lot, we should catch them in an AVO. There's also requirements, and I'm not an expert on this at all, so I don't want to get too deep, for LDAR inspections that the NMED requires that does in fact look for emissions that exceed their limitations. And again, I don't want to get too far down that road because I don't know the details of it. But there are a lot of backstops here that in essence would prevent the routine systematic waste of large volumes of gas associated with these type of components. But they do leak a little gas. And so we suggested putting them in this rule so that that small leakage, no matter how small it was not a violation.
That would absolutely have to be bound. Right now, the way it reads is it doesn't matter what's coming out of it. It could be a major leak, but it's cool. It's fine. That's how this language reads. Well, so, you know, that may be something that you need to look at. And from my own operational experiences, from doing probably hundreds of different LDAR greenhouse gas surveys, it is actually quite possible to have one of these valves, flanges, et cetera, leaking, have people on site each and every day doing AVOs, and it not be possible to know about it and go, oh my God, I just looked through the camera, didn't know about that. It is actually very possible. So those are the things I'm concerned about, and this language doesn't bound it. So that wasn't a question, that was a statement. But that's a very real concern I have about that language. I understand what you're saying is there are low levels that may be involved with everyday operations, but that's not what is reflected in that language in any way, shape, or form. So it's good to understand what the intent of that was, because it seems like that's a loophole that could run amok as it is. I feel like we've sort of beat oxygen to death, but just one question. Would, again, sort of a two different category thing be more reasonable? One, oxygen introduction because of something that is not a fault of the operator, versus oxygen introduction, which is a fault of the operator, because they both exist. Would that be more reasonable?
I haven't thought through that. I think that there could be some room for mischief there. And perhaps, as I went back to my speculation, if you will, that data analytics could be useful for the division, because if you report gases that are being flared because of contaminants, if there's a pattern with a particular company or a particular site, maybe there should be a conversation between the division staff and that operator at that site and see what the problem is. And quite frankly, if they're just a bad operator and poor maintenance and it's their fault because they're just not doing their job right, the division's got quite a wide range of authority to deal with that. So I think maybe rather than try to complicate it and maybe even open the door for mischaracterizations, and therefore lack of clarity. Maybe that's the better way to go. But leave all of these contaminants in one place, and let's see if we can find patterns.
Okay. Let's move on to 27.8 D to B. I believe in the NMOGA.
I'm not there yet. Just give me a second.
No, you're fine. I think it's the page right before you, or page 8 on the MOGA 27.
I got it.
So this close proximity. Are you aware that OCD regulates 461 different operators in the state?
I didn't know the number. That doesn't surprise me, though.
Can you see the ways that I think you have multiple times referred to prudent operators, and a prudent operator would do this, and a prudent operator would do that. And I think when you were giving your testimony, there were some things that made sense there. But again, using your framing, there are quite a few opportunities for mischief by those 461 operators who may not be all prudent. So can you see where saying something such as reason or close proximity could leave the door open for mischief? I'm in close proximity to Carlsbad compared to New York City. As I sit here today, you're probably in close proximity to Carlsbad as opposed to New York City. Do you see where there could be some issues for the non-prudent operators?
I do see that. And we've tried to explore this amongst ourselves and try to put a little more clarity on that. It's difficult to do. So perhaps we can continue conversation about that with the division and see if we can come up with something that is maybe a little more mischief proof.
I would prefer less mischief, as much less mischief as we can get. I understand, I think, what some of your testimony was and what the validity was for it, but I also see people completely taking advantage of that and have a lot of concerns about that. Let's see, what did I write here? 27.8, I think E2. Talks about auto gauging. A lot of your testimony was really focused on things that have worked for the past 50 years. And that it seems like what I want to understand a little bit better is who is it that's driving the you have to open the thief hatch and do a manual gauge exactly? And maybe that's the first question. Who exactly is driving that?
I don't have a name. I know that I've discussed this with our group, and our group has reported that some of their purchasers require manual gauging. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific than that, but that's all I know.
I wonder if this regulation could change that. If it's not an option for them. I mean, you said a lot of things about like tried and true. I think I wrote in quotes here, there was a tried and true method. But I'm trying to think of some example of what was a tried and true method 10 years ago that's now been overrun by technology. But there are so many examples of things like that. Things have to move and adapt. I mean, do you see that things could move and adapt with a change in a regulation? Do you see that being possible?
I do see that is possible, that changes in regulation can be drivers of changes in operations. perhaps this should be an option. Maybe there's a way to find some middle ground on this. I don't know. I don't know this, but I'm going to speculate just from my experience that the reason that some of these purchasers are reluctant to adopt some of this new technology is perhaps that it's not accurate enough for them. I don't know that. And it may be that some automatic tank gauges are accurate enough and some are not. So it may be a little more complicated than it kind of first appears here.
Okay. I mean, but do you agree that manually gauging a tank you do have gas loss when that happens?
It depends on the circumstance, but you're right. It certainly can do that.
And an issue that has been amongst, I think operators in every state is sometimes that guy goes up there and he doesn't close the hatch on his way back down, and that's a problem, is it not? It can't be a problem.
That's a problem. We do not want that to happen.
So in your mind, is there another mechanism other than auto gauging that would have the same effect, making sure that there's no room for that human error, quite literally just human laziness sometimes, of like, I'm just not going to walk up the tank a second time. I think I'm good. Is there another option here that would get us to that same desired effect of not having to open that hatch and then having it not get left open?
Well, I think there are quite a few backstops in this rule. If that's the purchaser that's gone up there to gauge the tank, and if he's, I don't want to call somebody lazy, but maybe they're just forgetful. Maybe they just forgot to close it. So that's still a problem, right? It's still open. You don't want that. We've got company people that come by those properties basically every day. They're supposed to be looking for those things too. Now, I know that it may not happen every time, but the AVO provisions of this rule are one of the backstops. The possible use of alarm technology is one of the backstops. Basically, prudent operators looking after their business is, again, one of the backstops to a purchaser who's gone up on a tank and has simply forgotten to close the hatch. We don't want that either.
Maybe if there's another witness who has any more information on this, it might be helpful on other alternatives. Because
perhaps
there are a lot of situations where this has happened, and it is a very big issue. And regardless if it's a third party, it's the operator's problem. It's their responsibility to manage their gas and their equipment and their operations.
I understand. And perhaps we can talk to some of our other witnesses and see if we can address that. I don't know that we have prepared for that, but perhaps we can have a conversation.
Okay. Building on one of the things you just said, people are there almost daily. So I'm still a little bit struggling on the concern with the AVO. The concern is just purely the reporting side of it, because if people are there daily, then it's not the person being their problem and the time to get there. It's the, I don't know, checking a box on a piece of paper. That's the problem.
Yes, I don't particularly think that you've characterized it correctly with just checking a box. There is a process that is associated with an actual official AVO. And I think I've walked through this. I don't want to belabor it too much, but the concept there is making sure that the right documentation is done, the complete documentation. You've got to have somebody QC the information. So that is a person who we might not have even had. We may have to hire somebody for that particular part of it and make sure that all of the AVOs have been done in the proper time frames, make sure that they've been filled out properly, make sure that they've been committed to a file system where you can get them back. There's an administrative part of the official AVO process that doesn't exist with a lease operator going out and conducting, I'll call it a casual AVO, his normal looking around and inspection, pumper 101, as we've talked about before, and simply making sure that there's nothing that's spewing or leaking or he can smell, see, or hear. So it's not that person's time particularly, but it's the rest of the time that goes with that builds up an administrative burden. And we're not asking for it to not be done. We're simply asking for a little less frequency on our wells. So quite frankly, I think that we'll achieve the same objective of making sure that we've captured and documented these AVOs and reduced leaks with a monthly rather than a weekly on regular wells. I'll call them regular wells.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. We only have less than 10 minutes left before our stop.
I think I have well more than 10 minutes left, to be honest.
Okay. And Mr. Felderwart may have some follow-up. So I believe Mr. Smitherman will be with us Monday morning in any event.
Is there a reason we have a hard stop at 6?
Our technical host.
He can transfer it to me and I can continue hosting it.
Oh, also,
unless there's another stop.
There is another stop. It's Mr. Bach.
And you guys want a record, correct?
Yes.
Correct, Chair?
Yes.
Okay, so we can take a break. We can take a 30-minute to an hour break and come back. But I need a break.
Mr. Bach also needs a break.
All right, well, we'll stop at 6 then, and I'll just coordinate my thoughts for Monday.
All right. And by the way, we can start at 8 on Monday morning, and we have no signups for the 8:30 public comment.
Okay, great.
Ms. Fox, I see Ms. Fox waving.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to know from Mr. Felderwart if he can confirm the order of witnesses for the remainder of his direct case, if they're the same as in his pre-hearing statement. I think the other day he had affirmed that the first 4 were going to go in order, but it would be helpful for our preparations if he knows the order of his witnesses. And I wanted to get that in before we all turn into pumpkins at 6.
Totally understandable, Ms. Fox. I anticipate proceeding in the order in our pre-hearing statement, with the exception that Mike Smith will be the witness before Yolanda Pettis. But besides that, I think we'll go in the same order.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox and Mr. Felderwart. Madam Chair, do you have, say, one or two more questions?
Yeah, let me maybe just try to finish out my questions on AVO, and that would be a good stopping point. Okay. All right. I think, and I don't know what citation it is, but NMOGA proposed to add the word hydrocarbon in here. Basically, you're supposed to find hydrocarbon odors, as you testified, not other odors. I guess, could you see a world where it would be important to, if you identify, for example, a rotten egg odor, mark that down, because that could be an indication of a leak somewhere on your site, but that's not a hydrocarbon.
Well, I'm going to say that's a good point. And we would certainly not want to have hydrogen sulfide gas leaking. And perhaps you could smell hydrogen sulfide more quickly than hydrocarbons, but it would be part of the hydrocarbons it would, H2S would be part of, if you will, it would be part of the gas. And so I'm not so sure that the verbiage wouldn't still apply, but I see your point.
Yeah, my concern would be that, I smell little rotten eggs, but I don't smell formaldehyde today, so we're all good. That's the way it would read. And I think H2S can often be the thing it's low levels that you smell it, understood. If you can't smell it, you have a bigger problem, and that's why you have monitors.
Right.
But it can still be an indicator that you have a leak on site. And so I think that's an important thing to consider, and something that I think would be excluded with that addition. That wasn't a question, it was sort of more a statement, sorry.
Sure.
But it is very helpful to understand, I think, where that thought process came from. It sounds like, though, it may have forgotten a component.
Perhaps.
You said earlier, and again, this was one I put in quotes, there is no substantial benefit from doing more frequent AVOs. You truly believe there is no substantial benefit in doing weekly AVOs as opposed to, say, monthly?
Well, perhaps I could say little benefit, maybe not be so absolute. I'll go back to Ms. Pollock in her testimony when she said always, and realized she'd said a big word, and I said all, and I think that's a big word. So maybe no is a little too big. Little. I do believe little.
Okay, but the issue goes back to the documentation, not the people being on site.
Exactly.
Okay.
It's the administrative burden kind of around that whole documentation process that's the burden. It's not necessarily the person who's on site, as you said, checking a box.
Okay. All right, then my last question on this. It's less of a question, it's more of a statement again. I feel like we're missing a component here, both from the division's rules and the NMOGA, and I actually didn't see it, I don't think, in any of the other proposals. If you find a leak, how do we, there's no required documentation that you actually fixed it, even if it was just fixed on, I don't know, found on 12/1, fixed on 12/31, fixed on 5, some 5 months later. I mean, do you think that could be an important aspect of this? If you find a leak that's substantial, you actually document the fix of it? I know that adds more to your administrative burden.
It does. It gets really complicated. And in fact, we've thought about that. And in essence, when we find leaks, we fix them. And whether that operator was able to fix that leak on site because he had the tools and the capabilities and it was within his kind of capabilities, or he had to go through a process by getting a, let's call it a ticket into the system where you had a crew come out, either a third-party crew or company crew, to go fix something. It's going to be documented within our system itself. It just adds a lot more burden to try to tack that back onto that AVO documentation. So the way we read it was they expected us to fix it. We are going to fix it, and we're going to have records in our own systems, however they are. It could be very rudimentary systems. They could be very complex systems. But we're going to have records in our systems that we have done something, either spent money, you get an invoice for it, or we got some other type of a record in a more sophisticated maintenance program.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very familiar with traditional LDAR programs and even the sort of lesser LDAR program in Quad OA for production sites and gathering systems. And I'm not thinking of that type of, I mean, that can get very complex. well, it was delayed, so it's now on the delayed list, and there are some unsafe to monitor, and you got that, and all of these and all that. I'm not thinking like, let's not go crazy here, but it seems like it would be an important piece of information. But I can understand your concern of the time burden.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that is my last question on AVO. And I guess we'll get to start the morning together on Monday, Mr. Smitherman.
Have a nice weekend.
Madam Hearing Officer, Madam Hearing Officer, I'm afraid I forgot to object. I apologize for that.
All
Now
right.
you say it.
Thank you, Mr. Feldwart. Thank you all. Have a good weekend. We will reconvene at 8 a.m. Monday morning. We'll talk to you then.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mike.